Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Boss Me Forever by Miley Maine, narrated by Sophia Willingham and Brandon Utah. Chapter 1. Anya. The office door next to me slams open, and my fingers pause on the keyboard. I draw in a deep, slow breath and turn my head. My boss is standing in the doorway, his expression thunderous. It isn't like it's a new phenomenon. He always looks unhappy about one thing or another. "Has Wellington sent up the financials?" he snaps. "Not yet," I reply calmly. His lips pull back in a snarl, and he whirls back around into his office, shutting the door behind him so hard it rattles. I barely blink at the sound, too used to this common occurrence after a year and a half here. "A thank you would be nice sometimes," I mutter, and return to my work. Working at Gilbert Homes, an interior design company that boasts the best renovations for the highest prices, is definitely one of the more interesting parts of my life. On the one hand, the pay is amazing. I get my holiday time almost thrown at me, and my coworkers are friendly and open. On the other hand, there's Zach Cooper. A year and a half ago, right before I took up my position as the owner's secretary, Gilbert Homes went through a major reshuffle. Vincent Cooper, the previous head of the company, was unceremoniously ousted from his seat by his own son, who then stepped into his position and took over. Amongst all the confusion of that time, one thing became clear almost immediately. Zach was an amazing businessman who knew the market, knew the people, and played the field far better than his father ever could. Regardless of the reason for the shift, it became apparent almost from the get-go that Zach would do a far better job pushing the company further into profits and into a better future. Unfortunately, Zach's attitude more than made up for his business savvy. While he put on a distant smile in public, to his employees he was cold and unapproachable. During office hours, there's not a single person who can do anything right. No matter how hard we try to perfect our ideas and presentations, nothing is ever up to his standards. There is always something wrong. I glance at the office door. The man is definitely an extreme perfectionist, and it's caused some unsettled murmurs amongst his employees. Personally, I think Zach just isn't very good with conversation, and he is trying his hardest to make everything as amazing as possible for our clients. Though I wouldn't voice that thought out loud. If I did, I would definitely be accused of saying that only because Zach is hot. And he is. Very, very hot. When I walked in for my first day on the job, I expected to be greeted by graying Vincent Cooper. It took me a moment to find my tongue when I came face to face with the much younger Zach Cooper instead. His straight hair was as black as night, and his gray almond eyes pierced straight through me. From almost the moment I met him, I was physically attracted to him, drawn to him by a magnetism that I still can't put out of my mind, no matter how hard I try to resist it. It doesn't matter how many times he snaps at me or forgets to even say please, or tells me that my work is crap, despite how much effort I put into it. I can't stop fantasizing about what it would be like to kiss him, touch him, feel him moving above me. The door slams open again. I do jump this time, startled out of my daydreams. I clear my throat and look at Zach, whose eyes narrow down at me. "What are you doing?" he demands. Not working, obviously. Thinking about the best way to reply to this email. I reply evenly, thankful that my hands are still on the keys. Zach gives me a suspicious look, but lets it go, unable to accuse me of slacking when he has no proof. I avoid his eyes, not wanting to fall into their deep reflection. God, he's a jerk, but he's an attractive jerk who makes me want to do things that would be highly inappropriate in the workplace. "Get Hummings up here, now!" he snaps, and then he's gone again. I roll my eyes, then pick up the phone and dial the number for in-house maintenance. At least there's one thing always there to stop me from just jumping my boss's bones. I know that he would never look at me with any sort of fondness. I yawn as I unlock the door to my apartment, but it turns into a smile at the sound of the childish laughter within. As I step in, two people look up. The young woman, Katrina Beverly, looks up and smiles at the sight of me, but she stays in her seat on the floor, not wanting to dislodge the 4-year-old sitting on her lap. Then Ryan, my son, looks up and squeals happily, shooting up and narrowly avoiding kicking Katrina in the knee. "Mommy!" he cries, rushing towards me and throwing his arms around my knees. "Hello, sweetheart," I say, feeling all the stress of the day wash away. Just the sight of Ryan's cheerful smile is enough to make everything I go through worth it, because I know I'm doing my job so I can provide for him. What did the two of you get up to today? "We went to the park," Ryan claims proudly, "and I ate ice cream." I laugh. Katrina had told me this morning that she wanted to take Ryan to a small local fair today, and I gave her permission to buy him a sweet or two if he behaved himself. Katrina grins at me as she stands. "Then we came back and played for a bit, didn't we?" she asks Ryan. "And you helped me cook dinner." "I washed the carrots," Ryan says importantly, puffing up his chest. "Well done," I praise him, internally giggling at his posturing. "I bet it will be the best meal I've ever tasted." Ryan beams and pulls away. Greeting over, he rushes back to his toys and picks up his trucks. "Thank you," I say to Katrina. "Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'll see you back on Monday?" "Of course," Katrina says, smiling. I employ Katrina 3 days a week. The other 2 days, Ryan goes to daycare, and on the weekends, I stay home with him. The one good thing about Zach is that he's been remarkably understanding about me having a young son. On the days Ryan's at daycare, I won't stay back no matter how much work needs to be done, and I refuse to work weekends unless I can get a short-notice babysitter I trust. While Zach has never outright acknowledged that he understands, he's always let it slide. It's one of the few pieces of evidence I have that suggests Zach is not as big a bastard as he lets everyone think he is. "Thanks, Anya," Katrina says. "See you." She leaves, and I close the door behind her. I'm a little hungry, but dinner can wait a moment. I haven't seen Ryan all day, and I'd like to spend some time with him before he goes to bed. I go over to where he's sitting on the floor. "Can I have a truck?" I ask. Thrilled, Ryan hands me a blue pickup truck, and we spend the next hour racing them around the room. Ryan's shrieks of laughter are music to my ears, and I'm almost sad when I put a halt to the game in order to get him ready for bed. Ryan is my entire world. He's the reason I put up with Zach and the long, hard hours. Sometimes, though, I can't help but wonder if I'll be able to put up with it for much longer. Understanding of Ryan aside, Zach is a hard boss to work for. He's demanding without offering any sort of balancing compliment. He's hypercritical, and he expects us to do everything perfectly the very first time. He's cruel sometimes, too. He had poor Sarah, one of the women from advertising, in tears the other day after he berated her for everything from her work ethic to her clothing choices. It isn't fair or right. There are days I look at Zach and think how easy it would be to quit. Then I remember Ryan and how hard it would be to get another job on such short notice, and I always stay my hand. I can't afford to lose my job. I need money to pay my bills and provide for my kid. I just wonder if there is some way to make him nicer. The guy probably just needs to get laid. I mutter spitefully to myself as I pull my plate of dinner out of the fridge, ears pricked in case I hear Ryan playing after lights out. Then I pause. Maybe it's because I'm tired and fed up and honestly not thinking straight. Or maybe it's because I'm lonely and have been putting all my effort into Ryan, so I haven't actually been with anyone since Travis Gunter, Ryan's deadbeat father, took off the moment he found out I was pregnant. But the thought strikes me, and right now it feels like a good idea. If Zach needs to get laid, then why don't I just have sex with him? It all fits together. I'm physically attracted to him, and it would soothe an itch I haven't been able to scratch, just me, myself, and I. In addition, it might relax him enough to actually be nice to his staff for a change. Something in my mind tells me that it isn't going to work, that I'm being a presumptuous idiot by assuming that it would. Maybe I'm the one who needs to get laid here, and I can't deny that's a possibility too. It's been so long, and I really, really do miss sex every now and then. Not that I ever regret going celibate for Ryan's sake, but yeah, sometimes it would be really, really nice. And if I have to pick someone in my life that I want to have sex with right now, it would definitely be Zach. His good looks definitely make up for his less than sterling personality. It's not like we'd be conversing much during the act. The microwave dings, making me jump. I'd completely forgotten about heating up my dinner. I blink at it and shake my head. I'm getting too caught up in my fantasies again because that's just what imagining Zach in my bed is. A fantasy. Why would he even look at me? Sure, he doesn't have a girlfriend right now, but he's made it clear that he doesn't want anyone within arm's reach. Even if I did try to seduce him, he probably wouldn't even notice it. At the worst, he could fire me. Still, I think as I carry my dinner to the table, it would be nice. And what would it hurt to try, anyway? If anything, it would just be my pride that gets a little bruised, and I can easily put that out of mind. And if it does work, well, that would be very nice too. I pick up my fork and pause. Am I really going to do this? Am I really going to try and seduce Zach Cooper? I have to be damn sure because I don't want to get fired over this. Is the possibility of releasing both of our tensions enough to make me risk going for it? I imagine Zach, his tall body, broad muscles, angular face. I imagine his hips thrusting against mine. My stomach tightens. Yeah, I'm definitely going for it. Chapter 2. Anya. As the weekend flies by and Monday rolls around, I should have started to think more rationally, but I'm not. I put the idea out of my mind all weekend, concentrating solely on Ryan, but that means when Monday morning arrives, I haven't had the chance to talk myself out of it. And part of me is glad for it. Besides, I reason, it's not like it's going to hurt anyone. He may not even notice. If he doesn't, then I'll know for sure that he doesn't think of me that way and everything will go back to normal. If he does notice, he'll either insult me and dismiss me or... I shiver at the thought of that or. I'm going to be honest with myself, that is definitely the most desirable outcome for all of this. I dress carefully in the morning. I still have to go to work, and I have no intention of advertising my objectives to anyone else. However, I put a white lacy bra on for luck and leave one more button undone on my blouse than usual. I make sure that my clothes are straight and that I've patted and sprayed my hair into a bun, a few wisps of curly hair already escaping to gently frame my face. I carefully apply a lipstick that's a few shades darker than normal. It's all I can do, but it's not going to be about my looks anyway. I don't consider myself an unattractive woman, but Zach has never glanced twice at me, so I need to force his attention on me, and I know just looking nice isn't going to do the job. My stomach is twisting itself into knots. It's been a long time, but I think I still know how to play the game. But there's some echoing doubt churning in my gut. Am I really willing to bet it all? Do I want to risk everything I have, my job, my stability, my references, for sex? But then I remember Zach scornfully telling me that I can't do anything right, all because I made a minor punctuation error last week. Yeah, if I'm being honest, getting fired wouldn't be that big of a deal after all. It might put a bit of strain on things, but one way or the other, my situation will change for the better. The only reason I haven't left already is because Zach, billionaire that he is, pays me well. I won't get that sort of money or my current freedoms anywhere else. But still, I've made this promise to myself. I shrug in the mirror and smooth back my hair one last time. I've made a promise to myself. I'm going to see this through. I'm going to seduce my boss and face up to what happens next. Zach does no more than glance and grunt at me when I walk into the office with a determinedly cheerful good morning, too busy concentrating on his coffee to give a proper greeting in reply. I don't take it to heart. This happens every morning. Zach is obviously even less of a morning person than he is a people person, and that means trying to talk to him about anything before he's had his coffee is a lesson in futility. I set about organizing my desk for the day. Every morning, the staff downstairs sends up reports on the previous day's progress, and my first job of the day is to go through them and send anything important through to Zach so he can deal with it. Not that I always follow through with this. If it's something minor, I usually fix it myself to keep Zach from finding out, much to the relief of the rest of the staff. From what I can see, however, there were no problems yesterday, big or small. I've just finished reading the last report when Zach approaches, leaving his coffee cup in the sink. His perpetual scowl is already settling onto his face, but at least he looks slightly more approachable than he did 3 minutes ago. "Anything?" Zach asks. Remembering my promise to myself, I lean forward slightly. I know that if I look down, I'll be able to see a hint of the curve of my breasts between the buttons, and possibly a tiny bit of white lace from my bra as well. I allow wisps of hair to fall forward, curling around my cheeks. "No, not today," I say. Zach pauses, and so quickly that for a moment I think I'm imagining it. His eyes dart down. He steps back sharply. "Good," he says, and whirls into his office, snapping the door shut. I stand, blinking in surprise. Did that actually just happen? Or is it wishful thinking? Then it happens again. It's more noticeable this time. I drop my pen in his office and I bend down slowly to grab it, seizing the opportunity that's presented itself to me. When I stand and glance quickly up at Zach, his eyes fix on my behind for a split second before he tears them away and meets my eyes again. He doesn't look embarrassed at the possibility of being caught. He just raises an eyebrow coolly at me, leaving me to wonder what his gaze means, and if it does mean something. One thing is for certain, Zach is definitely interested, at least a little. I've barely done anything and he's already looking, but the way he's treating it, I'm not entirely sure what it means. I chew my bottom lip as I think about this, staring blankly at my computer screen and tapping my fingers lightly against my desk as I wait for a new program to download. He's just looking, and I haven't been able to decipher the expression in his eyes at all. Maybe he's decided that he finds me marginally attractive, and that's all. Do I need to step up my game in order to fully seduce him? At the moment, I've done nothing more than employ some cheap tricks to get a glance. I thought I could play this game, but I've been out of it longer than I realized. I don't know how to do this anymore. 4 years ago, I could have had any man I wanted eating out of the palm of my hand. But then I fell pregnant, and Ryan took up the majority of my time and thought, forcing me to calm my wild ways so that I could take care of my son and be a working mom. It was definitely for the best, but it leaves me at a loss when even thinking about how I could seduce my boss. Though, I think wryly, maybe that's for the best. Part of me is still screaming at myself, wondering what the hell I've been thinking. Am I trying to get myself fired? While admittedly losing this job wouldn't be such a bad thing in some respects, it would be downright awful in others. I shake my head at myself. I'm just being a fool. Then Zach's hand lands on my desk. I jump. I hadn't even heard Zach leave his office. I was so deep in thought. I wince slightly, waiting for him to berate me for not paying attention. I've given him the perfect opening for it. But he doesn't say anything. Instead, his gaze is directed straight at my lips, slightly reddened and swollen from the way I've been biting them, and still covered in the dark lipstick I used this morning. Unconsciously, I wet my lips, my tongue darting out quickly, and something in his gaze darkens with desire, starting a burning excitement that bubbles in the pit of my stomach. Then Zach's eyes shoot up to meet mine, and the moment is lost. "What are you doing?" he demands. There are all sorts of excuses I could make up, but I'm too frazzled to think of any of them right now. "Sorry," I say. "I was waiting for the download to finish, and I got lost in thought." I glance at the computer. The program, a new finance system that we're trying out, has finished downloading and the icon to install is flashing at me. I flush, embarrassed. How long have I been sitting here, too lost in my thoughts to notice anything around me? Just as well no one called, Zach snaps. He leans in, and I catch a whiff of his heady cologne, all musky and strong. I lean slightly towards him unconsciously, and I wonder if he can smell my lavender perfume. Then I hope to God I didn't spray too much. "Pay attention," he says, barely even noticing our close proximity. "I need you working at full capacity, or what is the point of you being here at all?" Our eyes meet, and we freeze for a long moment. I know he can feel how close I am, too. I can see it in the way his knuckles are turning white where he's gripping the desk, and the way he's breathing deeply, his eyes trailing my face and down over what he can see of my body. It sends a thrill down my spine, feeling his gaze trying to penetrate straight through me. Zach moves back first, clearing his throat. He looks as stern as always, but there's a slightly flustered look to his expression, as though he's found himself in a situation that he both does and doesn't enjoy. "Get back to work," he commands, and then he's gone so quickly that he might never have been here in the first place. But I felt it, and I know I definitely didn't imagine it this time. His eyes were on me, and he wanted me. He was so close that I could practically feel the desire emanating from him. For that split second, it didn't matter that we were boss and employee, that he's a bastard and I'm just the secretary. We were connected by the aching want we both felt. I lean against my desk and tap my pen against my lips, considering his closed door thoughtfully. Suddenly, it no longer seems so strange to want to seduce Zach. His reaction just now is evidence that he does see me sexually, or at least that he's suddenly been hit with the fact that I'm available. All of the arguments that a distant corner of my mind has been trying to make all morning, calling me stupid and promising it would never work, suddenly fade away. It is going to work, and it seems it wasn't stupid to think that I could actually manage to attract Zach Cooper's attention. I pat my hair and dig in my bag for a compact mirror. When I flick it open, I study my reflection. I haven't rubbed my lipstick off. Good. My hair is starting to frizz at the sides, but that I expected. The natural curl of my hair is almost impossible to tame, especially since I'm too lazy to straighten it every morning. I'm not unattractive. I used to use my good looks to charm my way into the good graces of men at bars to score a few free drinks. I haven't taken as much care of my appearance in recent years, mainly because I have neither the time nor the money for it, but I'm not ugly by any means. And now, knowing that Zach is actually looking at me with interest, it's a heady feeling, and it makes me feel good. It means that on some level, he finds me attractive too. I don't need him to validate me, but it's nice just the same. I snap my mirror closed and grin to myself. It seems my plan to seduce Zach is now in full swing. Chapter 3. Anya. The week passes slowly. Before I know it, Friday has come around and I'm beginning to feel a little frustrated. No progress has been made. Zach is looking at me, I know he is. He shoots glances when I lean in toward him, fixes his eyes on my hips as I purposely sway them, and the naked want in his expression sometimes makes my toes curl. Yet despite all that, our dynamic hasn't changed at all. He still snaps instructions at me, I still follow them dutifully while scowling at his attitude, and I go home at the end of the day more frustrated than when I arrived at work. If I'm honest, I know why nothing has changed. At the end of the day, he's my boss, and a relationship between us, while not explicitly forbidden, would certainly be looked down upon. It's not something either of us should risk, especially when Zach is still trying to establish his control over Gilbert Holmes. Not that I'm looking for a relationship. No, I'm only interested in the sex. It might be shallow, but I'm aching for the physical touch of another person after so long, and being in close proximity to Zach, who is hot as hell, doesn't help. I need to get him out of my system. After a long week of trying and failing to get him to at least touch me, I've been forced to admit that my reasons for starting this whole seduction were purely selfish. I don't really care if his attitude changes. I just want sex. Sex that doesn't appear to be happening anytime soon, as much as I hate to admit it. Well, I think with a sigh as I slowly pack up, at least I can use the weekend to put Zach and all of my failed attempts out of my mind. I'm not in any rush because Ryan is at his godmother's house tonight. She occasionally takes him for a few hours every now and then to give me a break. Without a partner to rely on, working full-time and being a full-time mom afterwards can get a bit stressful. I'm particularly grateful for it this time. It's been a long week and I could definitely use a few hours to myself. Suddenly, Zach's office door opens. I look up, blinking. I normally never see Zach before I leave, since he works so late every day and he doesn't bother to say goodbye. He stands in the doorway for a long moment, staring at me. The look in his piercing eyes is unfathomable, but just the feel of his gaze sets my nerves ablaze. Then, "We need to talk," he says abruptly. Then he turns and disappears into the office, leaving the door open for me. I'm frozen to the spot. Am I in trouble? Is Zach about to say something about my more and more obvious attempts to seduce him this past week? Shit, I'm in trouble, aren't I? I take a deep breath to steady myself. No, it's more likely that Zach, responding to the offhand comment I made at lunch about having the night to myself, is going to ask me to stay late to help him out. This definitely isn't how I planned my night to go, but at least work will help keep my mind off of other things. Yawning and trying not to think longingly of my comfortable couch and the romantic comedies I had intended to binge all night, I wander into Zach's office. He's standing by his desk, leaning against the edge and looking like he's just stepped out of a photo shoot. My mouth goes dry and I swallow. "Close the door," Zach says. Well, that's not really usual, but okay. I turn around and snap the door closed. And then I feel a heated body come up behind me. Zach's arms sneak up either side of my body, and he braces them against the door. I freeze as I feel his breath stirring the hairs on the back of my neck. I hadn't even heard him move. "You've been teasing me all week," Zach says in a low voice. He says it as a statement of fact, without question. He's noticed then. Yet he's so close. Based on the way he's acting, I doubt he's going to reprimand me. I draw in a shuddering breath and gather up my courage. Suddenly, all my efforts don't feel so futile after all. "And what are you going to do about it?" I ask daringly. For a moment, nothing happens. We're both breathing in deeply, so close that we could touch if only we leaned in just a little farther. I'm still facing the door, waiting for the moment that I know must be coming. And then, as though by unspoken agreement, we move. I spin around and he steps in, pressing me up against the door with his strong arms, his body melting down the length of mine. I can already feel the lump of his cock in his pants, and I twitch against the physical manifestation of his interest. Then his lips find mine in a searing kiss, and there's no more room for thought. His tongue snakes into my mouth, curling around mine and biting on my lip as he tugs me forward, his hands heavy and powerful on my hips. I'm helpless to do anything but clutch at him, lost in the sensation of his touch. Then, just as abruptly as he kissed me, Zach pulls away. The suddenness of it leaves me reeling, and I pant, trying to catch my breath. Zach's grip is still tight and my chest is pressed up against his, my back lined up with the hard door behind me. There's nowhere for me to go. "Fuck," I pant, leaning my head back. "Fuck, Zach, that's..." "Exactly what you wanted?" Zach asks smoothly. He leans in and nips at my jaw, making me shudder against him. "You've been trying to attract me all week, haven't you?" There's no room to deny it, but I can't even get the words out as I soak in the feeling of Zach pressing kisses and biting lightly down my neck. He hums, taking my silence as agreement. "You've been teasing," he says. His grip tightens. "Do you know how hard it's been to resist you all week? How many times I've wanted to just throw you down on my desk and fuck you?" The image his words produce is both startling and so overwhelmingly powerful that I groan. Shit, yes, the idea of that sounds absolutely amazing. I want that more than anything. Maybe he can feel my wild heart beating at his words because a smirk curls at his lips. It's the first time I've seen anything approaching a smile cross his face, and it makes me pause for a moment, staring. Yet the smirk is not happy. It's a dark promise of what's to come, and a shiver speeds down my spine. I definitely want what he's about to do to me. And with that, my thoughts finally order themselves. I've wanted this for so long now. All I've been able to think about this week is Zach touching me, moving up and down me until I can't see anything but him. I straighten and look him in the eye. I can see his hunger. He wants me just as much as I want him. There's nothing between us but raw lust. I don't know what will happen after this, but I can't find it within myself to care at all. I just want this. "Yeah?" I ask, and the challenge is clear in my voice, making his eyes darken. "What's stopping you, then?" There's a beat as we stare at each other, breathing heavily. My stomach is clenching in anticipation, and I can already feel the moisture between my legs, my body so ready for him that I'm already on the edge. Zach's eyes blaze. His smirk sharpens, and I shudder as he bucks against me, his hard cock pressing against my thigh. I meet his thrust, but it isn't enough. I want more. I want to feel his thick length sliding in and out of me as he fucks me, driving everything else out of my mind. "I'm going to fuck you," Zach says, and his voice is low and rough. "I'm going to fuck you hard, right over my desk." "Yes," I hiss, my arm sliding around his neck. I fiddle with the knot of his tie. "But first, I want to unwrap you. I want to get you out of these clothes." I tug the knot free and toss the tie over his shoulder, not caring that the accessory probably cost more than most of my wardrobe combined. Zach certainly doesn't seem to care. He's already pulling open the buttons on my white blouse, his heated fingers brushing against the skin of my stomach. Feverishly, I rip at his buttons, too. One of them flies off, but neither of us care. The expanse of his smooth chest is revealed to me, and I slide my hands over his naked muscles, feeling every dip and groove. It was hard to tell before, since he always wears a suit, but Zach is incredibly fit. It gives me a thrill to finally be able to touch him, almost like I'm approaching something forbidden. Maybe I am, but I don't care. None of that matters anymore. The only things I care about are that Zach wants me and I want Zach. Everything else can wait until later when I have the proper mental capacity to deal with them. "Fuck, Zach," I breathe, leaning in and pressing a kiss to his shoulder. "How do you stay so fit sitting behind a desk all day?" "I have a private gym at home," Zach replies. His hands push my blouse down my shoulders, and it slides down to the floor. His hands wrap around my hips. "Look at what you've been hiding under your work clothes." As a teenager and young adult, staying fit was always important to me, if only because it meant I attracted more eyes at the clubs I frequented. When I fell pregnant with Ryan and was forced to change everything else in my life, I kept up the habit in what little spare time I had. It's been one way to keep some sort of control over my ever-changing world, and I'm more grateful for that now than I've ever been before. Zach pulls back, and his hands lower to the waist of my skirt, searching for the zipper. Ignoring him for the moment, I push his shirt off as well and grab the buckle of his belt, struggling to undo it while I feel Zach's smooth fingers brushing against my skin. I groan as I feel him pull my skirt loose, and it falls to the floor, puddling around my ankles. I kick off my heels and lean in toward Zach, already feeling the loss of the inch or so that my shoes gave me. Zach gathers me up and I wrap a leg around his thighs, both of us groaning at the feeling. I finally manage to slide his belt free and pull it through the loops, tossing it to the side. I feel exposed and vulnerable, standing there in just my underwear, and I can feel Zach's eyes raking over my body, his gaze heated. Then he steps back, pulling me with him, and dips his head to kiss me once more. It's just as fierce as before. Zach wastes no time dominating the kiss, taking everything he can and sucking my own tongue into his mouth. I almost melt at the feeling, clutching his forearms as I fight to stay upright, barely aware of the way we're shuffling backwards. Then I feel the hard edge of his desk pressing against my hips, and Zach pulls away, sweeping his arm to push everything aside before lifting me so I can sit on the hard surface. He leans in toward me, the sweat on his bare chest glistening in the sun as it slides even lower past his window. "Now I'm going to fuck you," he promises lowly. I press myself against him, my arms winding around his neck. My heart is beating rapidly, and I know there is nowhere I would rather be. I'm looking forward to it.
Chapter 4. Zach. From the moment it started at the beginning of the week, when I noticed the way my eyes were suddenly drawn to the body of my secretary, Anya Russell, I knew something was up. It didn't take too long to understand what was happening either. While she wasn't necessarily dressing provocatively, she was moving her body in a seductive way that was designed to draw my attention. I knew I should be furious. She's my secretary, and I'm her boss. It isn't right for her to behave like that in the workplace. More than once, I contemplated saying something to her. On Wednesday, I even considered firing her before I had to grudgingly admit that she's a damn good secretary, who I can't afford to lose right now. But my anger didn't last very long. Anya was right in front of me, making her intentions plain. She wants to have sex with me. I can work with that. I waited patiently until the end of the week. There was too much to deal with to think about Anya up till that point. Several of my workers are still refusing to accept me as the company's new owner, and I've pinpointed them as some of my father's closest employees, the ones with whom he'd discuss the inner workings of the company. They, like my father, hadn't seen my takeover coming, and now they're left working under a boss that they loathe. No matter, I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to do my job and push this company to the heights that my father could never be bothered to reach for. Too happy to sit back and wait for success to be handed to him on a silver platter. Anya is my reward for patiently waiting out the week. Her body feels and smells so good as I press her up against the door, tasting the salty sweat on her skin and feeling the way she submits to my touch, allowing me to dominate and control every move. If I'd wanted her before this moment, it's got nothing on how much I want her now, my body achingly hard as I wait impatiently for the moment that I can push into her. I pull her away from the door, feeling the way she holds me. The cool air against my bare chest makes me shiver, and my nipples harden. I maneuver Anya toward my desk, her body willing and compliant in my arms, as she gasps and pants, the sounds shooting straight to my already painfully hard cock. Then I push her to the edge, and she blinks as I lift her up, pushing several stacks of paperwork and a tin of pens to the floor. I can have her pick those up later. Right now, the only thing I care about is the woman in front of me and the willing body she's offering. "Now I'm going to fuck you," I promise in a low voice. Her arms slide around my neck. "I'm looking forward to it," she purrs. I know there are no actual feelings between the two of us. Lust is the only connection we have right now, and I have no intention of deepening anything with Anya. I'm just here to fulfill a physical desire for her body. I want her, but it's only because of a need to satisfy my own carnal hunger, and it doesn't look like she's about to complain about it. I trace my fingers down her body, outlining the curves of her hips and fingering the elastic of her panties, breathing in the scent of her heady floral perfume combined with the musky scent of her lust. Anya arches her back, leaning into my touch, groaning as her eyes flutter, completely uncaring how wanton she looks right now. "Fuck, you're so ready for me," I murmur, pushing her knees apart and stepping between her legs. She falls back readily, angling her hips toward me. "I can feel how eager you are." "Just fuck me already," she pants, impatience coloring her tone. "Oh, I plan to," I promise. I reach behind her and flick open the clasp of her bra, tearing it free and throwing it over my shoulder. Her ample breasts spring free of their confines, and her nipples start to harden in the cooler air. Then I grip her panties and tug them down, forcing her to lift her hips so that I can step back and remove those as well. And then she's bare in front of me. Her smooth legs hang over the desk, and they're spread wide in an obvious invitation. Her chest is heaving, making her breasts bounce enticingly. And there's a semi-glazed look in her eyes that speaks volumes about just how turned on she is right now. It gives me a sense of power to know the effect I'm having on this woman. She's leaning back, just waiting for me to make my move, so eager for me to be inside her that her foot is already rubbing up my leg. I can feel the heat of her skin even through the material of my pants. She's just there for the taking. And who am I to refuse such an open invitation? Anya's here. She's made it clear that she wants sex. So this is definitely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Afterwards, we can go back to how it was, with no one the wiser of the indiscretion and no mention of it at all between us. "You're wearing too many clothes still," she purrs, still rubbing her foot seductively up my leg. A light touch that sets my nerves on fire and makes me grip her hips hard enough to bruise. She doesn't seem to care, angling her body towards me instead of trying to pull away. "Are you going to take these off?" I release her hips and grab her hands instead, tugging her towards me until I'm pushing her fingers against the fly of my pants. She brushes against my hard cock, and I inhale sharply. "You take them off," I command in a low voice. One thing I like about Anya, as an employee, she's always quick to follow instructions, no matter what I ask of her. She's swift, capable, and she rarely questions me. And when she does, it's because she has a damn good point. It is easy to see that this is no different during sex. Her eyes light up with desire at the command, and her fingers instantly begin fumbling with the button, almost ripping it off in her haste to obey before dragging the zipper down and pressing the palm of her hand against my cock as she does so. My hips buck towards her, needing more friction, and she grins. Then she tugs the pants down and they pool at my feet. At first, I think she's going to tease me, and I'm already reaching out to stop her because I'm running this show. But instead, she rips my boxers down and my cock bobs free into the open air, hard and leaking and eager. Her eyes are fixed on it, hungry and wanting. The tip of her tongue flicks out, making her lips glisten, and I watch it, heat curling in the pit of my stomach. Everything about Anya's body is sexy. It's why it was so easy to give in to her obvious seduction and take what we both so clearly want. I step in toward her, and she leans back again, ready and waiting, almost trembling in anticipation. As I get closer, she reaches out and grips my shoulders, looking for some sort of anchor. "How much longer are you going to last?" I growl, wrapping my hands around her hips once more. "How badly do you want me?" She groans deeply, a guttural sound that goes straight to my cock.
"So much," she pants. "I need you in me now."
I can feel my stomach tightening. I need to be inside her, too. Trying to control my racing heart, I line myself up against her, my cock hot and throbbing. I meet her eyes, checking for just a brief moment that Anya is ready, and when she nods, I sink in. The feeling of her muscles clenching around me is almost overwhelming. I stop for a split second, trying to control myself before I release right there and then push in again, sliding down, 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 until I'm fully inside. A blazing inferno is surrounding us, and Anya is writhing against me, groaning. "I'm going to fuck you so hard you can't see straight," I growl. I don't wait for an answer. I can't wait any longer. I feel her hands clench around my shoulders as I pull out and slam back into her, her hips barely meeting my thrusts in time. It sets the pace. I push in, her body greedily swallowing my cock and taking it in even further. It's hot and it's rushed, rough and full of lustful passion. Neither of us caring for anything but the feelings that are rushing through us. Her body willingly meets mine, uncaring how rough it is, groaning and panting in pleasure. It makes something entirely different curl in my gut. Because Anya is perfect. She wants what I want. She is so willing and so eager. I push the thoughts out of my mind and lock them up, never to be seen again. This is just sex. It means nothing, nor will it ever mean anything in the future. She came to me wanting sex, and I'm giving it to her because that is also something that I want. From here on, though, Anya is nothing to me other than my secretary. At this thought, I surge forward. I can feel my body tightening, readying itself for the moment when pleasure will finally crash over me. Sweat is dripping down my skin, and all I can hear is the slap of skin and our panting breaths as I shove into her again and again and again. Then finally, a tidal wave of pure pleasure knocks me off my feet, making black spots crowd the edges of my vision. I thrust into Anya once more and shout, only dimly aware of her shuddering as her orgasm hits at the same time. My heart is thundering in my ears, as though I've just run several miles, and I wait for a long moment before it finally starts calming down. I blink the vision back and pull out, sliding my flaccid cock out of Anya. She's leaning on her elbows, her eyes half-lidded, as she sprawls on the edge of my desk, thoroughly satiated. Satisfaction sparks in me. Never let it be said that I don't know how to please a woman. I bend down to pick up my clothes, and Anya blinks, shaking her head before sliding off the desk and picking up her own clothes. For a moment, I think she might try and say something about what just happened, but she only gets dressed silently before making for the door. When she gets there, however, she pauses and turns her head. There's no shame in her gaze, only acceptance and determination. I feel a bit of respect. We essentially just used each other, and she's standing there, unashamed of her actions.
"I'll see you on Monday,"
she says respectfully. Then she's gone. I snort as I pick up my tie. Monday indeed. Chapter 5. Zach. I put Anya out of my mind the moment I left my office, satisfied and uncaring where she went after that. I assume she went home. But it doesn't matter. The only thing I care about is that she treats this afternoon as though it never happened. The weekend passes quickly, and not once do I think about Anya. I had her willing body, and that's all I needed. Anything else is crossing dangerously into the realm of a relationship, and that is not something I'm interested in. A one-off sexual encounter is more than enough for me. I do a good job of not thinking about Anya or caring what she got up to after we had sex, right up until the moment I walk into my office on Monday morning and see her. She's not doing anything provocative. She's back in the clothes she wore pre-seduction. A pale blouse that's buttoned correctly, an A-line skirt, and black stockings that lead down to a pair of black heels. It's regulation clothing, and the only things at all out of place are the curls escaping her bun. But I pause anyway, because she's leaning over her desk, chewing her lip as she sorts through some papers, obviously looking for something. She hasn't seen me yet, so this isn't another too obvious attempt at seducing me, but it's certainly working anyway. My eyes trail the outline of her firm backside, which sways slightly as she hums in thought. Then she straightens and stretches her arms over her head. The action exposes a sliver of skin that grabs the focus of my eyes and tugs them in, leaving me unable to look away until she lowers her arms again. What the fuck is wrong with me? I cough to signify my arrival, and Anya jumps, startled. So, she didn't do any of that on purpose then. She swings around, blinking, then gives me a small smile. It's the same polite smile that she gives me every morning. But instead of making me grunt an inaudible morning at her, it makes my gut curl as I remember the way she leaned on my desk, her legs spread wide.
"Sir," Anya asks, confused, "is everything okay?"
I must have stood there for far too long. Irritated, both at myself for having these thoughts and at her for inspiring them, I scowl heavily at her. "Yes," I snap. "Get last week's reports on my desk as soon as possible." I can almost feel her rolling her eyes at my back as I walk away, as she normally does when she believes that I've snapped at her for no reason. I ignore it as always. What does it matter what face she makes if she still jumps to follow my instructions? Just like she followed my order to take my pants off last week. I slam my office door shut, needing to put a barrier between Anya and myself. But it doesn't help. It just reminds me of pushing Anya up against the closed door and fucking her over my desk, feeling the heat of her skin, and knowing just how eager she was for me. Well, fuck. I managed to go all weekend without having a single damn thought about Anya, and now she's permeating my every thought. It makes me angry. I have work to do. I have no business getting distracted by a sexual encounter that meant nothing to either of us other than physical pleasure. But it's hard to get her long, smooth body out of my head, or the way her eyes darkened as I moved in closer, preparing to drive my cock into her. I take a deep, steadying breath. I know what's happening. Anya isn't the first woman that I've sought no-strings-attached sex with over the years. Normally, though, the woman disappears and I don't have to see her again. With Anya, however, I have no choice but to see her. A constant trigger for all the sordid memories from last week. She's my secretary, and I can't just ask her to leave because I don't want to think about having sex with her. Well, actually, I could. I consider the closed door thoughtfully. The easiest solution to my problem, honestly, would be to just fire Anya. There's no reason why I shouldn't. She made inappropriate advances toward me. That alone would be grounds for dismissal. I scowl and rub my forehead. But I can't do it for two fucking reasons. First, I initiated sex with her. If I wanted to fire her for seducing me, I should have done it before fucking her. Firing her now would make me a hypocrite. And second, I need her right now. When I took this company right from underneath my father, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. It was such a shock takeover that we're still feeling the effects of it, even a year and a half later. And on top of that, I'm starting to find some indications of certain dealings that my father was involved in, dealings that could put both the company and my reputation in danger if they were ever found out. I still don't know exactly what I'm dealing with here, but I know that if I keep investigating, I'm going to unearth something big and horrible. Between that and the employees who still don't want to accept me, I need all hands on deck. Anya has been an asset, not only as my secretary, but as an effective liaison between myself and the rest of the employees. If she wasn't here, I would likely have more problems than I care to admit or deal with alone. I don't like to admit that I rely on her a little, for several things, but I do. So, as much as I might want to, right now, firing Anya isn't an option. I'm just going to have to deal with the memories, and hopefully find a way to push them aside. 3 days later, the memories are stronger than ever. It isn't like Anya is doing anything, which is even more irritating to me. It's her very presence that stirs up the memories, reminding me of what her body looks like beneath her work clothes and just how ready for me she was. To make matters worse, Anya doesn't appear to be affected at all. She goes about her job as usual, gives me the same distant, polite smile that she always has, and follows my instructions to the letter. She brings me my paperwork on time and doesn't forget to forward any important emails that I need to see. How the hell is she so calm about it all? It makes my ire rise, this time out of petty anger. Was sex with me really so forgettable that she could put it out of her mind so easily? All I need is a few more moments alone with her, and I'll show her. I force my thoughts to stop and glare down at my desk, my pen still in the middle of a signature. No, I'm not going to go down that road. I fucked Anya. End of story. We now have to work together and forget all about it. Anya appears to have done so. Now I need to as well. It's not something that will ever happen again because I have no desire to form a deeper emotional connection with Anya or anyone. It was only sex, and not worth all the time I've put into thinking about it. I grip my pen tightly. Tomorrow, when I come into work, I'll greet her as normal and forget about everything. The moment I see Anya the next morning, I remember the deep guttural sound of her groan, and my cock twitches in interest. I slam into my office, not bothering to respond at all to her polite, "Good morning." Fuck this, then. I need Anya to stay as my secretary, and I need her to stay away from me. There's only one thing to do. I push open my office door with another bang. Anya, who has just sat down, looks irritated. And what does she get to look irritated about? And jumps. From now on, all important correspondence will be done through email, I announce, my voice hard and expecting obedience. You are not to enter my office unless I explicitly state it. I half expect Anya to look offended, but she just raises an eyebrow. Fine, she says, shrugging. She really doesn't care. For a moment, I'm almost envious of her blasé attitude. You'll have to come and get your own paperwork, then. She gestures to a neat pile at the edge of her desk, which she has obviously just straightened to bring into me. I scowl darkly at her, not willing to back down, but knowing that she's already hit on the perfect argument. With everything else I have to do, remembering to collect the paperwork will get pushed aside, and then it wouldn't get done. It's Anya bringing me the paperwork at certain times of the day that reminds me to do it. I growl. Fuck. This shouldn't be so hard. Fine, I snap. The only times you are allowed to enter my office are when you make important deliveries, unless I state otherwise. When you do enter my office, you are to be in and out as quickly as possible, and you are not to distract me in any way. I don't wait for an answer. I simply whirl back into my office. I'm furious that I've had to put such a measure in place. How dare my mind betray me like this? I have far more important things to consider right now. I don't need to be constantly thinking about how large and plump Anya's breasts are. I dump myself into my chair and pick up my pen, forcing my fingers to relax before I snap it in half. I have work to do. All my other problems are just going to have to wait. And if these impulses don't go away, well, I can always force Anya to take her vacation time to free myself of her for a few days. I draw in a deep breath and cast Anya out of my mind. Now, to find out exactly what my father was up to during this time as the owner of Gilbert Homes.
Chapter 6. Anya. The door slams shut behind Zach as he stalks back into his office, not even looking at me. My eye twitches in irritation. It has been nearly a week since Zach and I had sex in his office. If part of me had hoped that things would change for the better at least a little bit afterwards, then I was sorely disappointed. If anything, things have gotten worse. Zach barely looks at me. When he does, it's only to snap instructions and scowl at me. It's as though I mortally offended him by participating in a mutual sexual encounter. Well, I don't really give a damn, to be honest. I hadn't expected much from Zach, and at least I got some amazing sex out of it. I just want to do my job peacefully so that I can get paid at the end of the week. Then I can put all my energies into providing love and care for Ryan. I would be lying, however, if I said I didn't feel a little unhappy with how things have turned out. I don't want to have a relationship with Zach, and I definitely didn't assume our working relationship would do a complete 180 afterwards. But it would be nice if Zach gave me a little consideration. Instead, he's treating me like I tried to kill him. I glance at the clock. Only 6 more hours of work to go. I close my eyes briefly. I can do this. It's Friday today, and then I'll have the entire weekend to forget about Zach and his terrible attitude. If this does keep up, though, then I'm not waiting around for Zach to fire me. Even if it means getting paid less, I'll be more than happy to walk away and find another job. About half an hour before I'm due to leave, the office phone rings. Pausing in the middle of the email that I'm typing up, I pick up the receiver and balance it between my shoulder and ear before putting my hands on the keyboard again. The quicker I get my work done, the quicker I can get out of here before Zach starts stomping around again. "You've reached the offices of Gilbert Homes," I say pleasantly. "How may I help you?" "Hello, I'm looking for Anya Russell," the woman on the other line says. My stomach drops. There are only a few reasons anyone would call me at the office during work hours, and none of them are good. "That's me," I say, stamping down my swiftly rising panic. "What can I do for you?" "My name is Yvonne Freeman," the woman explains, and my heart sinks. I know exactly who she is and where she's from. "I'm one of Ryan's carers at North Point Daycare." "Yes, I think we've met once or twice," I say, my mouth dry. "Is Ryan okay?" "He's a little sick," Yvonne says sympathetically. "He was looking a little pale around an hour ago, so we sat him down to read quietly with one of our staff members. But he's just thrown up. He's very agitated and tired." I had thought Ryan looked a little drawn that morning. I almost canceled work, despite the fact that it would likely be just the push Zach's been looking for to fire me. But Ryan insisted that he wanted to go to daycare and see his friends. Seeing how he'd perked up a little, I agreed and dropped him off before coming into work. "Thank you for letting me know," I say, abandoning my work and standing. "I'll come and collect him now." "Thank you," Yvonne says. "We'll see you soon." I drop the receiver back into the cradle and lean down to pick up my bag. What are you doing? I start, almost hitting my head, and look up. I didn't even hear Zach leave his office. He's standing in front of my desk, his arms crossed. Sorry, I have to, I say, shoving my phone into my bag and swinging it onto my shoulder. You haven't finished your work. Zach scowls. Frustration rises in me. Is he really going to stand in my way? I'm aware of that, but I don't have a choice, I say, fighting to stay calm. Regardless, Zach says, speaking over me, I need you to work late tonight. It isn't a question. I stare at him. Normally, he asks, well aware that I might not be able to do it. The demand makes me even more frustrated. It means he's expecting me to stay, even with such late notice, when he knows Fridays are one of the days that I have to pick up Ryan from daycare. I can't, I say, drawing in a deep breath. I'm afraid refusal isn't an option. Zach snaps. I need you tonight, since there is a situation that requires immediate attention. Find a babysitter. I need you here. Any other day, I might have backed down and sent an urgent call out to family and friends to see who could look after Ryan for the night. If Zach is demanding I stay, it means he really does need me and something both important and terrible has happened that we need to fix straight away. But today isn't any other day. Today, I've gotten a call from Ryan's daycare and my son is very sick. He needs me far more than Zach does. And regardless of what happens next, Ryan will always come first in my eyes. I do understand. I try. But tonight isn't a good time. I have to go and pick up my son now. Zach snorts, disbelieving. Or you just don't want to be around me. He sneers, freezing me in place. Are you so angry that I haven't tried to sleep with you again that you'll refuse to do your job? For a moment, I stare, stunned at the accusation. And then anger starts to burn in my chest, slowly spreading throughout the rest of my body. It's been a very long week, with Zach pretending that I'm not better than the dirt under his shoe, trying to deal with the influx of work that has suddenly come in from every department in the company, and looking after Ryan. And now Zach dares to insinuate that I'm the one who is in the wrong here? I slowly turn to face him. A small corner of my mind tells me that I really need to hold my tongue. But I can't. I'm tired, I'm stressed, and I'm angry. You have treated me like dirt all week, you absolute bastard. I snarl, and he leans back a little, startled at the heat of my words. If you have to fucking know, my son is incredibly sick, and the daycare just called me urgently to pick him up because he started vomiting. If you don't believe me, call them yourself to check. I don't care what you need me for. I'm going to pick up my son, who is waiting for me right now. Maybe if you weren't such a jerk, you would have let me explain before insulting me. I breeze past him. He's too stunned to try and stop me, and I don't turn around until I get to the elevator and angrily punch the button for the ground floor. Then I look up. He's turned around to stare at me. For the first time this week, he isn't glaring at me. Instead, there's an odd expression on his face that I can't quite decipher. Then the doors close and the elevator drops downward. Only then does my anger finally drain out of me. I sigh and scrub a hand down my face, grimacing. Well, now I have two things to do tonight. Look after Ryan and wait for the phone call from Zach telling me that I'm fired. I half expected Zach to phone me on the way to the daycare, but he must not have snapped out of it yet. I feel reluctantly amused at the thought of him still standing at my desk, trying to comprehend the harsh words that I threw at him. I wonder when the last time anyone snapped at him like that was. I'm probably the first time in a while. I might have felt proud of that thought if it wasn't for the fact that I'm very likely to lose my job over this. Well, too late for regrets now. I park my car and hurry toward the daycare. I can see a few children playing in the fenced-off yard. I scan them, but Ryan isn't with them, of course. A bell tinkles around the door as I enter, and the woman at the desk looks up. I recognize her as Yvonne, the one who called me. Her face relaxes into a smile at the sight of me. Ms. Russell, it's good to see you, she says. Ryan is sitting quietly in one of the rooms with Jessie. Thank you, I say, following her to the room. Is he doing any better? He's started running a fever as of about 5 minutes ago, Yvonne says, her face twisting into a grimace. The poor boy. He looks absolutely miserable. That became immediately apparent the moment I walk into the room. Ryan is lying against one of the workers, a pretty brunette woman who is reading softly to him. His eyes are closed and his face is stark white against the dark blue of her desk. As soon as I enter, however, his eyes flutter open. Then he sits bolt upright upon seeing me and scrambles to jump off the lounge, dashing toward me. "Mommy!" he shouts. He throws his arms around my knees and I lean down to give him an awkward hug. I can already feel the heat from his forehead. "Oh, Ryan, let's get you home, okay?" I say, smoothing his hair back. "I'll make you some soup, and we can cuddle up on the couch and watch movies." Normally, Ryan would be jumping for joy at the suggestion, but now he only manages a smile and a tighter hug. "I'll sign him out now," I say to Yvonne. I nod to the woman on the couch who was setting the book aside. "Thank you for sitting with him." "No worries," the woman says, smiling. I haul Ryan up into my arms, vaguely noticing that he's been getting bigger and heavier lately. He lays against my shoulder like dead weight, breathing against my neck, and I carry him out to the reception area. "Just sign, and I'll fill out the rest of it," Yvonne says quietly, handing me a pen. "Thanks," I say. I sign my name quickly on the line she points to and step back. Ryan's bag is sitting on a chair, and Yvonne picks it up for me so I can carefully maneuver Ryan enough to grab it. I can hear Ryan's breathing deepening as I leave the center, and he fusses a little as I put him into his car seat before leaning against the side of the seat. I feel his forehead. Still hot. I'm going to have to give him some medicine and keep an eye on him tonight. He's always clingy when he's sick, so he can just sleep in my bed. I grimace. He's going to have plenty of time to be clingy from now on, since I likely don't have a job anymore. There's still no phone call or message from Zach. It's starting to confuse me because what is he waiting for? I've seen him fire employees for far lesser transgressions than I committed barely half an hour ago. Is he drawing it out on purpose? Or is he waiting for me to arrive on Monday so he can fire me in person? No, regardless of what I think of Zach, I don't think he would be that cruel. I hope. I sigh and slide into the driver's seat. A sick kid and the possibility of no job next week. What else can go wrong today?
Chapter 7. Zach. I knew something was wrong the moment I walked out of my office. The obvious signs of it were all there. The way Anya slammed the phone down a little harder than necessary. Her obvious agitation as she stood up. Even the way she jumped when I spoke because, despite how observant she normally is, she hadn't heard me leave my office. I could see the signs. I just didn't care. I stood beside Anya's desk for a long moment after she was gone. Disappeared into the elevator. Part of me feels like I should be furious. How dare she talk to me like that? If it had been anyone else, I would have fired them on the spot. I should just fire her. But I don't move to pick up the phone. A quick call to tell her she didn't need to come in on Monday is all I'd need to do, but I can't bring myself to do it. Because I know that I am the one at fault. I keep replaying it all in my mind. I was so angry when she refused to stay behind that I made a wild accusation that I knew, even as I said it, wasn't right. She hasn't tried to avoid me at all this week. She's been quiet and obedient and brought me my paperwork on time and just done her job. I was the one who demanded that she stay out of my office unless she absolutely couldn't prevent it. I've been the one who has made a point of pretending she isn't there. And I'm the one who hasn't been able to look at her. Too irritated by the way I can't stop thinking about her curvy hips, her long legs, and the way she moved against me. I still think it was a bit much for her to call me a bastard, but she wasn't too far off the mark at that point either. I scowled down at the desk. It's not normally my style to regret or take back anything that I've said or done. As far as I'm concerned, a hard hand is needed to keep everyone in line, to stop the whispers behind my back, and the glares from my father's most loyal employees who think I'm oblivious. I will rule this company with an iron fist and prove that I'm just as, no, more capable than that man. For the first time in a long time, though, I feel the slightest inklings of guilt. Today, I went too far. Not only did I make a wild accusation in my fury, but I tried to make Anya feel bad because she had to leave to take care of her sick son. I racked my mind, thinking back to Anya's interview, the second one that I conducted after I ousted my father. She had let me know that she had a son then, and she had warned me that there were some days that she had to pick him up from daycare, and it might be hard to get a babysitter on late notice. I hired her regardless, because she was the best of the lot, and every day her work ethic proves to me that I didn't make the wrong choice. And I've been careful, too. Ryan? That was the kid's name. He's 4 now. I've never actually met him, nor have I had any desire to meet him. Anya has always been careful to keep her work and her professional life separate, and, in turn, I've given her a lot of leeway when she's refused to stay back late when I asked her to. Or on the rare occasion she has to cancel work because she has no one to look after her son. How could I do anything less? I have a tremendous amount of respect for the way Anya juggles her work and her son. It's clear sometimes just how tired she is, and she thinks I don't notice the quick naps she sneaks in during the day, if only because I pretend not to see. There have been days where she's come in so frazzled that it was obvious something was wrong, but she doesn't complain, and I don't ask. I've never asked. I've never thought I needed to. Why should I care when Greg in accounting is getting married? Does it matter that Louisa in marketing is studying at the moment? How important is it really to know the names of Allison's entire extended family and how often they visit her? I've never been overly concerned with the personal lives of my employees. It seems pointless to engage in foolish frivolities like that, especially when it's more important for my mind to be focused on other things, like the running of my company, trying to figure out just what skeletons my father has left for me to unearth, and running interference with all the employees and clients who aren't happy with the sudden shift of power. I'm in charge, and their stupid little problems can't touch the issues that I have to deal with daily. Yet, I still can't get Anya's words out of my head.
If you have to fucking know, my son is incredibly sick, and the daycare just called me urgently to pick him up because he started vomiting. Maybe if you weren't such a jerk, you would have let me explain.
I know about Anya's son, if only because I have to make allowances for him. I know that he attends daycare and that today is usually one of the days that he is there. I know it's difficult for Anya to find babysitters at short notice. I also know that if I had allowed Anya to explain, when she'd clearly begun to, that conversation might have gone a lot differently. What would I have said? I wonder, as I head back into my office. I really do have incredibly important work to be done, but I can't think about any of that right at the moment. If Anya had straight up told me she was leaving because her son was sick, how would I have replied? The answer comes immediately. I don't care. If I had thought about this even an hour ago, the thought wouldn't have unsettled me. But now it does, because the thought is accompanied by the memory of Anya's flashing eyes and the tight worry in her voice as she spoke about her son's illness. I know certain facts about my employees, such as the name of Anya's son or who Harvey's brother is, but this is the first time any of those names have been accompanied by any sort of strong emotion. Suddenly, Ryan is real to me, which is utterly ridiculous since he's always been real. but seeing the expression on Anya's face really made it hit at home for me. There's a little boy out there who is completely reliant on Anya. The little boy who sometimes can't see his mother if I need her to work late, or has to live in a flurry of daycares and babysitters because Anya's job is so demanding. Part of me was somewhat proud of myself for giving Anya the allowances for Ryan that I did. Now I suddenly feel that it isn't enough. I huff aloud, irritated at myself. This is stupid. What's done is done. Anya had to leave, her son is sick, and I still have a lot of work to do, which I need to concentrate on right now. I look at the paperwork, but I can't bring myself to open it. I still feel guilty. Not because of Ryan, but because of what I said to her. Or you just don't want to be around me? Are you so angry that I haven't tried to sleep with you again that you'll refuse to do your job? There is just something about Anya, I think, Riley, that makes me lose my head a little. Cruel accusations like that are exactly the thing I should be avoiding saying to anyone when I'm trying my hardest to continue my takeover of the company. I can't afford to get sued because of something I said, and I can't afford to lose capable employees before I've managed to settle myself a bit better. The best thing I can do now is to try to patch things up with Anya. On any other occasion, I might have fired her, but I know I started this one. I grimace. That means I have to apologize. It might seem childish to feel frustrated at the concept, but it's been a long time since I've had to apologize to anyone. Normally, I force people to apologize to me instead. It's disgraceful that I, Zach Cooper, the billionaire son of Vincent Cooper and currently the sole owner of Gilbert Homes, would have to debase myself enough to apologize to one of my employees, especially when I started the problem with my own poor behavior. I know it's what I have to do, especially if I want Anya to stay. That doesn't mean I want to do it. And, I think, my grimace deepening, apologizing to her is going to be even harder if I can't rid myself of the memories that flash across my mind every time I so much as glance at her. It's incredibly distracting, leaving my office while thinking some calculations through, seeing her out of the corner of my eye and promptly losing all train of thought. But again, that's my problem, not hers. I need to kick those memories away. While my body does seem interested in a repeat performance, it's not something that can happen again. We both let off some steam and we had some fantastic sex, but that's as far as it goes now. At the end of the day, she's my employee, and it isn't right for me to have a dalliance with one of my employees. It's not the best way to earn their respect. And I just need to remind myself, constantly, that Anya is managing to put it out of her mind. She hasn't acted any differently toward me since we had sex. As much as I hate to admit it, she's been far more professional than I have. Though, if I'm honest, that's part of the reason I've been so angry. I sit heavily down in my desk chair and take my hand through my hair. As far as Anya seems to be concerned, we never even had sex, and she's just gone about her day as usual. Whereas I can't stop thinking about it. It's irritating that her beautiful, responsive body is constantly on my mind, yet she doesn't seem to notice at all. It hurts my pride a little that sex with me seems to be so forgettable to her. I shake my head, annoyed at myself, and pick up my pen, determined to push this out of my mind for now. I'll give her a few days to simmer down. She's probably, rightfully, furious at me. If I present myself to her now, she'll probably quit on the spot. So, while she's still employed for now, I can afford to give us both some breathing room. After a few days, she will have hopefully calmed down a little. Monday, I decide. I'll apologize to her on Monday, when she comes into work.
Chapter 8. Anya. On Monday morning, I have no idea what to do. I never heard from Zach about the termination of my employment, and I have no desire to go into work only to be told to pack my things as soon as I get there. The best option, I decide as I wait for the kettle to boil, is to simply not go to work. It's not the best option. After all, I can't avoid Zach forever. Eventually, I'm going to have to go into the office to pack up my things, but at least this way I'm doing it on my own terms, not Zach's. That's important to me because I'm tired of being jerked around by that man. If I've lost my job anyway, then I have no desire to go there just so he can have the satisfaction of firing me in person. Ryan, at least, seems to be relishing the fact that I'm not rushing around to get ready for work for once. He's playing with his toast, ripping it into shapes, and I don't have the heart to scold him for it right now. I don't know how to tell him that our entire world is going to change now that I no longer have a job. I don't know how long it will take me to get another job, but I also know that no other company is going to offer me the same sort of money that Zach has given me. If I'm going to miss anything about Gilbert Homes, it's definitely going to be the amazing package I got when I first started working there. And yeah, maybe I'll miss Zach's incredibly good looks. His attitude, not so much, but I'll definitely miss seeing his sculptured features every day.
"Mommy, look,"
Ryan says proudly.
"It's a bear."
I look over the misshapen, unidentifiable shape in the bread and smile. "Very good, honey," I say. Then distractedly I add, "Don't play with your food." He doesn't listen. It doesn't surprise me because I was hardly firm. I glance at the clock. It's already 8:30. It's around this time that Katrina would be arriving so that I can rush out the door. But today I'm still in my pajamas. I'd considered messaging Katrina and telling her that she didn't need to come today. After all, I'll be home. But then I changed my mind. While Katrina is here, I can use today to canvass for other jobs. I'll just take a well-deserved lazy morning, then head out in the afternoon. As if my thoughts summoned her, the buzzer rang. I cross to the intercom and press the button. "Hello?" I say.
"Hi, Anya,"
Katrina says, sounding a little out of breath.
"Sorry I'm late this morning."
"Don't worry about it," I tell her. Of all the mornings for her to be late, this one was definitely perfect. "Come on up." I press the button to give her access to the building and head back to the kitchen. Ryan's toast no longer looks like toast. I sigh. Not only am I going to have to clean that up, but he's going to complain about being hungry in about an hour since he didn't eat it. There's a knock at the door, and I open it to see Katrina looking flushed. She pauses, however, on seeing how I'm dressed.
"Are you sick?"
she asks, eyes wide. "No," I tell her, stepping back to allow her inside. "I got fired."
"What?"
Katrina gasps. "Well, I'm pretty sure I am," I amend. I told my boss off on Friday when he tried to refuse to allow me to pick up Ryan when he was sick, so there's probably no point in going to work.
"Oh no,"
Katrina says, her face twisting in a grimace.
"That's awful. I can go if you want."
"No, it's fine," I assure her. "I'm thinking I'll go look for another job today, so it would be great to have you here." Katrina smiles.
"No worries,"
she beams.
"I'll start by cleaning Ryan up. You just relax, Anya."
That sounds absolutely perfect, if I'm honest. I don't have a lot of moments to just sit back and relax. Curling up in bed with a book for an hour or so is my aim for the morning. Of course, it's at that moment that my phone rings.
"Who is it?"
Katrina asks curiously as I look at the screen and groan. "Zach," I sigh. I debate just ignoring it, but he'll simply get even more infuriated if I do that. At least now I can get officially fired if I can make him tell me over the phone. "Hello?" I say bluntly when I pick up. "Where are you?" Zach demands, not even bothering with a greeting. "Home," I say, my answer short. There's silence for a moment. "Why?" Zach asks. He sounds irritated, but there's also some genuine bewilderment in his tone, as though he doesn't understand my answer. Because if you're going to fire me anyway, I don't want to get all the way there and have to turn back around, I say, exasperated that he made me say it. There's another, longer pause. Who said anything about firing you? Zach finally asks blankly. I frown. I assumed after the way I spoke to you on Friday, that was what would happen, I say. I feel cautiously hopeful. Maybe I didn't lose my job after all. Zach might be a complete bastard, but I'm not going to lie. I really can't afford to lose my job right now. Don't make assumptions, Zach snaps. I have no intention of firing you. Now get to work. I'm expecting you. I blink, shocked. No mention of what happened on Friday, not even a reprimand. It seems too good to be true. I'm definitely not going to get there and you'll fire me on the spot? I ask, needing to double-check. No, I'm not, he says, annoyed. I'll be about half an hour, I say. I didn't get ready for work. Make it quick, he snaps. Then he hangs up and I listen to the dial tone for a moment, trying to figure out what just happened. So, despite all odds, I appear to still have my job. In all honesty, I really don't understand why. I've seen Zach fire people for far less in the past. It doesn't make sense that he would choose to ignore how I spoke to him. Unless he's planning on making my life a living hell in retribution. I think about this for a moment, then shrug. If that's the case, I'll just wait it out and look for another job so I can tender my official resignation with Zach. If nothing else, going back to work means that I don't have to worry about money. You're going to work? Katrina guesses. I'm going to work, I say. I don't know why yet, but Zach just demanded that I come in. He also told me that he's not firing me. Weird, Katrina says with a frown. Well, you better go get ready. Right. Thanks, Katrina, I say. I don't have long. Thankfully, I've already showered, but that still leaves the ordeal of putting on makeup and getting dressed. I rush through the process, trying to tease my curls into some semblance of neatness, but they're being particularly stubborn this morning. Eventually, I just leave my hair down, brushing curls out of my face and hoping I don't look too ragged. I get ready in record time, and before I know it, I'm dashing out of my room, putting my shoes on as I go, and clutching my bag. Do I look okay? I ask Katrina as she cleans the table where Ryan was sitting. Both Katrina and Ryan look up. You look beautiful, Mommy, Ryan tells me. You look lovely, Katrina says, smiling. You really should leave your hair down more often. No, I really shouldn't, I say, grimacing as I run a hand through it. It'll get frizzier as the day goes on, just wait and see. Katrina laughs. I better go, I continue. I cross the room and drop a kiss on Ryan's cheek. Thanks, Katrina. I should be home at the normal time, but I'll let you know if I won't be. If you have to stay late, then it's okay, Katrina tells me. My night is free. That's actually very helpful, since I half expect Zach to demand that I stay late tonight to make up for Friday. I'll keep in contact, I promise. Then I'm out the door. I still don't know what's waiting for me when I get to the office, but I do know that I shouldn't keep Zach waiting for long. I get some raised eyebrows as I rush in, obviously and unusually late, but no one tries to stop me as I rush for the elevator. It seems to move too slowly, and I jiggle my foot on the spot, frustrated by how slow it's going and very conscious of the time. Finally, it deposits me on the top floor, and I step out. I freeze. Zach is lounging in the waiting chair in front of my desk. He looks up as I step out of the elevator. He looks like he belongs in a magazine, draped over the chair like that, and I force my mind to stop thinking about sex with him. I wait for him to say something, but he doesn't. His eyes, I suddenly notice, are on my hair, and I flatten it self-consciously. He blinks then and meets my eyes. You made it, Zach says, rising gracefully. We have a lot of work to do today, but we also need to talk about Friday. Here we go. I knew I couldn't get out of it without him saying something. I should be grateful that he's just taking a moment in the morning and that I still have my job. Friday afternoon shouldn't have happened, Zach says. Funny, his voice is oddly quiet and he isn't glaring at me like he normally does when he's lecturing me. As such, I would like to apologize for the terrible accusations that I threw at you. For a moment, I'm not sure I heard him right. Thank you, I say, bewildered. And I'm sorry about how I spoke to you. Zach gives a short nod. Very well, we'll put this behind us, he says, heading for his office. And make sure there isn't a recurrence. Then he's gone, leaving me to stare after him. In all the time I've known Zach, I've never heard him apologize to anyone before. Part of me is still certain that I'm dreaming this. I was fully aware that Friday was at least partly Zach's fault, though my reaction was definitely mine. I didn't expect him to acknowledge that, though, and I definitely didn't expect an apology. Is this why I haven't been fired? I feel a little odd. Zach is focused and driven, but he can also be blunt, inhospitable, and a complete jerk, most of the time. Yet, I can't help but smile slightly as I head to my desk. It's nice to have proof that he does have a heart after all. My smile widens. The other employees are never going to believe this happened. Chapter 9. Anya. Something has changed. It isn't immediately obvious, if I'm honest, but 2 weeks later I know that something is up. I just can't decide whether it's good or bad. Zach's office door opens and he steps out. I can already see him gearing up to ask lots of pointed questions, which will end up with him storming off when he realizes that I can't meet his simply impossible standards. Then he pauses. Where are we up to? He asks. I'm just sending an email to a client, and then I'll be sorting through this paperwork, I say, gesturing towards the pile of papers sitting on my desk. Normally, this would be where Zach would snap at me or make some sort of disparaging comment about my lacking work ethic, since I haven't finished sorting out the paperwork yet. Very well. Bring them through once you're done, Zach says with a short nod. Then he's gone. Disappeared back into his office. I squint at the closed door. Does Zach have a much nicer twin brother? I shake my head at my own foolishness. For whatever reason, Zach has decided to curb his attitude recently, and I can't say I'm unhappy with the change. Without Zach barking at me every hour or so, demanding that every part of my work be 100% perfect before I even think about handing it to him, work has been a lot more pleasant. I've even found myself relaxing as I work at my desk, humming quietly to myself without worrying about being yelled at. I would like to know what caused the change, of course. Zach has been like this ever since he apologized to me. He's also, thankfully, stopped avoiding me, which has made my job much, much easier. On top of that, I'm not as cautious about asking questions as I used to be. Before, if I was forced to ask Zach something, he would berate me for not already knowing the answer. Now, he just grunts at me and tells me what I need to know. Definitely a vast improvement. I should leave it alone. If Zach has, for whatever reason, decided to adjust how he treats people, it will definitely make everything better for my fellow employees and me. But I can't help but be curious, and just a little frustrated that I can't think of one single thing that could have prompted this sudden change in Zach. And I know I'm being nosy because this has absolutely nothing to do with me. But I really, really want to know. I imagine going up to Zach and asking him, point blank, why he's suddenly being nicer to everyone. I snort at the thought and lean back in my chair. At best, he would glare at me. At worst, he'd be embarrassed and go back to treating everyone coldly. Yeah, it's probably better not to say anything to him. That doesn't mean I can't tell someone. He's actually saying please and thank you, I say, trying to ignore the slight whine in my voice. I cup my hands around my warm coffee. I just don't know why everything has changed. I can't figure it out. Jason Russell, my older brother, sits across from me in the small cafe with his own coffee and snorts, rolling his eyes at me. You sound like you want things to go back to the way they were before, he points out. I thought this was better for you. It is, I say, hastily, huffing. I just want to know what's going on. Is it going to stay like this? Will Zach decide he's had enough of being nice? If I know why he's changed, I can figure out how long it's probably going to last. If I were you, I'd be more concerned with why Zach was avoiding you for a week. Jason reminds me. I carefully school my expression. There are just a few things that I shouldn't tell my brother, and seducing my boss so we could have a wild, passionate one-night stand is one of them. He isn't anymore, so I don't care, I say, sidestepping the probing comment. It just gave me a week of peace. This is still peace, just a different sort. Jason laughs, not pressing any further. He likely suspects that I do know why Zach avoided me, but is content to allow me to keep my secret. Jason and I are twins, though he was born half an hour before me and was thus forever dubbed the older sibling. Now, however, Jason is the only family I have after a car crash left us orphaned, when we were 18 and only just starting to move into the adult world. The event pushed us down vastly different paths. I lost myself in drinking and clubbing until I fell pregnant with Ryan, and Jason threw himself into his college studies until he almost broke down from burnout. Things are different now, though. We held each other up through the storm, and now we've both come out of it better. I have Ryan and a steady job. Jason is a top-notch surgeon with a fiancé of his own and the godfather of my son. Despite how rough things were for a while, we're now both very happy with where we are and as close to one another as ever, with very few secrets from each other. Apart from the ones about wild, passionate one-night stands, of course. So tell me, what's actually the problem? Jason says, leaning back in his chair. What? I ask, startled. You don't normally get worked up about something so small, Jason points out. With how you've complained about the guy nonstop since you started working there, I would have thought you'd be happy he's trying to change his attitude. I am, I say defensively. You don't sound it, Jason says easily. So, what's going on? The question flusters me because I'm not sure what the answer is, and I know that Jason is right. It is unusual for me to be fixating on something like this. I really should just be glad things are better. Claiming that I just want to see how long the change will last is actually a pretty weak excuse. I run a hand through my hair, agitated, grimacing as my fingers get tangled in the curls. I don't know, I confess. Jason studies me for a moment. Do you like him? He asks bluntly. My jaw drops. What? I exclaim so loudly that a few people turn to look. I slump in my seat and glare at my brother, who's cackling. Seriously, Jason, are you still in middle school? No, but the question still stands, so answer. He grins. I roll my eyes at him, exasperated. Jason might be older than me, but he can be so juvenile sometimes. No, I say flatly. He might be good-looking, but he's an arrogant jerk who likes to flaunt his power and doesn't hesitate to bring his employees to tears. I don't like him. No one does. Then why have you stayed so long? Jason asks. The money is good, I say. I've told you that. Yes, Jason says slowly. But you've also told me that you've been saving quite a bit of money each week and that you'd easily be able to live off a lower salary if you wanted to. In fact, you've told me numerous times that you were thinking of quitting. He pins me with a hard stare. So why haven't you? Jason isn't wrong. I don't need to work for Zach. While there's likely no one else who will pay me the same salary he does, I'm qualified and experienced enough that I could easily walk into another job with good pay. There isn't really any good reason to stay in a job where my boss regularly berates me for not doing the job to his impossible standards. Except one. I like the challenge, I say, looking away. Challenge? Jason asks, frowning. Trying to meet Zach's standards. It's a challenge. I huff, feeling oddly embarrassed as I explain. I'm determined that one day he's going to look and say, "Good job, no criticism at all." But I rack my mind, trying to figure out how to explain this. With Zach's attitude changing, he might praise me without even meaning it, and I'll never know if he's just doing it because he's trying to be nice. Jason stares at me. I study the table, a flush crawling up my cheeks. Weirdo. Jason finally says, "Hey," I snap, looking up with a scowl. "You have no right to call me that, loser." Jason grins at me. We've been calling each other weirdo and loser since we were young. No one else understands the affection in the nicknames. Our parents were absolutely horrified when we started using them. This time, however, I get the feeling Jason didn't just mean it as a nickname. Yeah, Jason says. He smiles. Yeah, it's a bit strange, Anya. But if that's what makes you happy, then I say go for it. Also, I don't think you need to worry. Your boss doesn't sound like the type to just give out praise when he doesn't mean it, no matter how nice he's being. Oddly, I find myself relaxing at his words. He's right. No matter how Zach is acting now, he's still Zach, and he still has impossibly high standards that I'm determined to reach someday. Even if he does decide to hand out half-hearted praise, I'll definitely know the difference. So I'll just aim for that genuine good job I've been striving for since I started. I'm not going to just run and hide because Zach offered me a few criticisms. I'll stick it through and keep improving as much as possible. Sounds good, Jason says with a grin when I say this aloud. See, I knew you'd figure it out. He pauses. Just be careful around this guy. I don't know what he's like around women, but he doesn't seem like the relationship type, so it's probably best not to go there. Of course, I say with a smile that hides my flinch. Still, no matter how bad a choice it might have been and how much stress it caused me afterward, it really was damn good sex. Anyway, just try and ignore him and do your job, Jason advises. That's all you can really do. At least he's mindful of the fact that you have Ryan. Yeah, he's been pretty good about that, I say with a nod. Surprisingly, I thought he'd ask me to stay back more because something is definitely going on, but he hasn't, which means when he does eventually ask, it'll be super important. Well, if you need me, just call, Jason says, day or night. And if I'm not at work, Christine and I can look after Ryan for you. I smile, touched at the offer. It definitely does take a bit of a load off to know that I have so many people prepared to care for Ryan if I have to go into work suddenly or need to stay back late. Then my smile turns mischievous and I lean forward. Speaking of Christine, you guys set a date yet? I tease, well aware that they haven't. Neither of them can seem to agree on what time of the year to get married. Jason groans and immaturely sticks his tongue out at me. I laugh and take a sip of my coffee. Regardless of my worries, spending time with my brother will always be the highlight of my day.
Chapter 10. Zach. I would like to deny that anything has changed, disgruntled by my own musings that something wasn't quite right about my distance from my employees and how little I knew about them. I've made an effort to curb my frustration when they don't meet my incredibly high standards and offer advice when asked. It isn't a huge attitude change, but it's enough to be noticeable. If it doesn't work, I can just go back to the way things were and pretend it never happened. I would have satisfied my annoying conscience, and no one would be the wiser as to why a change ever occurred in the first place. Except, things did change. I don't want to say that they did. I don't want to say that being more open with my employees has made everything run much smoother, and that their work ethic has improved slowly now that I've made myself available, to advise rather than to criticize. And I definitely don't want to say that I'm starting to appreciate, just a little, the hard work my employees have obviously put into each report. even if it isn't as perfect as I want it to be. I push myself away from my desk with a scowl. This is all Anya's fault. Fucking Anya. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be having any of these thoughts at all. I came into this company intending on wresting power from the tight grip of my father, and I did that, only I found that I needed to keep that power lest I wanted him to steal it back from me. The way to do that, I knew, was to be more powerful than him, to prove that there's no one who could stand up to me, and to shoot down anyone who might try and oust me. I thought no one could. I thought I'd succeeded in cementing my authority. Then Anya snapped at me, called me a bastard, and stormed out of the office before being dismissed. I still can't quite understand how it all happened. Not really. I know I was out of line. I threw accusations that I never should have. But her outright defiance was both concerning and oddly fascinating. I can't remember the last time someone dared to speak to me like that. I don't think anyone has ever dared speak to me like that. Afterwards, I tried to figure out whether there were signs that Anya's feelings for me weren't the same as the awed trepidation that everyone else felt. Almost immediately, I hit upon the perfect example. She wouldn't have dared to try and seduce me if she hadn't felt even the slightest bit of fear towards me. It might be somewhat childish, but I feel a little put out by this. I've made my throne on controlling others through the fear they have of the power I wield over them, power that I've known I had since I was a child. At a young age, power was all I had left when I was forced to realize that there were very few people in my life who genuinely cared for me rather than the money I would one day wield. Only my mother and father's brother were my true companions. These days, with my uncle over in Europe busy with his own business ventures, I only have my mother for genuine company. No one else in the world was allowed to be close to me. Everyone else lost the right a long time ago. And I feel no shame in reminding all the fools who flock to my power and prestige like insects to the light, just where they stand, beneath me. In return, they simper and offer me their services until they're forced to flee before my might, unable to handle my demands any longer. I have no use for those sorts of people. I want those who will rise to the challenge, who will do their best and continue doing their best. I realize slowly, more people like Anya. I glance at the open office door. I can see her moving around the office, making a cup of tea while sorting files for me. Anya Russell, as much as I hate to admit it, is an enigma, and I can't quite figure her out. She's a single mother to a small boy, and juggles her life around both him and her work without batting an eye. She takes every single bit of criticism I give her, and, when she presents her work to me next, it has inched closer along the road to that impossible perfection I demand, a challenge in her eyes daring me to find a fault this time. She has never complained about the workload, has always been distantly polite and professional, besides her overt seduction the other week, and I've even heard her run interference between myself and the other employees. Part of me is curious about what exactly it will take to finally break her. The rest of me doesn't want to know, because then I'll lose the best secretary I've ever had. I shake my head. Anya Russell has spent far too much time in my head recently. I need to get her out if I have any hope of completing my work. Before I know it, afternoon slips past me. I hear the obvious sounds of Anya getting ready to leave, but I don't look up, frowning heavily down at the document before me. Something is wrong. I just can't put my finger on what exactly it is. I know, of course, that there's a lot about Gilbert Holmes that I don't know. A lot that I don't want to know, even though I have to if I'm ever to take full control. I've long since suspected that my father was involved in some shady business, and I'm starting to worry that that business flowed over into this company. The last thing I need is my father's dirty money soiling everything I'm trying to do here, although it would explain why my father's loyal followers, all of them so staunchly against everything I try and do, have actually stayed. Part of me wants to fire them, but I'm petty enough to not want to award them the incredibly high severance packages my father granted them, almost as though he knew I would one day attempt to usurp him. Though, if there is something shady going on here, it will be easy enough to get rid of them by getting the police involved. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and my thoughts stall. Irritated, I look up to see Anya at the door, her face creased in something that looks strangely like concern.
"I'm about to leave,"
she says, which is odd because we don't normally bother with farewells.
"Are you leaving, too?"
I give her an incredulous look. I can't even remember the last time I left on time, but she's still looking at me, clearly expecting an answer, and I don't know whether to be impressed by her daring or angry at the stupid question. Angry. I choose to be angry. "What does it look like?" I snap. "I have enough work here to build a mountain. I'm not leaving anytime soon." There's a final note in my voice warning her to leave now. I don't have the patience to deal with her or anyone else right now. Anya most especially, since she has this annoying habit of wriggling into my mind and staying there. I can't afford to think about her right at this moment. There's too much going on. To her credit, though, she doesn't back down from my glare. She simply gives me a hard stare right back and puts her hands on her hips. My eyes automatically follow the movement, and I rip my attention away before my mind can remind me how it felt to grip those hips so tightly as I plowed into her. Fuck it. I just can't catch a break.
"You've stayed late every day this week," she says fiercely. "On top of that, you're always here, no matter how early I arrive at the office. You need to rest."
Logically, what she's saying makes sense. I know very well that I'm not going to get too much further if I don't eventually rest. A clear mind might even help me solve my current dilemma with some odd numbers in the financial reports over the last few years. But I don't want rest. I want to figure this out as soon as possible. I only have so long before my father makes his move, and I want to be ready for it. I need a weapon, or I won't get anywhere at all. The thought just makes me angrier. "Who are you to tell me what to do?" I snarl. I'm tired, I'm overworked, and I'm frustrated. If Anya would just leave me in peace, I could figure this out. "Leave! Now!" She wavers slightly, looking shocked. I've never actually raised my voice at her in such a way before. Annoyance flashes across her face before it's replaced by concern, and I hate seeing it. I don't need her pity. I need her to leave me alone so I can do what I have to. "Look," she starts. I can't work out whether she's brave or stupid. I stand abruptly and she takes a step back, flinching despite herself. "Leave," I say dangerously. We stand like that for a moment, staring at each other, waiting for someone to give up first. I can see on her face that she wants to step away, but for some reason, something is holding her in place. I glare fiercely at her. I need her to leave. Then, finally, her shoulders slump. I'm entirely certain that I've won. Then... "Do you need me to stay back and help with anything?" she offers. The question shakes me out of my fury. I stare at her, barely able to comprehend what she's offering. She's asking to stay back and help me. No one ever does that. "No," I say slowly. "There's very little you can help with, as my current work deals with the financial records that my father left behind."
"Your father?"
Anya asks curiously.
"He interviewed me the first time, before you took over. It all happened so suddenly."
I scowl down at my desk. "My father is a sorry excuse for a businessman who squandered all his money in laundering..." I snap my mouth shut abruptly, suddenly realizing what I'm about to say. I stare at Anya, shocked at how easily a truth that I've been both hiding and trying to dig deeper into almost spilled from my mouth, just because Anya asked a question. "Leave," I say. Anya blinks, taken aback.
"What?"
she asks blankly, shocked at the sudden turn. I turn away abruptly. "I don't need your help," I snap. "And this part of my work is none of your damn business anyway. So stick your nose somewhere else. Get out of my sight." I hear nothing for a long moment, and I refuse to turn around to see the look on her face. After a moment, however, I hear footsteps. I count slowly to 10 and then turn around. Anya is gone, exactly as I wanted it. I shake all thoughts of her from my mind. However, it's far harder to forget just how badly I wanted to tell her everything. Chapter 11. Zach. It's weakness. It has to be. Weakness that makes me think of her, day and night, no matter what I'm already doing. Weakness that makes me want to talk to her and spill my secrets. Weakness that makes me want to call her back and accept her help so that this gets done so much faster. Anya Russell, it appears, has made me weak. There's just something about Anya that makes me want to say what's on my mind. This isn't the only time I've noticed it, either. Normally, it isn't an issue. I've noticed, of course, that I'm more open with her, but that only means I'm more likely to say what's on my mind when Anya is around. This was different. This was a secret that I've held on to for a very long time. A secret I'm not sure even I know everything about, almost spilling out into the air between us. No. More than that, I wanted to tell her about my father. I don't know if I've ever spoken much about Vincent Cooper with anyone. My mother and I rarely speak about him. Even though she's still married to the bastard, she never really sees him and is happier for it. I think she suspects, too, what I've been investigating. But she's been content to let me do my thing and pretend she knows nothing. Maybe I would have spoken to Uncle Jeffrey about his brother if he was still in the country. But he isn't. So the point is moot, because I'll never know. Regardless, Anya is the last person I had expected to want to speak to about any of this. She's just my secretary. She's been getting on my nerves because I just can't stop thinking about the sex we had. On top of that, she's defiant and unruly, and thinks nothing about saying exactly what's on her mind in an attempt to put me in place. A small corner of my mind whispers that maybe this is why I want to talk to her. She's one of the few people in this world that I could perhaps trust to listen to me and understand what I'm saying, instead of focusing on the dollar signs most tend to see when they look at me. I could tell her about my father and she would hear it all. Maybe she would even offer to help again. I really hate how much I like that idea. My phone rings. I'm in such a poor mood by now that I snatch it out of the cradle. "What?" I spit into it, not caring who it might be. My phone is only used by people in the building as they transfer calls to me anyway. No one outside this company has the number to my office phone, which is just the way I like it. I hear a frightened huff of breath down the line.
Says the shaky voice of one of my receptionists downstairs. She's the young one, I think. I can't remember her name. Janine? Jasmine? Jamie? Something starting with J. Not that I care.
There's someone asking to speak to you, sir?
"Tell them I'm busy," I snap, and slam the phone down. I don't care if it's rude. I don't care if I lose a potential client. There won't be any potential clients if I don't get all of this paperwork sorted out soon. If the problem is as big as I think it might be, the entire company is at the risk of closure. But I don't intend to let it get to that point. By the time the next morning comes around, my temper has not abated, In fact, it has only grown since I found no solid leads last night. I barely caught 3 hours of sleep, and I'm not looking forward to trolling through large piles of paperwork once more. I'm also not looking forward to seeing Anya after yesterday. At some point over the night, I managed to convince myself that Anya is at fault for my recent desire to spill all my secrets. If she wasn't around, then none of this would matter. I would still be in complete control of my body and thoughts, exactly how it should be. As such, stepping into the office that morning to see Anya waiting idly for the kettle to boil in the little kitchenette, not paying attention to her surroundings, is when I finally snap. I don't know what's possessing me. Before I know it, I'm striding across the room, my steps heavy, my shoulders tense. She turns to look at me, a polite smile on her face that fades the moment she sees the look on my face. I feel like a predator stalking his prey, and Anya leans back slightly, though too late, already backed into a corner. I can't stop thinking about Anya. Her soft skin haunts my dreams. For whatever reason, sex with her once wasn't enough. I need to get her out of my head. So, in my tired, frustrated, angry state, I decide that having sex with her again will fix everything. I reach out for Anya and grip her shoulders, dragging her in. Her body moves willingly toward mine, putty in my hands. And I remember how much I loved this last time, as Anya lay spread on my desk, openly inviting me to take advantage. This time is different. There was no seduction as a prelude. I don't even know if Anya is interested in sex with me again. 3 days ago, I would have said that I wasn't interested in sex again, despite how many memories from last time were still permeating my mind. This is 3 days later, however, and things are different now. I need the release. Anya seduced me because she needed that release too. Now it's time to return the favor. I tug Anya into a hard kiss, already plunging my tongue into her mouth and forcing her jaw to open as we kiss. My hands on her shoulders tightening in an almost bruising grip. I'm certain I've crossed a line here. Is this assault? She's not pushing me away or acting like she hates this, but that certainly doesn't give me the right to just kiss her like this. Then, astonishingly, Anya's arms widen around me and she pulls me as close as she can, kissing me back. The shock of her actions knocks me out of my stupor, and I reel back to stare at her. I've always taken what I've wanted, no matter who owns it or what anyone else thinks. Having Anya in my arms is what I wanted. But apparently Anya wants it too, if the way she's wriggling against me is any indication, making my dick tighten in my pants. I pull away. Words are bursting at my lips. My father could be a criminal, I say. I don't know why I'm telling her. I'm afraid he may have used this business as a front for money laundering and drug smuggling. There. I've said it. I watch her expression closely. Shock flits across her face briefly before she nods solemnly, understanding what I'm saying.
If you need anything, please ask, she says simply.
This is why I like Anya, why she is still my secretary. She's down to earth, finds it hard to keep secrets, and never reacts in the way I expect her to. And right now, I want her more than anything. I crowd in against her, pushing her back toward the countertop, and her body moves with me. Part of me still feels like I'm taking advantage because I didn't ask her if she wants this, but I can't stop touching her now that she's in my arms once again. Besides, if she wanted to, she could push me away and I would back off. The fact that she's pulling me closer instead says that I'm not the only one going wild for the feel of skin again. Anya's arms wind around my neck, her fingers playing with the hairs at the back of my neck, and a shiver runs down the length of my body. My heart is already pounding in anticipation, just waiting for what will happen next. But against what I want, I force myself to still, preventing my hands from wandering any further. Anya's complete willingness to respond physically aside, I didn't give her any indication before that I was about to jump her. I need to know that she wants this too, before I even think about taking it a single step further. "Wait," I say. She pauses, confusion briefly flickering across her face.
"What?"
she asks. She narrows her eyes.
"Do you want to stop?"
I want to shout, "No, of course not," but I won't. "I don't want you claiming I took advantage of you later," I say instead. It's not the full truth, and I know it, but it's the only version of the truth that I'm willing to air in front of anyone else at this stage. To my surprise, however, a small smile curves at Anya's lips, and she presses her body against mine, her lips slightly parted so that she breathes lightly against my lips, making them tingle. Her gaze is softened.
"Don't worry," she says,
and there's a slight purr in her voice.
"You can take advantage of me whenever you want, and I'll never complain."
Lust rushes through me in a violent wave. Blood flows to my cock, making it twitch as it hardens in my pants. And my grip on her shoulders involuntarily tightens. There aren't many ways I can respond to a statement like that, but I don't waste too much time thinking about it. I know what to do now. If Anya wants me to take what I want whenever I want, when it comes to her, well then, I'm going to do just that. A growl rumbles in my throat, and I kiss her hungrily. She moans, and the sound makes heat blaze within me, my temperature soaring so high that I'm almost surprised I haven't combusted. And Anya writhing against me like this certainly doesn't help. It just makes me wild with need, wanting to throw her down and take and take and take, until there's nothing left for either of us to find. It doesn't help that Anya seems perfectly willing to allow this to happen if I so desire. The thought crosses, in the back of my mind, that someone could walk into this office at any moment. In our lust, we'd likely not even hear the elevator doors opening. Somehow that thought makes this even more thrilling. A relationship, physical or otherwise, between Anya and I wouldn't be banned, but it would certainly be frowned upon. With the tenuous grip I already have on the company, I really shouldn't be taking a risk like this. But how can I not when Anya moves so perfectly against me? Her ankle hooks around my neck, and I dig my fingers into her hips, making her arch her back. It's all so hot and heavy, and we've barely touched yet.
"God, I want you so bad,"
Anya gasps as we separate. She's taken the words right out of my mouth. The desire I feel for her is astronomical, and, in ordinary circumstances, it might even be a little worrying. But these aren't ordinary circumstances. This is me and Anya, and the heat and desire that currently surround us. There isn't room for anything else between our tightly pressed bodies. I grip her tighter and lean down to growl in her ear. Then let me show you just how much I want you.
Chapter 12. Anya. Zach's words are a promise that I can definitely get behind, I think, as I shudder at his words, momentarily feeling faint as I consider just what he could do to me while I am at his mercy. It's a rush to be in his arms, knowing that he's taking control, but that I still have so much of an effect on him. And it's even more heady to know that I've pushed him to his actions today, that his desire for me finally won out his common sense, pushing him to corner me and take what he wanted. My body is available to him, the memory of our last sexual encounter still in my mind. He might be dominating me physically, but we both know that I'm the one who's been in control till this point. I'm reacting to his touch as though I expected all along that someone like this would happen again, which definitely isn't true. As far as I was concerned, having sex with Zach before was the first and last time it would ever happen, and Zach's attitude following it definitely didn't lead me to believe anything different. As such, I endeavored to put it all out of my mind. I won't say I didn't think about it often, because I did. In quiet moments, without any work, or when Ryan was quietly playing or watching TV, the memory of my naked body moving against Zach's would come to my mind. I would even dream about it, the memory shifting to reflect my own wishes. But it's never going to happen again, I would tell myself. Zach doesn't want me like that.
We are so grateful that you are here. This audiobook is free. Take a break, breathe, and enjoy this peaceful and beautiful thing.
And that's okay because I have no emotional interest in him at all. I don't want a relationship with a cold billionaire who cares nothing for the other people around him. No, all I've wanted all along is the sex. Isn't it? The quiet, contradictory thought that maybe I'm not being quite truthful whispers from some hidden corner of my mind, and I push it away. I don't want to consider that now. Probably not ever, because it certainly doesn't matter. I can hear how hard you're thinking, Zach growls, murmuring in my ear. Am I boring you? I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, he jerks my hips forward. I can feel the thick lump in his pants, and I'm reminded suddenly and with much clarity of the way his cock moved in and out of me, my body clamping down around it in a bid to keep it there as long as possible. My breath catches at the memory. An odd sound escapes Zach's mouth, and it actually takes me a moment to realize that it's a laugh. I've never heard Zach laugh before, and the quiet chuckle somehow suits him. I want to laugh about it. I want to respond to it in kind, because I've never heard Zach laugh before. But I don't. I want sex more, and making a big deal about his laugh is a surefire way of cutting this encounter way too short. I can tease him later. Honestly, if I got away with calling him a bastard to his face, then I'm certain he won't fire me over some harmless teasing, no matter how he flusters and threatens. I hope. Stop thinking, Zach says, his voice low and insistent. I want your focus on me, and only me. At his words, my eyes jump to his, and butterflies erupt in my stomach as I find it impossible to look away from his steel gray gaze. A few times I've said that his expression is cold and forbidding, but right now I can read a wealth of emotion from within him. His desire and lust are clear for me to see in the flecks of light and shadow in his eye, and the way his body ruts against mine tells me clearly just how much he wants me. He wants my eyes to be on him, but at the same time, his eyes are only looking at me. And with that knowledge, my mind shifts gears. Whatever feelings my mind might be lying to me about, or any shock over his laugh, are no longer important to me. All that is important in this moment is maintaining my entire focus on Zach, and catching every slight twitch of his expression, and feeling every inch of his skin as he presses his body against mine. You've got my full attention, I purr, deliberately rubbing myself slowly against him, feeling the way his cock pushes against my leg, eager and demanding more. Zach thrusts his hips toward mine, almost without meaning to, and groans deeply. All that matters is you. Is that what you want to hear? My hand sneaks down between us, and I rub my palm against his cock through his pants, determined to make something happen. Zach gasps and shudders, his head falling back for a brief moment. Then I feel his hands tightening around my hips, and Zach steps back, pulling me firmly along with him, still pressed against his chest as one of his arms winds around me and presses against the small of my back. I have little choice but to move with him, stumbling forward in a drunken haze of desire, willing to go wherever he wants to take me, just as long as I can continue to feel his strong hands on me. We don't go far. Before I know it, we're moving through the doorway of his office, and he kicks the door shut behind us, the sound of it reverberating through my chest and making my excitement grow. "So no one can disturb us," Zach says. Then he pushes me. For a moment, I'm half afraid that I'm about to land on the floor, and then I fall amongst the plush cushions of Zach's ridiculously comfortable couch, sinking slightly into the white fabric. Zach leans over me, bracing his arms against the back of his couch, his eyes running over me in a way that makes me feel like I'm already naked. Heat begins to rise in the closed-in room, and I find myself wishing I was already naked. I pull at the collar of my shirt, the movement catching Zach's attention. "Hot?" he asks smoothly, a smirk flickering across his lips. "Why don't I help you with that?" He leans in and pulls open the first button on my blouse, his fingers deliberately brushing against the bared skin for a moment. Then, agonizingly slowly, he trails down to pull open the next button. I groan. "Stop teasing," I protest weakly, not sure if I actually want it to stop or if I'm only protesting on principle. This time, Zach definitely smirks. He doesn't speed up either, making sure to leave fiery trails with his fingertips on my skin as he slowly unbuttons my shirt, his nails grazing me as he does so. I gasp and writhe slightly in my seat, both wanting him to hurry up already and never wanting him to stop. "Fuck, Zach," I moan, helpless to do anything other than throw my head back and let him do what he wants. He's going to do it anyway. I might as well enjoy it. "I can't help it if I want to appreciate every bit of your body," Zach says, with a hint of amusement, knowing damn well what he's doing to me right now. "I want to feel I know every part of you, inside and out." I definitely enjoy that thought, I think hazily. Exploration meant more touching, and I definitely want that. Zach pushes my blouse aside, and I lean up so that he can slide it down my arms. It drops onto the couch, bunching up behind me, and the rational part of me is horrified at how hard it will be to iron out. The rest of me doesn't care, because it's an acceptable sacrifice for the incredible sex that will definitely be coming next. Zach's fingers slide down my hips, and goosebumps rise everywhere on my skin, making me shiver and groan, my eyes fluttering. I want to close them, but I'm so fascinated by the expression on Zach's face, equal parts want and concentration, as he fingers the waistband of my pencil skirt. He wants this. Last time I wanted it, and I seduced him with the goal of sex in mind. This time he started it, without any prior action by me. "You're still thinking," Zach says. He leans down and grazes his teeth down the side of my throat. The world disappears in a haze of pleasure for a moment, and when I manage to pull myself back to reality, Zach is pulling the zipper down on my skirt. I lift my hips and he pulls both my skirt and panties down. There's no longer any slowness in his actions. Instead, there's an odd sense of haste, and I get the feeling that all this teasing is finally getting to him, too. If it means sex sooner, then by all means, I have no problem with speeding up. I reach around and unclip my bra, allowing my breasts to bounce free before I toss it aside. Then I lean back on the couch, my knees hanging over the edge, and part my legs, giving Zach a heated look from beneath my lashes. "You still have too many clothes on," I say. Zach seems to freeze for a moment, then he bursts into actions, recognizing as well as I do that we're nearing the end. I need him in me right now, before I burst from all this foreplay. Zach unzips his trousers and drops them onto the floor, stepping out of them before sliding his boxers down too. Then, with an oddly wild look in his eyes, reminding me of an untamed tiger, he steps between my legs. He obviously intends to fuck me while still half-dressed, unwilling to wait even a few more seconds to pull the rest of his clothes off. The thought is incredibly arousing. "I'm going to take you here and now," he growls, gripping my hips tightly. "I'm going to fuck you so hard you and I will never be able to look at this couch without remembering it." As if I needed a couch to remember sex with Zach, when I'm face to face with him every day at work and every night in my dreams. But his words pull a groan out of me. "Just fuck me already," I gasp. I feel him moving, lining himself up against me. Then, without warning, he sinks into me, pushing in inch by inch. It feels just as overwhelmingly good as I remember. The heat from Zach's body is like a furnace, and I can feel the hard length of his cock pushing in deeper and deeper, my body both fighting the intrusion and welcoming it. I pant as finally he seats himself fully inside, my hands gripping his shoulders tightly. "Move," I moan. "With pleasure," he breathes. He pulls out and thrusts roughly back into me, my entire body jolting with the force of it. My body clutches at him, forcing him in deeper, and my hips buck at him, trying to meet him stroke for stroke. I can hear us both panting as we move against one another, the world narrowing to this couch and the two of us on it. Distantly, I can hear a phone ringing, either at my desk or Zach's, but neither of us move to answer it or even think about stopping. It's impossible now. There's no way either of us can pause in the pursuit of the pleasure that is rocking us both. "Fuck, Zach. Fuck, it feels so good," I gasp, my eyes rolling back. Zach angles his thrust, and I cry out as I see stars. Seeing my reaction, he hits my G-spot again and again, and I'm lost, too overwhelmed to care much about anything other than the lust flowing through me. I let it go, helpless to do anything other than lay there as Zach pulls in and out of me, sweat beading on my skin. It's rising, a tide of pleasure that goes higher and higher, until finally there's no more to give. I black out for a moment as a torrent of pleasure crashes down on top of me, my entire body shaking, and I'm dimly aware of Zach thrusting a few more times before he too pauses. After a long moment, however, my vision clears, and I can hear my heart racing very quickly. I take in a few deep, measured breaths, trying to calm myself, and I feel Zach shift off me before collapsing onto the couch, also panting. I blink spots out of my eyes and turn to look at him. He glances back at me. Neither of us say a single word, and nor will we speak to each other for the rest of the day. But right then, I see the same question I want to ask, reflected in his eyes. What do we do now?
Chapter 13. Zach. Fuck. That's all I can say to this. Fuck. I lost control. I'm furious at both myself and Anya. How could I have allowed this to happen? I put everything at risk for just a moment with Anya. The worst thing is that I knew that at the time, and I simply didn't care. Right at that moment, Anya's body and feeling her all around me was more important than the company I've been trying so hard to save from the clutches of my father. Logically, I know that Anya has no fault in this. Not this time. Yes, she seduced me before, but she didn't do anything this time. In fact, she was quite content to pretend that our having sex never happened, and she went back to treating me with the same professional distance that she always had. No, this time I'm the one that's gone and ruined everything for us. Despite this logic, I'm in a thoroughly bad mood the next morning, having spent the entirety of yesterday and last night stewing about this. To make matters worse, Anya has beaten me to the office this morning, meaning she's bustling around her desk, humming slightly to herself as she gets the work ready for the day. She hears me come in and looks up, smiling. But it's the same smile as always, that polite smile that an employee gives to a boss that they don't want to upset. That smile irks me for some reason. Then it irks me that I'm irritated by it.
Good morning, Zach,
Anya says, flipping open a notebook as she jumps straight into business. I want to wipe the professionalism off her face.
You have quite a few meetings today. I'm happy to take care of general affairs today, since you'll be otherwise occupied.
Normally I would have grunted, good, and stalked into my office, implicitly giving her permission to do whatever she feels is necessary while my attention is somewhere else. But I'm rooted to the spot, anger swelling in me. First, we need to talk, I say, and I can hear how tight with fury my voice is. About yesterday. Anya gives me a look of polite interest, as though she only slightly cares about what I have to say. It's infuriating. Yesterday was a mistake, I snap. I just want you to know that it will not be happening again. There, that makes my stance clear. Then, impossibly, Anya snorts. I stare at her. She seems embarrassed to have made that derisive sound. Then she half shrugs.
Well, it's all very well and good to say that, but you started it this time, she says dismissively. She raises an eyebrow at the expression on my face. I don't get why you're making such a big deal about it. It was just sex between two mutually consenting adults. Whether it happens again or not doesn't really matter.
It won't, I growl. The last thing I want is to sleep with you again. Anya leans against her desk and crosses her arms. The polite expression on her face is finally gone, and I know I've touched a nerve. Her eyes narrow.
Why? She challenges. Are you scared about what it might mean that you want to have sex with me?
Then she turns on her heel and walks to the kitchenette, obviously intending on making sure the conversation ended there. Normally, I would never dream of allowing her to walk away like that, but I found myself oddly struck dumb. No words will come to me. Scared? She dares accuse me of being scared. Finally, unable to get anything out, I give up and slam into my office. Anya can think whatever she wants. I don't care. Or rather, I don't want to care. As the day drags on, however, it gets progressively more obvious that I do care more than I want to admit. Each meeting seems to go on forever, and I'm struggling not to snap at potential clients, having even less patience than usual for everything. And through it all, Anya's question reverberates through my mind. Scared? Me? As if. She's obviously gone crazy if she thinks, even for a moment, that's a possibility. I'm not scared at all. I just want to make it clear that she's the employee, I'm the boss, and having sex is simply not right in the workplace. Yes, that's all. There's no way I can let it go, however. Anya seems to think I'm scared, and that's not an idea that I want rattling around. I've already deduced that she doesn't feel the same awed respect everyone else feels around me. The last thing I need is her losing respect for me altogether because of a stupid idea that she got into her head. I need her help in the office, and I won't be able to count on her if she starts acting out against me. So I have to nip this in the bud right now. Anya needs to know that's wrong. That's all there is to it. Which is why I find myself driving to Anya's apartment at 6 o'clock that night, an hour after Anya left the office. I had to look up her address in her file, but I don't care if she gets offended by my dismissal of her privacy. Right now, this is more important. I've never been to Anya's apartment, of course. It's large and quite modern-looking, and I find myself impressed that Anya, as a single mom, can afford to live here. I know I pay her a lot, but she must have a very strict savings plan if she is able to live here with her son. I shake my head. I'm not here to gawk at her building and admire its design. I'm here to see Anya. On the way up in the elevator, in my mind, I'm crafting what I'm going to say when Anya opens the door. It's important that Anya be made aware that her stupid ideas are detrimental to the two of us working together, and that she needs to keep her ideas to herself from now on. She also needs to be convinced, firmly, that I am not, and never will be, scared. I honestly don't care if we have sex again. I feel nothing towards her or it other than the lust and pleasure that overcomes me, which is natural. It's simply not appropriate for a boss to sleep with his employee. That's all. It's got nothing to do with whatever feelings Anya has decided to accuse me of having. I huff at the thought of it, highly annoyed. She has no right to throw those accusations around like that. She doesn't know what I have to put up with or how hard I have to work to make sure everything is legitimate in the company I seized control over. She has no idea what it means, every day, to unearth more and more evidence that there's a strong possibility that something within the company is not on the straight and narrow. She definitely doesn't realize how much of a weight that is, knowing that all those shady deals could possibly come back on me, since I'm the owner, even though I took no part in them. I groan softly under my breath. Thinking about my father and his disgusting ethics makes me even angrier. So I push the thought away for now. I'm not here to think about my father and the company. I'm here to talk to Anya about her ridiculous ideas and to dissuade her from whatever idiotic notions she has managed to get into her head about me. Then I can return home, safe in the knowledge that Anya has been set to rights, and that we will not be having sex together again anytime soon. It's important that she agrees to that, too. Not because I'm worried, but because I can't have her going out of her way to seduce me again. Not while there's so much for us to do. With this thought in mind, I step out of the elevator and stride determinedly towards the door with a shiny silver 204 on it. I rap smartly on the door and step back. As soon as I've finished with her, I'm looking forward to a glass of whiskey and a good book to relax. I hear sounds on the other side of the door, and I straighten, already glowering, the words I want to say on the tip of my tongue. The door swings open. "We need to..." I start, then pause. There's no one there?
Who are you?
No, there is someone there, I realize, as I register the very young voice. Just someone much shorter than who I was expecting. I look down and meet a part of large, gleaming blue eyes that belongs to a small boy, who is looking up at me curiously. On his head is a mop of black hair, a different shade from Anya's mousy color, but just as tightly curled. I don't know what to say. I know that this must be Ryan, of course, but this is the first time I've met him. The surprise of being greeted at the door by the child strikes me dumb, and everything I want to say flows from my mind.
"Who's at the door, Ryan?"
Anya's voice calls from within. She steps into view. Her curious expression changes to shock when she sees me, blinking wildly, a dish towel hanging from her hands.
"Zach?"
she asks. utterly bewildered. From somewhere, I managed to summon the start of my speech. We need to talk.
Chapter 14. Anya. What the hell is Zach doing here? I'm almost as stunned as he looks, still unable to take his eyes off my son as though he's never seen a live child before. Maybe he hasn't. His surprise is hilarious, but the situation is so odd that I can't even laugh. Zach? I ask, so many questions in my mind that they jumble together and forget to exit my mouth. Finally, Zach looks up from Ryan. We need to talk, he says. He was clearly going for firm, but he still sounds a little stunned, and I get the feeling that he's trying to rouse himself, having clearly been derailed when Ryan opened the door instead of me. I take pity on him. Come in, I offer. I'll make you some coffee. Zach wavers for a moment. Yeah, he says finally. Thanks. I'm not sure why Zach is here, but it can only mean that something serious has happened that he feels he needs to talk to me about. Anxiety starts to rise in me. Has something happened? Is everyone okay? Do I still have a job? Did my taunt earlier finally cross a line that I thought I'd crossed ages ago? I really shouldn't have gotten so complacent about my position within the company lately. Zach, I say as I lead him to the dining room. Then Ryan pops up between us out of nowhere, making Zach stutter to a stop, blinking.
Are you Zach?
Ryan asks curiously. Yes, Zach says, looking oddly confused at having to answer such a question. Later, I tell myself I am going to fully appreciate this very amusing scene. Who would have thought it would only take a 4-year-old to make the great Zach Cooper speechless?
Okay,
Ryan says simply. Then he's gone, running off to the living room. Zach and I watch him go, and I shake my head, bemused. That kid can never sit still, honestly. Coffee? I ask. Tea? Coffee, please, Zach says. He looks a little out of place in my apartment. It's not a cheap place, but it is homey. Ryan and I are already in our pajamas, and there are photographs and toys everywhere. In his impeccable suit, which likely cost more than my entire salary, it makes me feel like Zach has stepped here from another world by mistake. Take a seat, I offer, gesturing at my tiny dining room table. I bustle into the kitchen. I'm desperate to ask him why he's here, but Ryan's interruption made it awkward to try again. Still, I have to. My stress is only rising at having my boss in my home for some unknown reason. Okay, Zach, what? I start, turning around.
Here!
Ryan cheers, rushing into the kitchen. I love Ryan to death, but damn, that kid has fucking bad timing, seriously. What is it, honey? I ask, trying to keep all the irritation out of my voice. Ryan doesn't know that I need to have an important conversation with Zach, and he's simply reacting from excitement for the visitor.
I found Zach's color,
Ryan says proudly. I look at the card that he's waving around in his hands. Ryan absolutely adores anything on 4 wheels, from cars to trucks to buses. He has a truly impressive collection by now because everyone keeps giving him vehicles for his birthday and Christmas. One thing that he tends to do, however, is assign everyone a color, or rather, he assigns a specific car to everyone he meets. I have a blue double-decker bus, Ryan's is a sleek black sports car, and Katrina's is a colorful minivan. I glance at the car Ryan is holding now, curious to see what Zach has gotten. I raise my eyebrows, impressed at the sight of the bright red Ferrari. Thanks, Zach says, cautiously accepting the car when Ryan hands it to him. He glances at me, obviously desperate for help. I'm half tempted to just leave him be and make him deal with it. However, I do appreciate that he's at least trying to play along with Ryan by taking the car. It's something I definitely wouldn't have expected of him. If anyone had asked me before now, I definitely would have said he was the type to rudely tell Ryan to go away. It's so amusingly clear that Zach has little to no experience with children. I swallow the bubble of laughter that's threatening to rise and step in. "That's very nice of you, Ryan," I say gently. "Why don't you go see how your other cars are?" Ryan beams and races off. Zach blinks at me, nonplussed. "Sorry," I say, shrugging. Ryan loves cars, and he associates all the people in his life with cars. "Huh," Zach says. He stares down at the car in his hands, turning it over. "Well, he made a pretty good choice then." I do laugh then, surprised at the sudden joke from a man that I thought was definitely without humor of any kind. Zach quirks a small smile at me, and I relax marginally. Zach wouldn't be smiling and joking if something was very, very wrong. Which brings me to the realization that now is the perfect time to ask. I open my mouth. "Hurry up, Zach!" Ryan cries from the other room. Zach gives me a confused look. I sigh, defeated. I'd completely forgotten about the other part of Ryan's little tradition. When Ryan gives you a car, he expects you to play with it. I explain. Zach still looks confused, obviously not entirely understanding what I'm getting at. I feel an odd stab of pity. What sort of childhood did Zach have that he couldn't figure out why a child wanted to drag someone over to play with them? "Ryan wants you to play with your car with him," I add. Zach blinks, taken aback. Then he looks horrified. I almost wish I had my camera. "What?" he yelps. Oh my God, I have blackmail material for an eternity. I wish I had thought to introduce Zach and Ryan earlier. "Go on then," I say, making a shooing motion with my hands. The look Zach gives me isn't quite pure terror, but it's close. "Why?" he demands. "That's just what Ryan does," I say with a shrug. "He likes people. If you don't go, he might start crying." Zach looks down at the car. I don't expect him to really care about Ryan's feelings at all, and I'm already prepared to console Ryan when his newest friend decides to abandon him. Then Zach stands abruptly. "Fine," he snaps. He stalks toward the living room. This time, I'm the one taken aback. Is he really going to... I rush after him and get to the door just in time to see Zach, in his incredibly expensive suit, kneeling down on the floor with Ryan, who looks utterly thrilled. I don't know what to say, so I blurt out the first thing that comes to my mind. "Maybe you shouldn't sit there. The floor's a bit dirty." Zach glances at me dismissively. "It's just dirt," he says carefully. And that's still a very, very expensive suit that I won't be able to afford to replace. I whine internally, but I don't voice the thought aloud, caught as I watch Zach hold the red car out to Ryan. "What do I do?" he asks Ryan, businesslike. Zach is actually going to play with Ryan? I pinch myself, half convinced that this can't be real. But no, I'm definitely awake. Okay, this is officially the weirdest thing that I have ever witnessed. Ever. It's difficult to comprehend the idea of Zach Cooper sitting on the floor and playing with my son, even with the proof of it before my very eyes. I watch, incredulous, as Zach solemnly places the car on the makeshift road and then proceeds to direct it along the large block city Ryan has built, making odd little noises that I think are meant to replicate an engine. I don't know whether to laugh or pinch myself again. It seems that Zach Cooper, beyond all expectations, is actually a kid person. Who would have thought it? "Where are we going?" Zach asks Ryan in all seriousness. "Spain," Ryan says cheerfully. Zach considers this for a moment. "Spain is a very nice place," he agrees. Ryan looks at him wide-eyed. "Have you been to Spain?" he asks, awed. "I have," Zach says, nodding. I've been to many different cities all over the world. They're all good. Ryan scoots closer to him. It's funny because Zach isn't really talking to Ryan as though he's a child, but he's infinitely more patient with Ryan, even in these brief moments, than he has ever been with any of his employees. I snap a quick picture. Jason won't believe this without photographic evidence.
What cities?
Ryan asks eagerly.
Can you tell me?
Well, Zach says. Maybe another time, I interrupt, very aware of the time. Ryan, it's your bedtime soon, mister.
Aww.
Ryan pouts. He does as I ask, however, and abandons the game. Zach stands up gracefully, too, brushing off a few pieces of lint that had stuck to the black suit. I don't understand how he can still look so prim and proper after sitting on the floor with a 4-year-old playing cars. I want to make fun. I desperately want to, but I can't. His actions with Ryan tonight have made my respect for Zach rise a few notches. I saw a different side to Zach tonight, one I wasn't expecting, and I really do appreciate that he took the time to briefly play with Ryan. I wouldn't have thought he would. It's nice. It means Zach, for all he likes to pretend otherwise, is actually human somewhere in there. Come on, Ryan, off to the bathroom, I say, ushering my son out of the room. Then straight into bed, okay?
Okay,
he says gloomily. He couldn't make it any clearer that he would much rather stay up and play with his toys. Then he looks up at Zach.
Will you come back and play with me?
Zach coughs. I'm usually very busy.
Please,
Ryan begs, turning his big blue eyes on Zach. Zach flounders for a moment, before sighing. I wait, curious about his reply. All right, he says after a moment, managing not to sound too reluctant. I will. Ryan beams and dashes off. I watch him go before glancing at Zach, who isn't looking at me at all. Instead, he's staring down at the red car in his hand, an odd look on his face. Thanks, I say. You really made his day. It's fine, Zach says with a shrug, leaning over to very carefully place the car on the table. Anyway, I'd better go. Right, I say. Thank you for coming around. I pause. Wait, that's right. Hang on, I ask. Why are you even here in the first place? Zach turns to look at me. There's an odd, unreadable look in his deep eyes, like he's searching for the answer to some question I don't understand. It makes me feel oddly vulnerable, and I straighten my spine automatically, unwilling to allow him to see that he's cowed me. Then, unexpectedly, he shakes his head. I had some thoughts I wanted to voice, he says mildly. I've changed my mind. I will see you at work tomorrow. Then he sweeps out of the room. A moment later, I hear the door open and close, and I'm left standing there, staring at the space where Zach had just been, completely confused. What the fuck just happened?
Chapter 15. Zach. Playing with Ryan was odd. As a child, I never really got to play. My mother did play with me, but it was hard when my father was always dragging me off to some lesson or other, determined to teach me something I could never quite understand. Things like cars and trains and blocks weren't things that I had. Yet, playing the car with Ryan yesterday, even for those brief moments, it had been strangely fun. I can't put my finger on why. Perhaps it was the free, unburdened smile that Ryan gave me. Maybe it was the fact that I was handling a toy I probably would have loved to own back when I was a kid. Or maybe it was the way Ryan had given me a car, easily accepting me into the small group of people he associated with his favorite toys. Not that I'll ever admit to the last one. It's strange, too, because I've never really been around children before. When I was Ryan's age, I didn't have friends that were the same age as me. Growing up, most children were kept away from social gatherings. And now, as a business owner, I've had little chance to be around any children. Now that I've met Ryan, I can't help but feel I've missed out on something. Spending time with him mellowed me out enough that I didn't even bother giving my spiel to Anya. Even this morning, as I enter the office, I still feel a little light. Right up until I see the letter on my desk, anyway. It's only a scrawled note, and I recognize the handwriting as belonging to Jack, one of the receptionists downstairs. Next to it is a very official-looking envelope. Some men claiming they were from the FBI were here this morning. They would like to speak to you as soon as possible. FBI. The worst possible outcome, especially when I still have nothing to show for all the investigating I've been doing. I pick up the envelope and slit the top before pulling out the letter within. As I feared, it's an official notice of investigation. I drop it back onto my desk. I'm too late. The investigation has started, and I'm not ready. Fury rises in me, and, needing to get it out somehow, I slam my hands on the desk. My palms tingle, and I grit my teeth. This fucking sucks. I've been searching for weeks, and found little evidence and lots of vague references that were enough to pique my curiosity. Now the FBI will swoop in on the case like flies on a corpse, and I'm most likely going to be the one to take the fall for it all. There has to be a solution somewhere. But for the first time in my life, I don't know what that solution is. How do I stop this? Or rather, how do I turn it in my favor? I want two things. Just two. First, that the company doesn't close. I doubt it will. Gilbert Holmes is incredibly popular with renovators. And secondly, I really don't want to go to jail for something my father did before I took over. I just hope the FBI unearth enough to put the right people in a jail cell. There's a knock on the door and I look up. It's Anya, and for once I don't feel that flash of passion that I've started feeling every time I see her. No matter what it is we're doing at the time, I'm too tired and fed up to care much, and the smile on Anya's face just makes my mood sour even further.
Good morning,
she sings out. She's in a chipper mood this morning.
How are you, sir?
I slant a glance at her. Since when did we start doing over-the-top greetings? I know I've been making an effort to at least grunt a morning at her recently, but I have no idea why she suddenly decided to act as though we're the best of friends. On top of that, I don't like that amused note in her voice. I'm fine, I say shortly, hoping that she will take the hint and leave me alone. She doesn't. Instead, she leans against the doorway, a tiny grin playing on her lips and her eyes sparkling. I really don't want to deal with this. What makes her think she can invade my space like this? Then, abruptly, her expression changes. Her smile grows softer, and her eyes warm. I don't think she's ever looked at me like that before. And I'm startled by the way my heart stutters ever so slightly, taken aback by the change. I just don't understand. I don't know why she's looking at me like that, and I don't know why I've reacted in such a way.
Thank you,
Anya says simply. For what? I ask, frowning.
For playing with Ryan last night, she says. It really meant a lot to him. She pauses. But why did you come to my apartment?
I'd gone to Anya's apartment last night, full of righteous indignation and intending to make my point clear. But I didn't for two reasons. First, Ryan was hanging around, and I didn't want to tell Anya off in front of him. Second, playing with Ryan had completely taken the wind out of my sails, and saying what was on my mind no longer seemed as important. The calming night led me to realize that I was completely overreacting, which would do little more than prove to Anya that she was right. Not that I have any intention of telling her this. It doesn't matter, I say, shuffling papers, trying not to look as restless as I feel. I changed my mind. Leave it alone. The look on her face says that she doesn't want to leave it alone at all, but thankfully she backs down with a nod and a sigh.
Is there anything I can help you with?
She offers. I shoot her a sharp look. You're not indebted to me in any way just because I played with your son, I say frostily. She glares back, huffing.
I thought I told you the other day that I want to help you, she says, tossing her head, and the curls that have escaped her tight bun bounce around her face. I'm reminded, uncomfortably, of how hard it was to look away from her the other day when she left her hair free of its usual tight confines. If you have anything you'd like me to do, then ask me.
Having two heads on this would make things easier, I have to admit. I've been reluctant to involve anyone else, simply because I'm still not convinced of the overall competency of many of my employees, and because this is a family matter, and not something I should be involving anyone else in. Anya, however, is competent, and she's proved herself to be trustworthy and dedicated, too. If I was going to ask anyone for help, I would definitely ask her. And I think I need help. I don't want to admit it, but I do. Take a seat, I tell her. Surprise washes over her expression. She hadn't expected me to agree. Then she hastily sits in the chair in front of my desk, back straight and expression carefully blank, obviously trying her hardest to act like she isn't pressuring me into anything. I'm slightly touched about how eager she is to help. Even I can admit that I'm not sure what I've done to earn the loyalty she gives me. I know I'm not the most pleasant boss to work with, and I've never really cared about that. Until Anya, of course. With Anya, it does matter what she thinks, even if only a little. You are aware, of course, that Gilbert Holmes was in control of my father, I say, and she nods. What do you know about that?
Not much, she replies slowly. I was originally interviewed by your father, but then I was called in to meet with you for a second interview a week later. There were rumors that you had ousted your father in a shock vote of no confidence and taken over, but no one was really sure what really happened.
The rumors are remarkably close to the truth, I say dryly. I did, in fact, betray my father at the last company meeting we both attended, and he didn't suspect it until it happened. I convinced many of the board members to vote with me, and then I succeeded as my father's son, taking ownership of the company. I've been waiting for my father to make his move ever since, but it seems like he isn't the only one I actually have to worry about.
What do you mean?
Anya asks. Grimly, I hand her the letter regarding the investigation. She scans it quickly, and her eyes go very wide.
We're being investigated by the FBI?
She squeaks.
Why?
I mentioned before that my father is not a particularly honorable man, I say. Much of his fortune was wrapped up in dirty money laundering, drug smuggling, and even, at one point, I believe, human trafficking. I'd been keeping careful track of his doings, since I don't agree with them, and I use that evidence to convince the board to vote for no confidence. Anya looks somewhat green.
That's terrible, she says. And that's how he became rich?
I can only assume, I say with a careless shrug. I was born into that wealth, and my mother doesn't like talking about that time. My parents are still married, but they live separately. My father was not the greatest father in the world, and any time I spent with him was used to pound into me my responsibilities and behavior as his heir. Anya shoots me a look that I refuse to believe is pity. I don't want or need her pity. Anyway, I say, I've been doing some research. Gilbert Holmes was one of my father's biggest ventures and, due to its public facade, I assumed that it was free from that side of his life. It appears I was wrong. I've been coming across evidence that seems to point towards something being dirty in this company. Money going awry, odd transactions, and the employment of certain people who are still loyal to him and yet have no qualifications for the job they're doing. Unfortunately, I have no hard evidence, and it seems I was too slow. The FBI is coming in, which means there is something wrong, and someone has tipped them off.
Who would do that?
Anya asks, horrified. My father, I answer promptly. It's the only explanation. He wants me to go down for his crimes, which will happen if I can't find evidence to both prove I'm innocent and to take him down instead. Anya sits back. There's a shell-shocked expression on her face.
It's like something out of a crime novel, she says incredulously. And you've been trying to figure this out since you took over?
Yeah, I say, frowning. My father hid all the evidence of his wrongdoings very well. On top of that, some of the employees that he left within the company are doing their best to continue hiding it from my view. I suspect they won't release what they have until the FBI enters the equation.
Do you know who those employees are?
Anya asks, seriously, a flash of anger crossing her face. I appreciate her support, but I can't tell her that one. I have no hard proof, I remind her. Only suspicions based on the circumstances involved in their employment and their lack of qualifications. Already, from the considering look on her face, I know I've told her too much. Anya is clever, and she knows almost as much about the running of the company as I do. She'll be able to figure out who it is, I suspect. Don't make any moves, I order, glaring at her. This is important. If we tip them off, we'll be sitting ducks. We. It doesn't occur to me until after the word leaves my mouth that I'm suddenly speaking and acting as though Anya is part of this. She falls naturally into the role of my assistant, even in circumstances that I had tried to avoid involving anyone else in.
Okay,
Anya says with a nod. She stands.
I'm here if you need me, Zach. Just tell me what to do, and I'll get it done. We can figure this out.
I nod in return, and she sweeps out. Somehow, as I watch her retreating back, a tiny spark of hope that I can't stamp out flickers within me. Between Anya and me, I can't help but think there's no stopping us. Chapter 16. Zach. 3 days later, and there's been no movement. It's making me tense and moody, and I've begun snapping at my employees again when they approach me, not wanting any interruptions to my work. I know Anya has been trying to run interference for me, but I'm not deaf to the dissatisfied murmurings of my employees. It's exactly what I don't need right now, employees who don't want to listen on top of another impossible dilemma to try and solve. It doesn't improve my mood at all. The main issue is that there's very little that I can do right now other than troll through the paperwork I've looked through millions of times before. Despite not suspecting that I would eventually betray him, my father hid the evidence of his dealings thoroughly. Anything that was left after his sudden ousting has likely been removed quietly by his cronies in the interim. I look at the folders in front of me. Frustrated at the block before me, I pulled the employee folders of the 3 people who are my current top suspects. Ethan Green. He had a solid resume at first glance until some discrepancies started arising in the dates. According to his resume, he trained as a builder for a year before becoming fully qualified, and that's impossible. Then there's the claim that he worked with Green Improvement, a company that works to provide natural foods at better prices to battle the current national health crisis. But I know the man who owns it, and he had never heard of Ethan Green before I mentioned him. After that, his entire resume fell apart. However, he isn't entirely suspicious. He could have faked his own resume to get the job, which isn't uncommon. and there's no denying that as the manager of the carpentry department, he is quite good at his job. Then there's Robin Fuhr. She was actually employed as my father's secretary before he suddenly promoted her and she became head of the entire advertisement division, despite having no experience in the field. She isn't good at her job, and I'm left to wonder why she was promoted. Did she do my father a favor, and he did her one in return? Finally, there's Samson Bridge, and he's the most suspicious of them all. He actually works beneath Robin in advertisement, but his name never crosses my desk. He never participates in any of the group projects, nor does he ever put forward any of his own ideas. He simply sits there all day and contributes nothing while getting paid for it. On top of that, I don't have a copy of his resume. I don't know what his education or experience is, and I don't know why his resume is missing. He never takes any days off, but as I've kept an eye on him, I've noticed that he tends to disappear for an hour or two each day, and he's incredibly loyal to my father. Whenever I speak to the advertisement department about the recent changes, he's often the first and occasionally the only dissenting voice in the group. Even Robin, who disagrees with me more often than not, out of principle more than anything, knows better than to air her grievances so clearly. So, these are the three that I suspect. One, or even all three of them, are actively working against me, and one of them is likely the person who tipped off the FBI on me. I wonder if it's a sign that I'm getting too close to the truth, and they got an investigation started to keep me occupied so they had time to cover their tracks. If that is their goal, then I can grumpily admit that it's working. My list of things to do has more than doubled following the letter of warning from the investigators. I've been on tenterhooks ever since I read it, just waiting for something to happen, and honestly, wishing that they would just hurry up already and get it over with. I know a complete shitstorm is waiting for me, but it's taking its sweet time to get here. There's a knock at the door. I look up, scowling. "Coffee?" Anya asks, simply. Some of my irritation drains away. "Yes, thanks," I say. Anya nods and disappears. My secretary has been an absolute godsend the last few days. She hasn't gotten in my way at all, and has kept up a steady stream of coffee and files for me to have a look at. More than once, she's offered to be a sounding board, and I finally took her up on it yesterday. Amazing at how much clearer everything sounded when I said it out loud. It's enough to make me wish, however irrationally, that I had spoken to her regarding my problems much earlier than I did. I hear Anya outside, bustling around the kitchenette, and I rub a rough hand through my hair. I feel more tired right now than I think I ever have. The effort I've expended toward trying to find answers that don't seem to exist anywhere has taken quite a lot out of me. It isn't often that I don't know what to do, but it feels like my life has been one constant seesaw ever since I took over the company. And I glance out the open door again. Anya isn't helping in that. Just her presence is confusing at times. Before, I knew I was just physically lusting after her body, and that was all right. But her help has been instrumental in keeping me from dropping from complete exhaustion, and her tireless effort to try and solve the problems that I can't deal with right now, keeping as many distractions as possible away from my door, has been wonderful. There's also the fact that, oddly, her expression seems far more open when she looks at me now than ever before. Maybe she's warmed to me because I played with her son. Or maybe it was because I opened up and trusted her enough to help me. Whatever it is, the smiles she's been giving me have been warmer and more personal. And I honestly don't understand the contentment that curls in the pit of my stomach whenever I see that expression directed towards me. I shake my head, feeling frustrated. This is the main problem with Anya. It isn't that she's done anything in particular lately. and she's been the model employee since she snapped at me. But she invades my thoughts most hours of the day, distracting me from my work and forcing me to consider troublesome feelings that I would rather just disappear. The worst part of all is that she isn't even aware of it. She simply goes about her business and does her best to help me as much as she can. Her help is appreciated, but all it does is make the feelings grow. And it's gotten to the point where it's far more difficult to ignore them. Sometimes it feels like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. If I want to focus, I need to send Anya away. But if I do that, I'm down to a pair of hands that have been instrumental in keeping things moving quickly now that we've found ourselves on a time limit. I just can't win. Either way, I lose time and focus as the FBI draws nearer. I grumble to myself. What I need is a piece of paperwork that states, clearly, that my father is a rotten scumbag who decided to use this company for nefarious means. Unfortunately, as a man who built his fortunes long ago and has been sitting at the top of the food chain ever since, he's far too careful about covering his tracks. Added to the fact that he's definitely got someone on the inside reporting to him. He's almost impossible to stop. But not completely, I remind myself. One way or any other, I will make sure I find what I need.
Here,
Anya says, striding back into the office, a mug of hot coffee in her hands. The bitter smell of it is heavenly right now, and I suddenly realize just how tired I am.
You know, you really need to take a break.
I can't, I say, too pleased with the coffee to snap at her for daring to make the suggestion. I'm out of time.
If you take a break, you can come back with a fresher mind,
Anya says. Damn it, I know she's right. But I can't afford to take a break. Can I? I put the coffee mug down and reach for another file. Unfortunately, I knock over the mug and coffee spills everywhere. Fuck! I exclaim, standing hurriedly. Quick, help me save this! Anya and I work quickly, rescuing the coffee-sodden documents. I don't know which among these are important and which aren't, but I really can't afford to lose any of them right now.
Lay them over here,
Anya says, carrying some of the papers carefully to a clear spot on the floor.
I'll make a note to tell the cleaners to deep clean the carpet here.
We lay out all the wet papers and sit back. I grimace at the wet feeling of my shirt sticking to my skin, having cooled while I was hurriedly saving my work. Now what? I grumble. I can't look through papers if I don't have any.
Now you come and help me pick up Ryan,
Anya says, glancing at her watch. For a second, I think I've misheard her. What? I demand.
Ryan, Anya says, raising an eyebrow. My 4-year-old son, the one who assigned you the red Ferrari.
I know who Ryan is, I snap, glaring at her. What I don't know is why you're expecting me to pick him up with you.
Oh, well, you desperately need a break, and Ryan has been asking about you,
Anya says, as though that cleared up everything.
Come on, or we'll be late.
She strides out of the office before I can protest. I stare blankly after her. I could easily just ignore her, but I find my feet carrying me after her instead. Bewildered and suddenly unsure. I don't know why Anya suddenly wants me to accompany her to pick up her son, but part of me is touched that she's inviting me to go somewhere with her. I don't think anyone has ever invited me on an outing before. My compliance doesn't mean I'm any less confused. I step into the outer office to see Anya picking up her bag.
Hurry up,
she says, hurrying to the elevator. Wait, I start, but she's already stepping inside and looking at me expectantly. If I want to say what I want to say, I have to follow her. Part of me knows I should be angry at her presumption, but the rest of me is just so incredibly confused. Before I know it, I find myself heading into the elevator, too. I don't know what's going on, but I intend on finding out.
Chapter 17. Anya. Zach has always been in control. Always. Seeing him today, though, seeing the look of frustrated exhaustion on his face, I found myself unable to leave him be. Which is how I find myself ushering him into the passenger seat of my car so I can take him to pick up Ryan. His bewilderment is hilarious, to say the least. He has absolutely no idea what's going on, and I refuse to give him anything but vague answers. I know, eventually, his confusion is going to turn to anger, but right now I'm actually enjoying myself. Hopefully, he'll hold his temper until we pick up Ryan, and I already have proof that my son can deflate Zach's anger like a balloon. Definitely a win all around for me. I glance at Zach. He's surveying my dashboard, a look of slight condescension on his face as he no doubt takes in just how old everything is. He doesn't say anything, though, for which I'm grateful. In fact, he doesn't find his voice until I drive out of the parking lot. "Where the hell are we going?" he demands. Damn, his temper exploded sooner than I was expecting. I can't really blame him. He's tired and frustrated and overworked. He's stressing about the FBI and how much time we have left to find our proof, and I just kidnapped him from his work to pick up my son. If I was him, I'd be more than a little irritated, too. Still, I can't help but needle him slightly. I've discovered, recently, a secret joy in teasing him. Considering how cold and aloof he is, his confusion as he tries to comprehend what I'm saying, and then his puzzlement when he realizes that I'm actually to tease him, is priceless. "We're picking Ryan up from daycare," I say. "So you've said," Zach growls. I struggle to ignore the memory of him using that same low pitch while we were having sex. "Why have you dragged me with you?" At that, I let it go. I know Zach well enough to know that I've pushed him too close to the edge. "You needed a break," I say bluntly. "You're never going to find anything if you just keep going like this. I'm dragging you away from your work whether you like it or not. You need to eat, sleep for a few hours, and everything will look much clearer in the morning." I half expect him to explode. When was the last time that anyone tried to force him to do something he didn't want to do? My body is already tensing in anticipation for his yelling. Yet it doesn't come. I glance at him out of the corner of my eye. Zach is staring at me, an odd expression on his face, and I don't know what to make of it. Then suddenly, he looks away. "I see," he says slowly. He pauses. "I suppose that seemed like a good idea. Another cup of coffee will do me good." I have to struggle to keep the surprise off my face. Zach actually agrees with me? "I'm sorry," I say after a moment. "I should have asked, but I knew you'd say no. I can drop you back off to your car afterwards." "You'd trust me not to go back up to the office?" Zach asks wryly. "Actually, good point." I grimace. "I did actually intend to keep you at my apartment for the night to make sure you slept," I admit. Zach laughs. It startles me because I've never heard him laugh like that before. It's full of humor and it's loud and hearty. Zach looks almost as stunned by the sound as I am. But it warms me, too, to know that I could bring him some amusement. Sometimes I feel like Zach has precious little to be happy about, and getting him to laugh or even smile at least once feels like an accomplishment. "We'll see," he says after a moment, clearing his throat. I grin and look away, recognizing that he wants to be alone with his embarrassment for a moment. It doesn't take us long to get to the daycare. I half expect Zach to stay in the car, but he opens his passenger door and steps out of my old beat-up vehicle as though it's a limousine, unfolding himself gracefully. I see some of the other parents who are ushering their children to their cars stop and stare. I can't blame them. From his styled hair to his perfectly cut suit and his shiny shoes, it's clear that Zach is money. "We just go inside and get Ryan?" Zach asks, looking at the building. I have to sign him out first, I say. We head for the building. There's an unfamiliar expression on Zach's face, and it takes me a moment to realize that he's actually curious about this place. He's looking around, listening to the shrieking kids, and his face turns thoughtful. I've never been in one of these places, he comments. I was looked after by a governess when I was younger. It's just a nice place for the children to go while their parents are working, I explain. It helps teach them some learning skills for school, and it fosters socialization between the children. Huh, Zach says. If I have children one day, I may consider this idea. It certainly seems more pleasant than being alone with your studies. I shoot him a quick glance and then look away, not wanting him to see the pity on my face. Instead, I lead the way to the reception desk. The woman behind it is the same woman that sat with Ryan the other day while he was sick. The name tag on her shirt reads Jessie, and I try not to feel too bad that I didn't know her name before this.
Hello,
Jessie says, beaming.
Are you here for Ryan?
Yes, please, I say.
Just sign him out and I'll go get him,
Jessie says, offering me the sign-out sheet before hurrying off. Zach creeps closer and peers over my shoulder as I write in the time and scribble my signature. A sign-out sheet is ingenious, he muses. It helps keep track of who has been in and out of the place all day. Perhaps I should consider it. No offense, but you've got enough to deal with when it comes to the employees without adding something like this to the mix, I say, rolling my eyes. I can almost feel him glaring at me, but I'm distracted by a nearby door opening. A moment later, a small form shoots through.
Mommy!
Ryan calls cheerfully, barreling into my legs to wrap his arms around my knees.
Hello, sweetheart,
I say warmly, smoothing his fringe back from his forehead.
Did you have a good day?
Yeah, Ryan beams.
We got to play tennis outside.
Table tennis, Jessie corrects with a laugh. Just a small table, but the kids all enjoyed it. Sounds fun, I say with a laugh. Ryan pulls back, and that's when he spots Zach standing awkwardly beside me. I watch his eyes go wide before a huge smile spreads across his face.
Zach,
he says.
Are you going to play with me again today?
I see Jessie shoot me a questioning look, obviously wondering who Zach is and why he's here. I just shoot her a smile, not willing to answer that right now, especially not in front of Zach. I have a feeling that the rumor mill will start going crazy as soon as we walk out of here. Zach glances at me for help. It's still just as hilarious as always to see him flounder in front of my son. To think the cold, aloof billionaire could be brought to his knees by my 4-year-old son. I just grin back at him and shrug. It's up to him. We'll see, Zach hedges.
But you promised,
Ryan protests. It takes me a moment before I remember the way Ryan managed to extract a promise from Zach to play with him again the last time he was over. I hide my smile behind my hand. Zach, on the other hand, looks solemnly down at Ryan. So I did, he agrees, and promises must be kept, of course. He says it with such seriousness that I don't know what to think. I want to laugh at him, but how can I tease him when he's acting like that, as though a promise that he made to my child is just as important as the promises he makes to our clients? Come on, let's go, I say, deciding to ignore it for now. Zach slips into the passenger seat again, and Ryan bounces into the back. As I start the car, I look at Zach. I am feeling a little bad about essentially kidnapping him, or is that twinge in my gut something else? I can drop you at your car if you want, I offer. He blinks slowly at me. I believe you offered coffee, he says, then turns to look out the window. I guess that's his way of saying that he'd rather come with me. I try not to smile too hard as I pull out of the parking lot, but from the way his ears turn a little red, I must not be succeeding. In the back seat, Ryan is yammering on about his day, giving us a blow-by-blow account of table tennis and how well he did in it. This is what I should have been able to give Ryan, I think, with a sudden pang. A family, one that has a normal mom and a normal dad, and days when he can just talk our ears off and we can play tag when we need a break. Instead, it's just me, and Ryan has to watch his friends with their fathers, all the while knowing he doesn't have one. It makes me wonder if that's one of the reasons why he's latched so quickly onto Zach. Is he subconsciously looking for a father figure in his life? As frustrated and even rude as Zach can be sometimes, I know my son could have chosen a worse person to look up to. Still, this definitely isn't permanent. Zach's only going to need me for so long, after all. Eventually, things will have to go back to normal, and both Ryan and I are going to have to live without Zach in our lives, just as we did before. He's just my boss, after all, and I certainly can't expect him to suddenly decide he wants to join our tiny family. I try to ignore the tiniest bit of disappointment at the realization that isn't something that will ever happen.
Chapter 18. Zach. I can't remember the last time I felt this relaxed. And there's some irony to the fact that I feel this way while sitting on Anya's living room floor, playing with blocks and cars with a 4-year-old. There was no way I would be able to get out of it. I did promise the boy last time, of course, and on top of that, he wielded an incredibly deadly weapon against me. Those wide, pleading blue eyes. Both Ryan and his mother will be the death of me, it seems. Regardless, here I am in Anya's apartment, my own car halfway across town at my company's office. And I find I couldn't care less that I'm more or less stranded for the moment. I know I could easily call a car service, but Anya was right. As much as I hate to admit it, I really did need to take a break. Looking through all those documents was beginning to drive me a little crazy. Maybe staying away for the night and then coming back to it, refreshed and ready in the morning, will actually help me. I don't like the idea because I can feel the seconds and minutes slipping away from me as I sit here and waste precious time. But those protests are distant within my mind, drowned out by the realization that I really did need this.
This is the gas station,
Ryan says to me, indicating a set of multicolored blocks that have been haphazardly stacked.
You have to fill up the gas here.
I see, I say. I regard the car in my hand and then push it toward the gas station. I think I need to fill up. Thanks. Ryan's face lights up. It's so easy to please him. I wish the rest of the world was this easy to please. I wish it was as easy to not lose my patience with the other people in my life as it is to stay patient with Ryan. Anya has disappeared somewhere. It's odd, because it means that she completely trusts me to be alone with her son, and I'm not sure what to think about that. When did I earn such trust from her? I know she's still in the apartment, because I can hear her moving around as she does some chores, but she hasn't checked on us once. At one point, feeling a bit bad that I'm in her house again for no reason, I called out to her, asking if she wanted me to help with anything, and she told me to just have fun. Poorly suppressed laughter in her voice. I roll my eyes. I don't know why she seems to find such amusement in me playing with her son. All too soon, however, I hear Anya coming to the door. She doesn't say anything for a moment, simply watching us from the doorway, and I angle myself so I can quickly glance at her without her noticing. There's a tiny, fond smile on her face as she watches us, and I look away as warm contentment curls up in my stomach.
You guys ready for dinner?
She offers.
I'm hungry,
Ryan announces, scrambling to his feet.
Dinner?
Anya asks, looking at me.
It's just chicken and rice. It's not anything fancy, but you're welcome to join us if you'd like.
I'm not such a poor guest that I'd turn down what's provided. It sounds good to me, I say, rising to my feet. Anya smiles at me and leads me to the kitchen. She's already served up 3 steaming plates of food, and I sit down at one of them, Ryan scrambling up beside me. The food, as no doubt Anya was worried, does look fairly simple. It's just rice with chicken and vegetables served in some sort of stew. It isn't fare that I would normally eat, but I'm here at Anya's home and she's cooked dinner for me. I won't be rude about it.
Bath and bed after dinner, okay?
Anya says to Ryan as she sits down.
Aww,
Ryan says with a pout, gloomily picking up his fork.
Let me know how it tastes,
Anya adds to me. I scoop up a forkful of rice and eat it. To my surprise, it's nowhere near as bland as I was expecting. An explosion of flavors burst in my mouth. It's good, I say.
Thanks,
Anya says with a laugh, but it's clear she doesn't believe me. It's really, really good, I say, not sure why it's so important that she believes this. She glances at me and then blushes, looking away.
Thanks,
she says again. Satisfied, I sit back and continue eating. Having dinner with Anya and Ryan is odd. The two of them chat over dinner. Ryan talks about his day and asks his mother questions that she readily answers, and then she tells him a little about the sorts of things she did today, including a paper cut she apparently got this afternoon. The atmosphere is warm and bright, and I feel oddly bereft as I think about my own large home, where I'm the only one rattling around and making noise. I never realized how much fun it is to sit with others during mealtimes, and I find myself not wanting this moment to end. And maybe, if I'm lucky, I may secure another invitation here in the future. Eventually, though, dinner comes to an end. Anya ushers Ryan to the bathroom to get him ready for bed, telling me that she'll be back soon. And I decide to wash the dishes, wanting to find some way to repay her for the most pleasant evening I've had in a long time. As I'm rinsing the last dish, Ryan returns, still tugging his pajama shirt straight. He beams toothily at me.
Good night, Zach,
he says. He darts forward and gives me a tight hug. I pat him twice on the head. Not sure what else to do in this situation, but I can't keep from feeling so warm. The interactions I've had with Ryan have lit a tiny, warm light in my chest that I draw on every time I see him. Good night, Ryan, I say. I'll come play with you again later. Ryan beams at the promise before running off. I hear him exclaiming excitedly to his mother that I promised to come again, and I shake my head as I sit down at the now clean dining room table, yawning. Now that I've actually stopped and relaxed, I actually feel very tired. I blink, and suddenly Anya is walking into the kitchen.
I still owe you a coffee, she jokes. Do you want it now?
Please, I say with feeling.
Okay, she laughs. We'll have a cup and then we'll find some way to get you back to your car, unless you want to sleep on the couch.
I know she's joking, but I'm not going to rule it out. I'm so tired that even the couch looks inviting right now. We'll figure it out in a minute, I say simply. Anya makes the coffees quietly. Neither of us say a word, but the silence feels oddly companionable. I'm relaxed in Anya's presence, I realize. There are so many people I'm not sure of in my company at the moment, but Anya is definitely not one of them. We've seen more of each other in the last few weeks, both at work and outside, than I have of anyone for a very long time. I can trust Anya. Part of me feels that it's wrong. I shouldn't trust Anya. I learned long ago that the only person I can rely on was myself. When I was a child, my father proved that he wasn't a good person, and my mother, as wonderful as she is, could do little to protect me from him. I had to stand on my own 2 feet and forge myself into the man that I have become today, all on my own. And now I have to face the challenges that my father left for me in his final hours at this company, the challenges that could finally make or break me. And, suddenly, I don't want to do it alone. Anya has ruined me a little, I think wryly, as she carries the coffees over to the table. I got along just fine without her, yet, slowly, without even realizing it, and long before she thought to seduce me, I'd come to rely on her. I relied on her for a friendly face that didn't look at me like I was a monster for turning out my own father and demanding the best, for the way she runs interference with the rest of my employees, and for the small things she does every day, sometimes without me asking. "Do you rely on anyone?" I ask Anya, the question slipping out without my permission. Suddenly, though, I need to know. Anya looks startled.
"Rely on anyone?" she repeats, frowning. "I guess I rely on Katrina, who is my babysitter. She's been a godsend, truly. And I rely on my brother for help and advice. I rely on Ryan to give me a purpose. Oh, and I rely on you to give me a job."
I stare at her blankly. That's an oddly long list, especially since I'm sitting here stressing about how I'm relying a little on just one person. On top of that, she has confessed so easily about the people she relies on and how, as though there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's funny, because one of the things my father did teach me quite a long time ago was to never trust anyone to do something that I could do myself. "Huh," I say. I feel oddly fascinated.
"What about you?"
Anya asks. She spears me with a quiet look that seems far too knowing. I open my mouth to reply, then close it. I'm not sure if a lie or the truth would be worse here. "I don't know," I say finally. I glance at her. "I guess I'm relying on your help at the moment." She catches my eye, and we stare at each other. There's something odd about looking so deeply in her eyes, as though she's trying to send me a message that I can't quite comprehend. I can see tiny flecks of brown in her green eyes, and then I realize that she's far too close. Before I decide what to do about this, Anya moves. She leans in and presses her soft lips to mine, moving them gently. The touch is a caress, and nothing like the fierce kisses we shared not long ago. Yet, somehow, it's more seductive, opening me to a far larger, unfamiliar world beneath the physical heat we've been relying on. I can feel some sort of deep emotion that Anya is trying to convey through the kiss, but I don't understand it, and I half think that Anya doesn't either. Yet I find my lips moving with hers, my eyes fluttering closed at the light touch that sends goosebumps up and down my arms. Anya is irresistible. I know I'll be calling myself all kinds of stupid in the morning when I wake up and have to face the fact that, yet again, I couldn't keep myself away from this woman. But right now, I don't care. Anya pulls back, and I find myself leaning in to follow her, already missing the soft, comforting feeling of her lips.
"Sorry,"
she says quietly, though she doesn't sound apologetic in the least.
"Just for a moment there, you were really attractive."
I look her over. Her green eyes are bright in the overhead lighting, and her curly, mousy brown hair is springing free of the ponytail she hastily pulled it into when we arrived at the apartment. A shirt that's far too large for her hangs off her thin frame, and her black leggings leave little to the imagination. Yes, she's definitely very attractive, too. I find myself leaning in, drawn to her by some strange magnetic force, unable to resist her now that she's made a move, I can't deny it. She's always on my mind these days, either because I'm trying to figure her out, because I need her help, or just because I simply cannot forget the feel of her naked body pressed against mine. Not a day has gone by when I haven't thought of her in some sort of capacity. I hate it sometimes. At other times, it's easy to lose myself in the pleasure of thinking of her. And at times like these, when her desire is reflected clearly in her eyes and my body is reminding me just how much I want her in return, there's no room for any doubts or self-condemnations. There's just her, me, and the raw sexual attraction that exists between us. I'm starting to suspect that there's something deeper underlying that physical attraction, something that I neither want to acknowledge nor believe in. Not that it matters at the end of the day. Anya and I are here, and all that matters at this moment is her body and what she will allow me to do to her. And with that thought in mind, I surge forward and kiss her back. To hell with rationality for the moment. I can deal with that later.
Chapter 19. Anya. I can feel Zach pushing back against me, his tongue sliding into my mouth, and his hand burying itself in my curls, yanking my hair from its hasty bindings. His fingers dig into my scalp, and I moan into the kiss. There's an odd urgency in his touch, as though he's afraid I might disappear if he didn't do what he wanted right at this very moment. I melt at the feel of his fingers raking through my hair, my eyelids fluttering at the sensation, and push away the slight concern I feel. I could deal with that later. Right now, I'm more interested in feeling everything he's doing to me. Fuck, Zach, that feels so good. I gasp. I hadn't realized until this moment that I could feel so turned on by someone touching my hair and scalp like this. Pleasure is washing through my body, making my stomach tighten. I can already feel moisture forming between my legs, and I unconsciously spread them, inviting Zach to come between them despite the fact that we're still sitting on rickety kitchen chairs. Good, Zach says in a low voice. My eyes refocus to see that he's very close. He's scooted his chair right next to me, and I can count the light freckles that splatter across his nose, something I've never noticed before. His gray eyes are pinned on mine, and just the feel of his gaze sets me ablaze. There is nothing slow or gentle about any of this. I feel the way Zach is touching me, urgent and demanding, and I'm happy to sit back and allow it, more than okay with his dominating personality. Yeah, there is something different here too in both of us. My lust-hazed mind struggles to comprehend it. There's something deeper in all this, something that's evident in the way Zach kisses me, in the way my body angles itself toward him. My heart is beating hard in my chest, and it's difficult to draw in a full breath. Afterwards, when I've calmed, I might be able to work out what these odd, deeply emotional feelings are. I recognize them as the sparks of something that I've started to feel toward Zach lately, when I see him playing with Ryan, or when he compliments me, or when he asks for my help. I've ignored them up until now, but I'm starting to suspect, by how strong the feelings knocking around in my stomach are right now, it won't be long before I can't ignore them anymore. Just a little longer, I decide, as I feel Zach lifting the hem of my shirt. Just a little longer, and I could think about all this after. Zach presses a kiss to my shoulder, and all serious thought is swept from my mind. That felt quite good. I want more of it. More? Zach asks with a slight chuckle, and I realized that the request had left my mouth without my permission. I'm going to give you so much more that you'll be begging me to stop. A shiver runs down my spine. Yes, that definitely sounds good. Zach lifts my shirt up and I raise my arms so he can pull the material over my head, mussing my hair up further. I'm not wearing a bra underneath, certain that the overlarge shirt would disguise it so that I could remain comfortable in my home even with my boss here. But now that fact becomes very clear. I see Zach's eyes immediately dart downward, his eye pupils dilating with lust at the realization that I'm already half naked. But I'm not prepared to sit back this time. The strange feelings that are surrounding us have made me restless, and as much as I like the way Zach takes control, I want some say about what happens between us too. I reach out and push his jacket open, sliding it down off his shoulders. I feel Zach's eyes boring into me, and I wonder if he's going to stop me. But then he drops my shirt and goes lax, implicitly giving me permission to continue. It seems I'm not the only one who needs something different tonight. Zach tilts his head forward and presses open-mouthed kisses over my shoulders as I pull at his buttons, trying not to get impatient with how hard they are to undo. But then his teeth graze my skin and I jerk, accidentally ripping a button clear from his shirt. "Did you just break a button off?" Zach asks, his voice low and amused. "Do you care?" I counter. His eyes gleam and he tugs me forward so that we're leaning precariously on the edges of our chairs. "You can break off as many buttons as you want," he says with a low growl. "Well," I pause and then tear at his shirt, no longer caring about being careful. If any buttons break, I'll offer to fix them later. Before long, Zach's shirt is gone, and I run my hands over his chiseled chest, desperately needing to touch his bare skin. His hands are playing over my skin, over my body, pinching my breasts lightly, teasing the nipples and running up and down my sides. I run my fingers over the dips of his muscles, already imagining how they will flex when he fucks me. My eyes roll back slightly at just the thought. One thing is for certain, though. We can't stay here any longer. Logic creeps slowly through the fog of lust, reminding me that we only just put my 4-year-old to bed, and I definitely don't want to wake him. Nor do I want him to come through to get a drink, only to find Zach and me in this state. I open my mouth to say this, but Zach puts his mouth on my neck and starts sucking. I gasp and tilt my head back. "No, focus, Anya. I need to get us moved, preferably to the bedroom." "Move," I moan. "Bed, move. Ryan." Fuck, I can hardly string together a sentence right now. Thankfully, however, Zach draws back with a confused look. "What?" he asks. We need to move to the bedroom," I say, struggling to pull together my garbled thoughts. "I don't want to wake Ryan." Zach's face clears and he nods, immediately standing and pulling me up with him. I can feel his strong hand encircling mine, and I focus on that feeling for a moment before Zach turns to look at me with a raised eyebrow. "Bedroom?" he asks. "I don't know where it is." I shake my head free. We haven't even gotten to the sex yet, and I'm already zoning. I didn't realize just how badly I wanted Zach until he was here with me again, making his interest plain as can be. I lead Zach to my bedroom. It's not a huge room, the majority of the space being taken up by a large bed, but Zach barely spares it a glance before he's crowding in on me, pushing me back onto the mattress and then stepping in between my legs. "Perfect," he growls, though I'm not sure if he's talking about me or the location. I can feel his cock, hot and heavy through his pants, straining at the zipper. His muscles are bunching in his arms as he braces himself on either side of me, and I know it's not going to take much to send either of us over the edge now. There's something different in the air between us, something that's even more charged, drawing us both inward and making us feel a little crazy. We both know that this isn't something that should be happening between us anymore, but it is, and we're both helpless to prevent it, and we really don't want to at the moment. I don't know what this is going to mean for our future as boss and secretary. I can only hope that things won't go back to the way they were before, when Zach ignored me and tried his hardest to pretend that nothing had ever happened. Then Zach's hands are on the waistband of my pants, and all thoughts about the future are gone, shelved until they become needed again later. He strips my leggings down over my hips, the tight material rolling down my legs, and I can feel the way his fingernails graze my skin as he does so. He takes my panties with them, and I lift my hips so he can pull them both off, leaving me completely naked. I half expect Zach to pull his own pants off and step forward, but all of a sudden, an unreadable look in his eyes, Zach catches my hand and pulls me forward slightly, directing me toward his zipper. The meaning is clear. He wants me to keep undressing him. Gladly. I pull his zipper down and drag the belt out of its buckle, allowing the expensive black pants to fall into a puddle on the floor. I can see his cock straining against the thin material of his boxers, and there's a wet patch on the blue silk. I could draw it out, but there's no room for teasing anymore. We both need this to be over and done. We both need completion. So I pull his boxers down, and almost in the same moment, Zach steps forward and pushes me back, my legs inching open to fit him perfectly between them. "I'm going to fuck you now," he promises. I open my mouth to reply, but the words are lost in a long, guttural moan as, without warning, Zach sinks slowly into me, gently thrusting himself forward as he dives deeper and deeper until he's fully within me. I pant, writhing beneath him and expecting him to start thrusting, but Zach pauses for a moment, his eyes locked on mine, waiting. This time, having sex with Zach feels a little sloppy and relaxed, as though suddenly neither of us are sure what we're doing anymore. Yet for some reason, this time feels far more intimate than any other, and I can't figure out why. But it doesn't matter. I have Zach's cock in me, and that's the only thing of concern right now. "Move," I gasp, and he does. Zach pulls out slowly and then thrusts back in, setting the tone for how this is going to go. I try to meet his thrusts, but I can't seem to time it right, leaving me to splay out on the bed and simply feel. It's not going to take much. I can already feel my stomach tightening, preparing my body for a full orgasm, and my heart pounds in my chest. I never want this single moment right now to end, because in this moment, Zach is with me, and we're both going to get what we want. The fantasy is shattered as pleasure suddenly explodes in my body. White spots dance in front of my vision, and I struggle to catch my breath, my body arching off the bed. I'm not even sure what Zach is doing right now, too overwhelmed and busy chasing my own pleasure to think about him. It was quick. It was a little slapdash, but still, there's something about what happened, about how desperate we both were, and the odd intimacy that surrounded it all. I feel more than see Zach crashing down beside me, breathing just as heavily as I am. I look over to him and meet tired gray eyes. We need to talk. I know we do, but neither of us have the energy right now. "Bed?" I offer. I half expect him to refuse, but he must be too exhausted to, because he nods and we crawl up the bed so we can slide under the covers. I'm hyper-aware of his body beside me. I can't remember the last time I had someone in my bed. Despite this, however, it doesn't take long for me to drop off to sleep, with one final thought crawling lazily through my mind. I hope everything will be fine in the morning. I wake slowly, feeling sleepy, warm, and comfortable. I can feel the bed dipping slightly on one side of me, reminding me that I didn't spend the night alone, and I push my eyes open, rolling over towards him. Zach isn't where I expected him to be. I pause for a moment, puzzled at the oddness of the vacancy beside me, before looking past it to see him sitting on the edge of the bed. I open my mouth to say something, but no words escape me as I take in his form. His head lowered, his shoulders are hunched, and his hands are clasped in front of him. I've never seen him look so vulnerable, and I have to admit, I don't like it at all. I sit up slowly, and the movement attracts Zach's attention. He glances quickly at me and then away. "Morning," I venture. "Morning," he says quietly. He looks strangely lost, like he's trying to make sense of a world that's refusing to give him a clear meaning. I'm not really sure what to do about it. Sure, I didn't expect him to be over the moon about us having sex again, as though we were two lust-crazed teenagers who can't keep their hands off each other. But it feels like there's something deeper at play here. "Do you want breakfast?" I offer. "Not hungry," he grunts. "Coffee?" I try. He hesitates and then shakes his head. Okay, now I know something is very wrong. He's never, in all the time I've known him, turned down coffee. "I've called a taxi," he says after a moment, "to get me home so I can get ready for work." I wince. Right, Zach doesn't have anything to wear other than the clothes that I tore so eagerly from him last night. Still, I study his closed-off expression. I doubt his clothes are what he's so upset about. "Is everything all right?" I finally ask. "Everything is fine," he says. He stands abruptly. He's already put his pants back on, and as I watch, he shrugs his shirt on as well, not bothering to button it up. I suspect some of the buttons are missing on it anyway. "Are you sure?" I press, not sure where I get the daring. But something is wrong, and everything is screaming at me to try and find out what it is. He pauses, glancing at me. There's a wealth of something in his eyes, but I don't know what. "Yes," he says abruptly. And then he's gone, sweeping out of the room. I don't bother hurrying to follow him. By the time I get dressed, he'll already be out the door, and I can't go chasing him through the apartment building when Ryan's about to wake up. I sigh. Obviously, something is wrong, but I have no idea what to do about it.
Chapter 20. Zach. Escaping Anya's home that morning was the only thing I could think to do. But it definitely didn't help. How could it, when I carried with me the vivid memories of all the times we've had sex, up to, and including, last night? Fuck. And I'm the one who made a huge deal about it last time, insisting to myself that it would definitely never, ever happen again. Then I go and kiss her, making every protest I made before useless. There's no way I'll be able to convince Anya that I don't want her. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, and 3 times is too many to be believable. The question is, though, what do I do about it? I can't fire Anya, nor do I want to. Her help has been instrumental the last few days. And I'm not so much of a fool to fire the only ally I have in this entire company. No, firing Anya is not an option, nor is pretending she barely exists. I did that last time, and it just came back to bite me in the ass. So, what? I just ignore it and go about my everyday business? I drum my fingers restlessly against my leg as the elevator heads up. It's the only way of maintaining the peace. I just hope Anya will be all right with hiding it for now. Though, realistically, if she refused, I could just order her to do it or end up out of a job. I wouldn't do it, but she wouldn't know that. I grimace. It's a sign of how much I've changed that I actually feel bad at just the thought of doing something like that. Just to Anya, though. The rest of the Neanderthals in this company deserve whatever they get. I step out of the elevator and immediately freeze, pausing as the silver doors close behind me. There are others in my office. I can smell their hot coffee and hear the low murmur of voices in the inner office. I know I don't have any meetings this morning. It's definitely not Anya because she won't get here until after she's dropped her son off wherever he's going for the day. It's far too early for either that or for anyone else to be up here for that matter, which means that, whatever this is, it's important. I feel oddly like I'm stepping forward to the gallows as I head toward my own office. Part of me has already guessed what's going on, and I know that there's no escaping it. I've been waiting for this for days, but everything with Anya had pushed it from my mind. There are 2 men in my office, sitting on my couch with cheap styrofoam cups of coffee. They look up as I enter the office. "Zach Cooper?" one of them, the taller one, asks. "That's me," I say, shaking their hands. "Joseph Smith and Greg Forbes," the short man says, gesturing first to himself and then to his taller partner. "We're here as representatives of the FBI." I knew it. "If there's anything I can do, please let me know," I say, going around to my desk. I've been doing my own research into the matter, though I'm afraid I haven't gotten very far. "I see," says Forbes slowly. "We'll be frank, Mr. Cooper," Smith says, fixing me with a hard look. "You're now the owner of a multi-million-dollar company that you gained under suspicious circumstances." "I actually won the right to lead through a vote," I point out, glaring back at him. "It doesn't matter," Forbes says. "Right now, you're still one of our primary suspects, so don't go anywhere we can't follow you." "Right," I say. "In the meantime, we would very much like to look at the research you've done so far," Smith says, nodding. "If that's allowed." "I'm sure it's fine," I say. "It's only been a personal side project as I try and figure out what state my father left the company in." "Do you get along with your father?" Smith asks. I snort. "Best leave that one alone," I advise. "Let's just make it simple and say I don't." I can almost see them gearing up to ask, and I prepare for the consequences of refusing to answer. I don't have to talk about my relationship with my father with these people, and I don't intend to. But for whatever reason, Smith nudges Forbes, who looks the most ready to argue his case, and the man subsides with a sour look and a curt nod. I try to ignore the brief interaction, hoping that it won't mean anything bad for me. I understand that the circumstances in which I took over this company were abrupt and unexpected, I say. However, the takeover itself had been planned for several months beforehand. It wasn't a decision made lightly by either myself or the board. My father was driving this company into the ground, and it's only been recently that I've begun to suspect he did so using it to fund some of his less than legal ventures. "I see," Smith says. He glances at Forbes. "Agent Forbes here would like to do a sweep of the area, if that's okay." "Of course," I say with a nod. "We have nothing to hide." Forbes scowls and storms out of the office. I watch him go. He isn't the friendliest of fellows, and I have the feeling he'd like to just throw me in jail right now, fully convinced of my guilt. "Sorry about him," Smith says quietly. "He's something of a greyhound. When he catches a scent, he refuses to let it go. In saying that, he's always fair, so you have nothing to worry about from him." "That's good to know," I say, glancing at him. "What are your thoughts? Off the record." Smith gives me an amused smile. The problems with the company started long before you even began to show an interest in pursuing a business career, he says, and I hear his underlying meaning. If you were the culprit, it wouldn't make an awful lot of sense. I feel my shoulders relax. There's at least one person in the FBI who is on my side. As long as I remain innocent, which shouldn't be difficult. I definitely need that with everything that's happening right now. This is the beginning of many, many problems, and I can only hope that it won't be too frustrating for everyone involved. Thanks, I say. If you really want to owe me, you can show us what evidence you've gathered, Smith says, with another small, amused smile. Of course, I assure him. The information's not secret. It takes a moment to find my small black notebook, the one I've been writing all my thoughts, findings, and observations in. Here, I say, holding it out. Everything to do with my investigation is in there. I hope it helps. Smith smiles again. This time, however, the smile is far more genuine. I'm sure it will, he says. We won't take long, then we'll get out of your hair. If there's anything else we need from you, we'll keep in touch. So, I hope I never see you again? I guess. He laughs, the sound loud and hearty. That's about right, he booms, hitting me on the back. Very few people dare to touch me, but I'm not about to say that to the specialists who came to do a specific job. From far away, I hear the elevator doors open and I sigh. Great. Now Anya is here. She definitely won't keep quiet if she thinks they've insulted her. Smith will probably think it's hilarious, but I don't think Forbes would, though. I sigh and lever myself out of my seat. Looks like it's going to be another big day. Chapter 21. Zach. I don't get 2 steps towards the door before Forbes appears, blocking my way. Much to my irritation, the man is much taller and broader than I am, and he easily stops me in my tracks. Yes, I ask, curtly, wondering where Smith is. I angle my head to glance over his shoulder, and I see the other agent talking to Anya. I can see her expression changing to horror, and I can only imagine what she's being asked. I know it's you, Cooper, Forbes growls, arms crossed. All I need to do is find the evidence. It's highly suspicious that all this evidence suddenly comes out after you take control of the company. How do we know you weren't the one running the business from behind the curtain, and now you're trying to frame your father by connecting it to his previous leadership? You watch too many crime movies, I say, deadpan, and he glares. Why would I bother coming up with something that elaborate? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The investigation will prove that I have nothing to do with any of it. I hope, if my father's lackeys haven't done something to frame me. Forbes snorts. As far as I'm concerned, you and your father are in it together, he sneers. 2 spoiled rich kids. You're both the same. Fury rises in me. I am nothing like my father. Before I can calm down enough to reply, however, Forbes is gone. I watch him as he strides towards Smith and says something. The shorter man raises an eyebrow and steps away from Anya, nodding to her. Then they head towards the elevator, Smith looking back to give me a brief wave before the doors close behind them. Only then do I allow my snarl to break through. I'm so angry that I don't know what to do with it. How dare that insipid man come into my office and start throwing around accusations without proof? What fucking right does he have to tar me with the same brush as my father just because we share blood and a name? I seize a glass paperweight from my desk and throw it as hard as I can at the wall, needing to do something to release this fury. I pant as though I've run a mile. the muscles in my shoulders bunching tightly as my hands open and clench at my side.
Zach?
Fuck. Anya. Part of my mind begs her to leave, because I'm not in any frame of mind to be kind right now. The rest of me is forcing me to turn around with a heavy scowl and a dark glare, not appreciating the presence of someone else right now. What? I snap. She reels back, blinking. It's been a long time since I last snapped at her like that. I'm too angry to even think about curbing my tone, though.
Is everything okay?
She asks, cautiously, giving me a wary look. Her cautiousness infuriates me even more. Anya shouldn't have to be careful around me. I trust her. I like having her help, but I'm angry, and I don't know where to direct that emotion. Get out, I growl. Taken aback, she stares at me.
But,
she starts. Out, I yell. Now! Anya jumps and disappears. A small part of me feels guilty. The rest of me doesn't care, unwilling to pander to anyone when I feel like this. I need to get to the bottom of this. It's no longer enough to dig through hundreds of records to find that one small piece of information that I need. I have to take action and finally ask for help. I head to my desk and seize my phone, punching in the number for the financial department. It rings twice before being picked up. Hello? A man asks on the other end. Is Wellington there? I snap. There's dead silence for a long moment, and I can almost hear the man gulp. I'll just get her, he says hurriedly. I tap my fingers impatiently on my desk. I can hear Anya moving around outside, but she doesn't dare come back through the door, recognizing that I'm not to be trifled with in this mood. It takes just over 2 minutes for Wellington to come to the phone, and by then I'm glaring so hard at my desk that I'm surprised it hasn't burst into flame. Hello? One thing I appreciate about Gracia Wellington, my manager of financial affairs, is that she's never been cowed by my attitude, no matter how much I snap at her. She does her job with clinical focus and precision, and never sounds scared. Even now, after her employee has likely told her that I'm in a towering temper, she's answered the phone with cool detachment. It's enough to make my fury cool ever so slightly. You were here when my father was the owner, yes? I ask. That's right, she says. I'm looking for discrepancies in the reports, I say. If there's anything wrong in the company, it will definitely start with the financials. There have been a few things here and there that have seemed odd, but nothing startling enough to satisfy the FBI. All these discrepancies have done so far is create suspicion. I've come to believe that my father was running a few side businesses through the company, and I need to know what they are and how they were run. There's a long silence on the other end. I'm assuming this has something to do with the visit from the FBI? Wellington asks coolly. For a moment, I feel shocked. How the hell does she know about that? The answer comes to my mind almost immediately. Forbes. That fucking idiot was likely shooting his mouth off about why they were here all the way up to my office. As such, a seemingly private investigation has likely already grown out of proportion with the rumor mill still turning. I sigh, aggravated. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, they do. Yes, I grunt. I don't want to confirm this, but there's not much I can do short of lying, and if I did that, I would end up in a very bad position with all my employees. It is, which is why I need to know about the records so that I can help them with their investigation. There are issues within the company's records that need dealing with, and the financials are all that we have for proof. I see. If possible, her voice sounds even colder. I've been here for many years, sir. I can personally attest to the fact that nothing overly suspicious has crossed my department in all the time your father was here. Well, that's frustrating. I grit my teeth. Of course my father has covered his tracks. He likely has another bank account somewhere. So there's nothing? I ask. A pause. Then,
I didn't say that, Wellington says slowly.
There's an odd note in her voice, part confusion and part distrust.
There have been some odd financial reports in the past.
I sit up straighter. Finally, I'm getting somewhere. I need those dates, I say, fishing for a pen. I'll write them down as you say them. There's another very long silence. Then I hear the rustling of paper. Something like dread curls in my stomach. Something isn't right here.
The first suspicious transaction was on May 17th of last year, Wellington says. The next was on the 29th of August of last year. The third was on the 13th of September of last year. The fourth was on the 20th of December of last year. The fifth was on January 6th of this year. And the final one was the 18th of March this year.
I scribbled the dates down. It's about time I got some of the proof that I've been searching for. With this, I can finally prove... My pencil pauses as my mind finally catches up with what I'm hearing. These dates, I say slowly. They're all after May of last year?
That's right.
Fuck. I took over this company in April of last year. All these odd transactions have occurred since I took over the company. I don't know how, but at some point, my father has deposited obscenely large amounts of money in the company's coffers without me noticing. My financial department would have paid it little mind, thinking I was doing it. But now there's an investigation, and my financial department has all the evidence the FBI needs to prove that there's something suspicious going on, and that I might be involved in it. There has to be a mistake, I say sharply.
There isn't,
Wellington says, her voice as cool as always.
I suggest you be careful, sir, as many people are now aware of the investigation and of the most likely outcome.
I go cold as I realize what she isn't saying. My employees are aware of what's going on, and most of them believe I'm guilty. Why are you, I ask,
Because you asked me for numbers you should have already had, Wellington says slowly. Have a good day, sir.
She hangs up the phone, and I'm left to listen to the dial tone, which sounds oddly final in my ear. My chest feels tight, and there are butterflies in my stomach. I'm a little lightheaded, too, as I struggle to draw in breath. Not only will the FBI soon have the evidence they need to prove that I'm either involved or outright orchestrating the drug deals my father's been setting up, but it seems my own employees are actively working against me. Why? I suspect that, in part, it's because my father's lackeys are likely doing everything they can to discredit me. And the rest, I lean back in my seat and close my eyes. All year, I've tried my hardest to stay out of my employees' affairs. I've barely spoken to many of them, and my criticisms to those I have were harsh. It's the way I prefer it. I'm not here to make friends. But then, Anya came along and made me realize that there's a better way of doing things. It seems, however, that it's too little too late. I have no allies among my employees, and many of them would probably prefer to see me in jail than stand up for me. No doubt there isn't a single one of them who has something nice to say in my defense. There's nothing quite like a situation like this to make you realize just how crappy you've been to everyone in your life, I think wryly. Still, there's nothing I can do about it now, however much I would like to. I've made my bed, and now I have to lie in it. I can't be concerned with my employees who hate me when I'm in danger of going to jail. My main goal, as always, is to bring my father down and prove once and for all that I'm a far better man than he'll ever be. I can work on fixing all the bridges I've burned once I've succeeded. Until then, I just need to remain focused.
Chapter 22. Anya. I have no idea what that was all about, but I highly suspect it has something to do with the 2 FBI agents that have just left. Smith, the one who stopped to explain what was going on, seemed nice enough, but the other man, the tall one, just glared at everything, looking around the room with piercing eyes as though he could uncover the evidence just by staring hard enough. Whatever happened, however, has made Zach angrier than I've ever seen him. Normally, he has such tight control of his temper, limiting himself to snappy retorts and sarcastic quips at the expense of the person he's talking to. For him to actually throw an object, shattering it and denting the wall, he must have been pressed so far over the line that he couldn't even see it anymore. Part of me knows that I should be pissed off at being spoken to like that when I was just trying to help out, but instead I feel concerned. I know that something bad has happened and there's nothing I can do about it until Zach finally tells me what. Which, I think, looking at his closed office door, likely won't be any time soon. It's a little frustrating being closed out like this. Zach and I have definitely gotten closer lately, and I like to think that he feels like he can talk to me if he needs anything. I've gone out of my way to make him aware that I'm here to help. I shake the thought away. I'm being unrealistic. Zach has only just started accepting my help, and I can't expect that he's going to come to me for everything straight away. Right now, the best thing I can do is give him his space and hope that he'll talk to me sooner or later. I sigh and fetch the dustpan in case he calls on me to clean up the shattered glass anytime soon. That's definitely easier said than done. Unfortunately, nothing has improved over the day. Zach's mood seems to sour more as the day goes on, but at least he isn't throwing things anymore. He only came out of his office 3 times during the day, and he refused to look at me each time, acting like I didn't exist. It's concerning. It means that there is something very wrong, and he's likely pulling a stupid macho act, believing he can handle it all himself, right up until the moment he realizes that he actually can't. I roll my eyes and pull out my phone, quickly finding Katrina's number. "Hello?" Katrina says after the 3rd ring. "Hi, Katrina, it's Anya," I say pleasantly. "Anya!" Katrina says, sounding thrilled. "How are you? How's Ryan?" "We're okay," I say with a smile. Katrina has definitely been a blessing since I found her. "Listen, are you free tonight?" "Yeah, pretty much," Katrina says, and I can almost hear her careless shrug. "I have some essays to write, but I can do that anywhere as long as I have internet access. Do you need me to look after Ryan?" "If you could," I say. "I need to stay back this evening, and it's probably going to be a long night." "No worries," Katrina says with a grin. "I'll pack for the night just in case then. So I'll need to pick Ryan up from daycare?" "Yes," I say. "Are you sure it's okay? Ryan isn't going to let you get an awful lot of work done." "I'm not doing much at home either," Katrina snorts. "At least I can work on the essays after I put Ryan to bed." "If you're sure," I say. "Thank you, Katrina." "No worries. Leave it all to me." I hang up the phone. There, one thing taken care of. Zach doesn't want to admit that he needs my help? Fine. I'll force him to accept it by not leaving until he does. As I sit back at my desk, I can't help but feel how ironic it would be if I managed to get out of trouble by swearing at my boss, but then got fired because I forced my help upon him. It takes Zach almost an hour to realize that I've stayed back later than I normally would. I'm typing up a report, making sure there aren't any mistakes, when he steps out of his office, a disconcerted look on his face. It's definitely better than the glare he had earlier. What I can see of his confusion in the poor reflection of my computer monitor is almost endearing, and I have to fight not to turn around to face him. "Anya," he says. "Yes?" I ask, continuing to type. "What are you still doing here?" he asks. "Working," I reply. I catch a glimpse of his eyes narrowing in frustration. I know that my candid answers are annoying, but I can't help but mess with him in repayment for the way he treated me earlier. "You were supposed to leave an hour ago," he says sharply. "Really?" I make a show of glancing at my clock. Oh well. I go back to typing. I know my fun is going to end sooner rather than later, especially considering the mood he's in today. I'm half surprised he's allowed me to go on as long as I have. Then, to my surprise, he drops into a chair in front of my desk with a sigh. I take my hands off the keys and turn to look at him. That's different. I watch as he rubs his eyes. He looks oddly tired, and it reminds me of how vulnerable he looked this morning when he left my apartment. In front of me is a man who is facing the loss of everything he's worked so hard for, and he doesn't know what to do about it. "Are you okay?" I ask slowly. "No," he says bluntly. I open my mouth, ready to ask more questions, and then snap it closed, shocked by his answer. What the hell am I supposed to do in this situation? I was prepared to wheedle an answer out of him, not have it given to me on a silver platter. "Do you want to talk about it?" He looks up at me and grimaces. "The FBI have come to investigate me and the company. Specifically me," he says. I nod. Even if Smith hadn't stopped to tell me as such, I could have guessed that. "I guess your dad or someone close to him called them?" I ask. "That's the best bet," he says. He tilts his head back to look up at the ceiling. "There are large discrepancies in the financials." I perk up. "That's good then, right?" I ask encouragingly. "We can give those figures to the FBI and let them figure the rest out." Zach doesn't smile. My heart sinks. "All the dates for the problematic transactions occurred after I took the company," he says. Of course they did. Why does this not surprise me? I should have guessed that it wouldn't be that easy if Zach's father is as crafty as he says he is. I'm glad, after hearing the story Zach's told me, that I never had to work under Vincent Cooper. I only ever met him once, and he had seemed a kindly older man then, but it just goes to show that there's always something deeper there. "Can we fix it?" I ask. "How?" he asks, scowling upward. "The dates on the transactions are what matter. I'll be tied up in the investigation, forcing the closure of the company for months before they realize that that money didn't come out of any of my accounts. By the time they think to point the blame at my father, he'll be long gone. The only reason he's stayed as long as he has is to take me down." I grimace. That does seem the most likely explanation. I can't think of any other reason why Vincent, who seems to be some sort of crime lord, if the things Zach and I have discovered are true, hasn't tried to run yet. "There's another issue," Zach says. "Another one?" I ask, aghast, as if we didn't have enough to deal with. Zach lifts his head and looks at me. If I thought he looked tired before, it's nothing on how weary he seems now. "The firm seems to be under the impression that I'm guilty," he says. "Wait, what?" I frown, confused. "When did that come up? How do they even know what's happening?" "I have no idea," Zach says with a shrug. "I suspect Forbes was mouthing off downstairs." Forbes must have been the unpleasant, looming agent that I thankfully didn't meet. "I called down to the finance department," Zach continues before I can say anything, "to ask for the financials from when my father was the owner. That is when they told me of the odd discrepancies during my tenure. Wellington also warned me that the majority of the company are aware of what's going on and believe that I have something to do with it." I sit back, shocked. How could anyone believe that of Zach? Yes, he's hard to deal with, and there have been times in the not-so-distant past when he's been downright nasty to everyone around him. Despite this, his passion for his work has always shown so clearly, and he's definitely a stickler for the rules. I honestly can't fathom how anyone could suspect Zach over his father, who was obviously ousted from the company for a reason. Then again, I never worked under Vincent, so I have no idea how the rest of the company might have perceived him, and how abruptly his son succeeded him. Perhaps most of them believe that Zach did some shady deals of his own to stab his own father in the back. After all, no one knew what actually happened. I'm likely the first person Zach has ever told. The mystery would not help, especially in conjunction with Zach's uncompromising, distant attitude. Reluctantly, I can almost see how many people would rather believe Zach is guilty than that his father, who has been absent for over a year and was overthrown in a very sudden coup d'etat by his own son, is the real criminal. And now, as Zach says, there's the very real likelihood that this company will end up shutting down, simply because Zach, the owner, will be tied up in litigation while his father walks free. There's something absolutely disgusting about that. Is there anything we can do? I ask. I have no idea, Zach admits. I don't want to hear that. I want him to say that he's got a great idea to throw this whole thing back in Vincent's face. Zach has always had a plan, no matter what. But it seems, as I watch him close his eyes and slump in his chair, that we've finally reached the end of that. Chapter 23. Anya. I don't know how long Zach sits quietly in that chair. I return to my work, giving him the moment he obviously needs. We both know that there's a lot to do and that we can't afford to just be sitting around like this. But at the same time, I'm loath to disturb him while he's sitting quietly. I can't quite say what his mood is right now, but I know it isn't anything good. Finally, though, he shifts, opening his eyes. He grimaces as he sits up, rubbing his side. I'm going home, he announces. That startles me. I'd expected him to want to stay and work all night. I guess finding out that there's been a huge setup in the works ever since he took the company has rattled him more than he wants to admit. I'll take my work home, Zach adds, seeing my confusion. I just can't bear to be here right now. I'll get more done at home. I'll come with you. The offer is out of my mouth before I can stop it. I straighten my shoulders, though, and I don't take it back. Ryan has a babysitter, so I don't need to worry about him right now. I can help you. Zach gives me an unreadable look. Then he gives me one short nod. Do you know where I live? He asks. I nod. I know where everyone in the company lives. It's my job to know. All right, let's go, he says. Gather up as many files as you can. I'll bring my work computer. It has a lot of electronic files from other departments on it. We can look through those as well. He glances at me. It's going to be a long night. I gave him a wry smile in return. That's why I got a babysitter for the night. The corner of Zach's mouth lifts ever so slightly, and I count it as a win for now. The two of us move around the office, gathering up files. I end up finding an old canvas bag and stuffing as many of them in there as I can, while Zach packs up his laptop. By the time we're ready to go, Zach's desk is almost clear, and all the files are either in my bag or in a small box that he unearthed from somewhere. Let's go, he says. We head down to the underground parking lot in silence. Unlike the last time we sat in silence, this time it feels odd and stilted, both of us very tense. Suddenly there is far more riding on our investigation than there was before. I don't want Zach to lose this company. I don't know everything there is to know about business, but I do know that he works damn hard, even though he can be a jerk. There's got to be a way that we can save it, I decide, as I load my things into my car and slide into the passenger seat, prepared to follow Zach to his home. There just has to be. Thankfully, Zach doesn't live too far away from the office, and it's easy enough to follow him through the traffic. When we get to Zach's home, though, all my dreary thoughts of Vincent and the company are thrown from my mind. I knew, of course, what Zach's address was. I also knew that he lived in a veritable mansion. But it's different actually seeing the place up close. My eyes widen as I drive through the gates and follow Zach up the long, winding driveway. The gardens are sweeping and well kept, and there are small flower beds on either side of the paved road. There's a fountain in a roundabout about halfway to the house, but it isn't turned on. And as we approach the house, I find I can't look away from the massive house with its cylindrical columns and sparkling windows. I knew Zach was rich, but seeing something like this really hits it home for me. He's rich. I watch Zach park his car outside and then pull in beside him, not wanting to risk accidentally parking in an area that I'm not supposed to. By the time I leave my car, I've managed to school my expression into something resembling cool disinterest. Zach doesn't need to know how shocked I am by his house and obvious wealth. "This way," he says, nodding at me. The inside of the house is just as amazing. There are beautiful paintings everywhere and several statues and ornaments displayed on tables and in cabinets. It feels a bit like a museum. I imagine bringing Ryan here and wince. Maybe not a good idea until he's a little older. "We can go in the living room," Zach says, leading the way. With how perfect everything else is, I'm wary about entering the living room. When I step inside, however, I find a far more modern space. A large television takes up one wall, while a comfortable lounge suite sits opposite. There's a coffee table in between them, and there are a few cups and plates scattered across it. It looks normal. "Sorry about the mess," Zach grunts, carefully avoiding my eyes. "It's okay," I say. "I don't mind. I have Ryan. He's messier than 10 of you combined." This time, I definitely get a smile. I grin, pleased with myself. I do enjoy making him happy. I check the thought. Since when did I start caring so much about Zach's happiness? Zach waves, pulling me from my thoughts, and directs me to the couch. I sit gingerly on it and almost sink into the plush pillows. "Whoa," I say, and grin. "How comfortable." "Ready to start?" Zach asks, ignoring me. "Sure," I say. I lift the bag of files onto the table. "Before we start, though, you need to tell me a little more about your father. Maybe, as an outsider, I can figure out something you've missed about his motivations." "Motivations?" Zach snorts. "The only thing that man has ever cared about is being the most powerful person in the room. When I ousted him, I did more than take his company away from him. I hurt his pride in front of his board members. Not only that, I got nearly every single one of those board members on my side. The vote to transfer ownership to me was almost unanimous." "Wow," I say, fascinated. "But why did he choose now? Why didn't he get his revenge as soon as you took over?" "My father is not a good man," Zach explains, "and one of his worst traits is that he firmly believes in the adage that revenge is a dish best served cold. This is his revenge. It's taken over a year to come to fruition, but my father is definitely a patient man. Far more than I am." "So, he's just doing all this because he feels like you betrayed him even a year and a half later?" I ask, incredulously. "That's it," Zach says. I can't fathom it. My own parents had been so incredibly supportive before they died in the car crash. It was partially the loss of their support that sent Jason and me into our tailspins. "I'm sorry," I say with feeling, putting my hand over his. Sparks fly through my skin. Right, I shouldn't forget about that. Even amongst all of this, I'm still incredibly sexually attracted to Zach. It's really inappropriate, especially in light of how much trouble he's currently in, but I just can't help it. No matter how many times I tell myself that it isn't right, and he's my boss and has so much else going on, I'm still drawn to him like a moth to a flame. Not that I've been trying too hard to refuse my feelings. Zach looks up at me, his gray eyes searching my green ones. I can't help but remember the last time we looked at each other like this, want clearly reflected in our expressions. I still can't put my finger on what it was, but something is definitely very different. Then, Zach puts his hand on my knee, and rational thought flees. I can feel his palm, hot and heavy on my skin, and his fingers brush lightly up my leg and play across my thighs. I tense, my breath catching at the wave of pleasure that goes through me. We shouldn't do this. We have a lot of work to do. If we have sex now, it will only be because Zach is looking for company so he can forget the way his life is falling apart around him. I should care about this, about the fact that it can't possibly be something Zach wants while he's so vulnerable, but I really don't. If Zach wants sex, for whatever reason, I'm pretty sure I don't have the willpower to refuse him. Still, I should probably try for his sake. Zach, we have work to do, I managed to say, my words coming out in a garbled moan as his hand sneaks higher up my leg, sliding under my skirt. I am working, he says. The statement doesn't make sense, though I don't know if that's just because I can't quite think past the feeling of his hands on my skin, or because what he's saying doesn't actually match what's happening right now. I blink hard, twice, and try to force my mind back to rational thought. No, you're not, I say weakly, even as my legs part to give him better access so his fingers can brush against my already damp panties. A small smirk curves at the corner of his lip. I am, he says, a silky purr in his voice that makes me shiver. I'm hard at work, discovering all the places that will make you scream my name. Oh, fuck. I really don't want to argue with that, do I? The files, I gasp, my head falling back. My mind is trying so hard to convince both him and myself that we need to stop, but my body is not willing to comply. Physically, I'm already completely prepared to have sex with Zach. Zach tugs down the zipper of my skirt with his other hand, the fingers of the hand underneath rubbing against me softly. The files can wait until the morning, he says in a low voice. The FBI are already here. Losing an hour here or there isn't going to make much of a difference. It might, I want to say. If Zach had said this to me at the office, I definitely would have argued and reminded him that every moment should count. But I can't now. I have no desire to protest any further. I want this far too much. Zach inches closer to me, scooting forward on the lounge. I can already feel the heat of his body close to mine, and he comes so far into my personal space that I can feel his breath against my neck as he dips his head down to inhale deeply. You smell very good, he murmurs, pressing a light, feathery kiss to my neck. I shiver. The gesture could be classed as romantic, but I know he's just teasing me now. His hand is still beneath my skirt, and his other hand is playing gently along the edge of my loosened skirt, not making any further moves to undress me. I almost want to surge forward and demand that he get on with it already, but I can't force the words out of my mouth, and I groan instead. Fuck, Zach, I say hoarsely. I need you to fuck me now. His hands still, and he looks up at me with a dark gleam in his eyes. All in good time, he promises. I allow my eyes to flutter closed and let go of everything else. I know that recently something has shifted between us, and I've even begun to wonder if my feelings for Zach are far deeper than I want to admit to myself. For now, though, none of that matters. For now, all I want is to feel.
Chapter 24. Zach. Her skin is like silk beneath my palms. Touching Anya, I believe, is very quickly becoming an addiction that I am incapable of walking away from. No matter what I do, everything keeps coming back to Anya and how much I want her. And, more than that, recently I've been feeling close to her. I want to ask for help and opinions. I want to make her laugh and smile. I want to sit in the living room with her in companionable silence. I want all of these things, and I can't seem to figure out when and why my attitude toward Anya started to change. Does it really matter, though? The part of my mind that has been completely overtaken by lust calls out. If I get to touch Anya like this whenever I want, then why does it matter why or how our relationship has changed? I try to push the thought away, but it's difficult right now. My thoughts are still emotionally charged from the feel of Anya's skin. Nothing else matters right now besides being able to touch more of her. My cock is hardening uncomfortably in my pants, and my breath is catching in my throat. Her skin is so hot to the touch that it makes beads of sweat form on my forehead. She's responding so eagerly to each brush of my fingers, her body shuddering and inching toward me, eager for more. As I touch her, her hips thrust toward me, desperate for more friction. But I intend to tease her a little this time. Last time, in her apartment, it was hurried and sloppy. Mindful as we were, both of Ryan sleeping in the next room and the fact that we really shouldn't have been having sex, especially with our pounding hearts and the odd feelings surrounding us. Tonight, though, I've cast all that away. I want to have sex with Anya. Everything else can wait. You're so eager, I murmur, sliding my hand from underneath her skirt, and she moans in disappointment. You would have me take you right here and now on this couch. She gasps and tilts her head back. Please, she groans. I don't know if she knows what she's responding to. She's just responding, trying to make me move. But I move back instead, and Anya's eyes flutter open to look at me, struggling to focus. I don't look at her, however, directing my intense gaze toward her skirt as I slide it down and over her legs. I'm going to strip you, bit by bit, I promise. I pull her skirt free and drop it to the floor. Her panties are already moist, but I ignore them in favor of sliding my hands up over her hips, fingering the buttons on her blouse. Anya almost appears to be holding her breath as she watches the way my fingers dance over the material, undoing each button with excruciating slowness. I can hear each breath hitching in her chest. Her entire body is trembling with need and the struggle to keep still as I explore. Please, she gasps, her hands grasping at the couch beneath her. I could take pity on her, but I don't. I'm fascinated by the way her muscles bunch beneath my hands as she tosses her head and writhes on the pillows, caught in need and desperation. I pull the last button free, and I smile slowly as I trace soft lines over her taut stomach. So needy, I say. How badly do you want me, Anya? For a moment, I don't think she will answer. Then her hand shoots out to grasp me around my wrist, stilling my movements as I push her blouse open slowly. I want you to fuck me so hard I'll never forget it, she says in a low voice, her eyes blazing. I want to push her back and fuck her right then and there. Heat blazes within me, and I groan. bracing myself over her for a moment as I struggle to control my own urges. This woman is determined to drive me over the edge, it seems. Only when I've managed to take back some semblance of control, my cock pulsing fiercely within the confines of my pants, do I relax and look at her. That can be arranged, I say. Fucking her so hard she'll never forget me. I definitely like the sound of that. Somehow, Anya is mine, in whatever way I want her to be. I don't want a relationship with her, as I tell myself constantly, despite the odd shifting feelings in my chest. But even the thought of her with someone else, touching her like this, listening to her moan makes a strange, possessive fury race through me. No one else is allowed to have her. No one else should be able to see her like this, her head thrown back in bliss, her body responding to my every touch. Yes, I'd definitely be happy to make sure her memory of me never fades. Anya shifts as I drag her blouse over her shoulders, sitting up so I can pull it free and toss it over my shoulder. Then I reach behind her, fumbling for a moment before I find the clasp of her bra. I fiddle with it for a moment, struggling to undo it, before finally it falls free. The lace straps slip from her shoulders, leaving her top half completely bare, and I eye her breasts as they bounce free, the nipples already stiff and perky. Look how eager you are, I say, cupping her breasts in my hands and rubbing the tips of my thumbs over her nipples. I can feel the nubs hardening, and she shivers as I continue to massage the soft skin with my fingers.
Oh, fuck,
she gasps, her back arching. It seems she's highly responsive here. I brush my fingers over her nipples again, and she groans so deeply that the sound shoots straight through my body. How would she react if I licked them? I'm tempted to find out, but that may have to wait for another time. My cock is almost painfully hard now, and I need to do something about it before I burst, before I even get undressed. So, regretfully, I pull away, gratified by Anya's groan of disappointment. I flick open the zipper of my pants and shrug out of my shirt carelessly, no longer in the mood to tease. I can feel Anya's eyes on my body as I strip, eagerly taking in each inch of exposed skin. I slip out of my pants and boxers, and my cock springs free, hard and leaking and more than ready to be inside Anya once more. Anya lies back without prompting, her eyes dark and her expression expectant as she spreads her legs, inviting me closer.
Fuck me,
she says. I waste no time surging forward, fitting between her legs so perfectly that it was like I was made to be there. There's no more waiting or teasing now. I'd love to take her to the brink again and again, but I'm helpless to resist her pull. Before long, I have to have her, have to be in her, just like now. I line up at her entrance and slide home, her body sucking me in eagerly. Her muscles are tight against my cock, and we both groan as I sink in, inching forward bit by bit until I'm fully inside Anya's body once again. Only then do I pause, panting, needing both to catch my breath and give her time to adjust. Not that she needs it. Barely moments later, she's moving, bumping her hips up, clearly telling me to move, beyond words. I take in a deep breath to calm myself, then pull out to the tip. I catch her eye, see the lust within them, and slam forward once more. It sets the pace. I fuck Anya hard, my hips moving back and forth as she meets each thrust, taking me in deeper and deeper. The walls of her muscles suck me in, refusing to let me go, intent on keeping me right where I am. The tightness makes my stomach clench, and I brace my arms on either side of Anya's head, gasping for breath and struggling to do more than thrust and try to hold back my orgasm for as long as possible. In the end, however, it crashes over me without warning. I groan deeply, thrusting into her once more and squeezing my eyes shut, barely aware of the way Anya's body is trembling beneath me. My knees shake, and I'm struggling to hold myself up, not wanting to collapse onto Anya. Slowly, however, my heart stops beating so fiercely, and the world returns around me. I pull my cock free and push myself backward to collapse onto the couch. I know I need to think about this. Maybe Anya and I should actually talk about it. But I'm weary, and I can see the way Anya is yawning. There's so much work to be done, but there's no way I can focus on it right now. Come on, I say. Let's go to bed.
Bed sounds good,
she agrees drowsily. We gather our clothes quickly, and then I lead Anya upstairs. My bedroom is large, decked out in blues and creams. Despite how nice it is, I don't spend much time in here, since I tend to fall asleep either on the couch or at my desk. But right now, a bed sounds heavenly. Anya seems to agree. Clumsily, she pulls her underwear back on and crawls beneath the covers with a sigh of contentment. I hesitate, then pull a pair of fresh boxers on and slip in beside her. I hear Anya's breathing even out as she falls asleep quite quickly, and I close my eyes, trying to follow her example. But despite how tired I am, my mind is working a mile a minute. There's absolutely no way I can settle down to sleep right now. Why does this keep happening to us? No matter how many times I resolve to stay away from Anya, all it takes is just the slightest touch to break every bit of resolve I thought I had. Being with Anya is unlike anything I have ever known before. I have been with other women in the past, but there had been nothing to those moments. It had just been sex to mutually seek pleasure. With Anya, however, there's something there. I don't know what it is. I just know that it's impossible to stay away from her. Her body, her smiles, even her touch keeps drawing me in, and I'm helpless to resist her allure. Does she know what she does to me? I glance at her sleeping form. She's curled up beneath the covers, her hands lightly clutching the sheets beneath her. Her expression is peaceful, and there's a small smile playing on her lips, as though she's dreaming something nice. Even now, I can feel it. Yet I don't want sex. I know that. That burning lust that overtakes me isn't present. Instead, I feel something warmer and gentler than those fast, furious feelings. Something is definitely coming over me, and I'm not sure I like it. Because of these feelings, I'm constantly distracted by Anya, left to wonder what she's doing or why she's acting the way she is. My work has suffered because so much of my focus has been on her and her body and the way it feels to move against her. I want to stay away from Anya because it's unprofessional. I have enough problems right now without it getting out that I'm currently sleeping with one of my employees. But I also want to stay away from her because it feels like these feelings are making me weak. It wasn't so long ago that I didn't care what anyone else thought of me. I didn't give a damn if my employees thought kindly of me. Yet, somehow, Anya's opinion began to matter. Then the opinions of my other employees became slightly more important too. Now, instead of just doing what I want, regardless of what anyone thinks, I'm now pausing to weigh what others might think of my decisions. It's slowing me down, and it means that I'm not making decisions quite as quickly as I was before. I could fix it easily. I know the solution to my problem. I just can't bring myself to do it. I know that if I want things to go back to normal, I need to get rid of Anya. I need to fire her. But I had the perfect opportunity a few weeks ago, and I didn't do it. If I didn't fire her for the way she talked to me then there's no way I can fire her for anything less. So, I'm stuck. I can't bring myself to get rid of her, and I can't stay around her like this anymore. So where am I supposed to go from here? I relax back onto the pillows and yawn, closing my eyes. I can figure all this out tomorrow, when I'm awake enough to think rationally. For now, I'm just going to go to sleep and hope that everything looks much better in the morning. Chapter 25. Zach. What? I ask, not sure I heard her properly. Anya raises an eyebrow. I have to confess that when Anya burst into my office this morning, I was quite certain she'd had enough of my silence and had come in here to corner and interrogate me about having sex with her last night. It's not like I treated her badly. I gave her breakfast, allowed her to stay until she was ready to leave, and even drove her home so that she could have a shower and change clothes. We do need to talk about it eventually, though. How many times have we had sex in the last few weeks now? I don't even want to think about it. What I do know is that it's been far too many times, considering the fact that I vowed it would never happen again every single time. Either my will is weaker than I expected, or Anya has gotten too good at seducing me. Still, none of that explains my current situation.
Dinner,
Anya says, repeating her statement with a roll of her eyes.
You know, the thing we have at the end of the day, usually after working very hard at our jobs.
I know what dinner is, I snap. What I want to know is why you're talking about dinner with me.
Because Ryan invited you to dinner,
Anya says, with an uncaring shrug, as though this explained everything. I hate to admit it, but it does sort of explain everything. Right, I say slowly. I want to refuse. I want to refuse so fucking badly. But a 4-year-old boy is the one actually inviting me. How am I supposed to refuse when he's obviously expecting me to be there? I send Anya a suspicious glare, to which she just smiles back. It wouldn't be too surprising to find out that she's just using this information to get what she wants, but that doesn't mean I can refuse. I sigh and grumble. What time and when? She grins at me.
Tonight, 6:30,
she says proudly. So, not only am I being forced to go to a small social event, but I'm not even being given enough time to think of all the pros and cons beforehand so I can decide it's not a good idea.
Come on, Zach,
Anya says, begging me.
You've had dinner with us before. This will be no different.
Fine. The agreement is out of my mouth before I can stop it. I'll see you at 6:30. She beams at me, and my heart skips a beat for some reason.
Thanks, she says. I'll message Katrina so she can tell Ryan.
I scowl at her retreating back. If she's already telling Ryan that I'll be there, then I definitely can't pull out now. I sigh and go back to work. When did my life get so complicated? By the time 6 o'clock runs around, I'm more than ready to just give up and throw my pen away. I run a frustrated hand through my hair. Why is this so hard? My father owned this damn company for a very long time before I came along and overthrew him. There should be all sorts of documents showing the discrepancies in his finances, but there's nothing. In fact, as I dig deeper, I'm finding a wealth of information that proves that I could actually be the guilty one. Fuck, I sigh, throwing down the report. I glance at the clock. It's 6 o'clock. Anya left just before 5 to pick her son up from daycare, so she's probably already at her apartment, expecting me to arrive any moment now. I really don't want to go, but I made a promise, and there's a little boy who is expecting me. On top of that, I really don't want to see Anya's disappointed glare every morning for the next 2 weeks. So I lever myself out of my chair, yawn, and stretch my arms over my head. Time to face the music, then. One of the reasons I accepted the invitation is that I can use the time to talk to Anya about what is going on between us. It has to stop, somehow. I don't know why we can't seem to stay away from each other, but I want to make it so that there are more consequences if we don't do so from now on. Pleading with ourselves hasn't helped, nor has begging. What we have to do is give ourselves incentive to keep away, at least until we're no longer so horny. I only hope I can count on Anya's support in this. We both have to do it, or it's never going to work out the way I want it to. I groan and rub my hand down my face. Getting involved with other people is far too complicated, I decide, as I get in my car and turn the key in the ignition. I think I preferred it when I was the only person I had to rely on. I drive slowly out of the underground parking lot, and before I know it, I'm on the road. The streets are quiet, everyone already having left in the classic work-to-home rush. Cruising down the almost empty road helps clear my head a little. The drive to Anya's apartment is quiet. I turn on the radio for a bit to provide some sort of background noise, but my mind is definitely not on the music. I don't think Anya will like my idea, if I'm being honest. I'm not the only one who has problems keeping their hands off, but whereas my self-control is abysmal, Anya's is completely non-existent. Between the two of us, there's no chance. I grimace. There has to be a chance. We've been lucky enough to slide under the radar so far, but each time we're together, we draw closer and closer to discovery. With the recent problems within the company, I simply cannot afford to be tarred for having sex with my secretary. So, this has to stop, no matter what. Despite my determination, there's a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach as I park my car and head into the building. I already know what I need to say to Anya, and it definitely isn't going to be pleasant. It's going to change the way we work together. Perhaps even take things back to the way they were before, when we regarded each other with distance and cool indifference. I should prefer that, but the thought of it makes my heart clench. For whatever reason, I don't want Anya to look at me the way she used to, cold and disinterested. I definitely don't look at her that way now, and I'm not sure it's going to be so easy to stop. But I must. For the sake of the company, for the sake of my sanity, I have to stop this. When I reach the door, I pause for a moment to take a deep, steadying breath. Then I knock sharply. It opens almost immediately. For a moment, I'm confused, because no one is there. But then a small form crashes into me, wrapping his arms around my knees with a laugh. "Hello, Ryan," I say, patting the boy gently on the head. The last time I came here, Ryan's presence prevented me from saying what needed to be said. I need to steel myself this time, though. I can't allow my growing fondness for this small human to stop me again.
"You're early," I hear Anya say, and I look up. In the office, Anya is beautiful, there's no doubt about that. Her clothes are perfectly pressed, her hair is tucked into a tight bun, and she wears makeup to accentuate her cheeks, lips, and eyes. Yet here, in her home setting, she's gorgeous. She's changed into jeans and a shirt that's a little too large for her, and she's wiped all her makeup off. Even better, her hair has bounced free of its tight confines, and the curls are frizzing around her face in wild beauty. I blink hard and mentally slap myself. This is not helping my cause. "Yeah," I say with a tight smile. "We're having spaghetti for dinner,"
Anya says. I'm not sure whether she hasn't noticed my mood or if she's just ignoring it.
Is that okay?
Sounds great, I say, and follow her into the kitchen. The smell of garlic and tomato sauce makes my stomach rumble, and Ryan, who is close enough to hear, giggles before darting towards his seat. I sit down across from him, deciding that the place setting with the coffee cup belongs to Anya. Do you want any help? I ask my secretary.
No, I've got it,
she says cheerfully, lifting a large pot off the stove. She brings it over to the table, sets it down on a pot holder, and places a ladle in it.
Dig in.
I hesitate for a moment, a little confused but unwilling to admit it. I've never had dinner like this, where I have to serve myself. Anya does so with gusto, putting some sauce and spaghetti on Ryan's plate before taking some for herself. Only then do I do the same, a little frustrated by how easily the pasta slips free of the spoon.
There's some cheese, if you'd like it,
Anya says, when I set my plate down, not saying anything about the difficulties I had. I nod and dig my fork into the food. Throughout dinner, Ryan chatters on, and I try my hardest to pay attention. Anya has a warm smile on her face as she answers each of his questions while she eats. The setting is very domestic, and it makes me feel content and happy. But those feelings frustrate me too. Why do these two make me feel like this? Why is it so hard to walk away?
Why don't you go play, Ryan?
Anya suggests as we finish eating.
Zach and I need to clean up.
Okay, Ryan chirps, slipping off his seat and dashing off. I reach out for my plate, but Anya takes it with a laugh.
I've got it, she says. I only said that because it looks like you've got something to say.
I really should learn not to underestimate Anya. She's always been very perceptive. I do, I say. I think this needs to stop. Anya is quiet for a long moment, facing the sink as she runs water.
This? She finally asks. Are you talking about having dinner with my son and me? Or the sex?
I grimace at her bluntness. All of it, I say. I stand. Thank you for dinner, and for everything you've done for me.
What do you expect me to tell Ryan?
Anya asks, her voice still worryingly calm, despite the fact that she isn't looking at me. I don't know, I say. That's the heaviest part of all this. But from now on, we need to keep our relationship strictly professional.
What if I don't want to?
I had expected that question, if I'm honest. But it doesn't make the answer I know I have to give any easier. Then I'll fire you, I say. The words hang in the air between us. There. It's done. If Anya and I have sex again, I will fire her. We simply cannot afford for this to keep happening.
I see,
Anya says simply. Why does my heart feel so damn heavy? I'll see you at work tomorrow, I reply. I walk to the door, determined not to look back. But unable to resist, I do. Once. Anya is looking at me now. Her expression is blank, but her eyes are roiling with different emotions, from betrayal to frustration to sadness. I don't want to see that. I turn away and step through the door, closing it behind me with a loud, final click.
Chapter 26. Anya. If I had been told even a month ago that I would actually feel lonely when Zach became distant again, I would have thought the person was crazy. After all, Zach was just my harsh, unemotional boss, and I couldn't fathom having any sort of deeper connection with him. Yet I did. We did. What started as meaningless sex slowly started to evolve, and before either of us realized it, we were sitting together, trying to figure out what was going on with the company. He was smiling at me, even cracking a dry joke or two. He was trusting me with his thoughts. And in turn, I started to feel closer to him. I opened my home to him and stood by his side. I introduced him to my son. I knew, deep down, that it wouldn't last. Our dalliance wasn't something that should have ever happened, especially with the FBI sneaking around. I had only wanted sex that first time, and I hadn't anticipated how our relationship would grow from there. And now, a week after Zach told me that our relationship had to go back to one of professional distance, it suddenly occurred to me just how deeply I had started to feel for the stark, cold billionaire. I miss him. He's been cooped up in his office all week, researching, and he has completely refused to allow me to help in any way. I just don't know what to do. Across the dining table from me, Jason gives me a deadpan look. "Just leave it," he advises. "Zach obviously wants things to go back to how they were, so there's nothing you can do about it." I shoot him with a glare. Jason had been highly amused when I finally confessed to having a sort of relationship with my boss, but now I can hear an undercurrent of dislike. I suppose I can't blame him either. All I've done is complain about Zach since I started working there. "Are you going to help me, or are you just going to stew over the fact that I had sex with a billionaire?" I ask bluntly. Jason winces. "Too much information, little sister," he says. "Look, I am trying to help you. There's no point in pining after the guy when he's already made his feelings plain." Has he, though? I'm not so certain. A week ago, I might have said that he had set out to hurt me on purpose. Now, there had been something like reluctance in his eyes when he told me that we had to stop having any sort of close relationship. "How is Ryan taking it?" Jason asks. "All right," I say, glancing towards the living room where Ryan is playing. He was upset that Zach left without saying goodbye that night, and he's asked if he could come over once or twice since, but I haven't told him yet. That Zach isn't coming back. Jason gives me a slanted glance. "Could that be because you want him to come back too? That you expect it?" he asks. "If you tell Ryan, it's final. But if you don't tell him, you can keep pretending that this is only temporary." I scowl at him, not wanting him to know that he's right. It feels so pathetic, but part of me is really hoping that he'll come back and tell me that he wants to be with me. No, it's because telling him that will just cause him unnecessary stress and pain. I say haughtily, tossing my head. As you said, Zach made his feelings plain, and chasing after him when he doesn't want me is just asking for trouble. "Too right," Jason says. He watches me as I take a sip of my coffee. "You're still going to chase him, though." It isn't a question. I put my cup down slowly and look at him. "Yes," I admit. How can I let Zach go now, when he's come so far, before we've even had the chance to explore these deeper feelings for one another? I have to chase him until I get a definite answer, one way or another. But I know what Jason is worried about. He's worried that I'm going to burn myself with the fire of my own passion, and I'm not going to say it's unlikely. If Zach refuses me after all the effort I've put into him, it's going to hurt. Badly. I sigh and run a hand down my face. When did all this get so damned complicated? How could I have allowed this to happen? These feelings, which snuck up on me almost without notice, have struck me from behind when I was least expecting them. "Then tell me this," Jason says. There's a serious look on his face. "Do you love him?" Love. There's a word I haven't dared to consider. I don't know if I've ever actually been in love with anyone else. Even Ryan's father was a quick fling, and I didn't even really care when he left, other than for the fact that he was leaving me to raise a baby on my own. I know I love Jason. He's my brother, and for a long time he was all I had in this world. I love Ryan. My son is like a ray of sunshine, brightening even the darkest moments of my life with his toothy grins and genuine curiosity about the world around him. But Zach? Part of me immediately scoffs at the idea. I love the idea of Zach more than the man himself, surely. This all started because he was walking around like sex on a stick and I couldn't resist it. Whatever those feelings are, they can't possibly be love. Yes, they can. A small voice whispers from the back of my mind. I miss him terribly. I want to be around him. I want to see him smile, and I would do anything in my power to make him happy. I can't stop myself from drawing closer to him. Even just sitting and listening to him talk makes for a worthwhile afternoon. Even now, I can't stop wondering if I'll be able to invite him around for dinner again. I really enjoyed seeing him sitting at my table, eating my food and interacting so sweetly with Ryan. There's a side of Zach that he doesn't let anyone else see, and it's the side Jason hasn't considered into the equation because he doesn't even know it exists. But I've seen it. I see that side in the way he interacts with Ryan, so gentle and patient. I see it in the suppressed smiles that he can't quite hide. I don't know what made him the way he was, but there's an undercurrent within Zach that is a lot happier and kinder than the person he shows the rest of the world, buried under anger and determination. I want to draw that side out of him. The thought filters through my mind, and it's the final straw. I sit back in total shock as I consider the conclusion that I have just drawn. It shouldn't be possible. Wouldn't I have known long before now? Anya, Jason prompts. I stare at my brother, trying to work out what to say, but the words won't slip past my suddenly dry lips. How can this be? I'm in love with Zach. I breathe. I look up at Jason. He doesn't look surprised, just resigned. I remember him asking me, what seems like a lifetime ago now, whether I liked Zach when we last met. I remember giving him a resounding no and the unconvinced look that he gave me afterwards. How long has Jason known I was falling for Zach? No, more important than that, how long has this been going on? How could I not have realized? I've been denying it all along, but now the answer slides into place in my mind as though it's something that I really should have known all along. I feel like kicking myself for my own stupidity. Worse still, this doesn't solve my current dilemma. In fact, it probably just makes it worse. After all, Zach is still firm in no longer wanting to have any kind of relationship with me. What do? I ask Jason. I feel like a young girl again, turning to my brother to ask him how to deal with bullies, or a young woman, turning to him once more to ask him how we will carry on without our parents. Each time I've expected him to give me the answer that would benefit me the most, and I've always listened to him. Jason sighs and lays his hands over mine, his grip warm and comforting. Walk away, Anya, he says quietly. You don't want someone as fickle as him. Don't let yourself get drawn into heartbreak. Heartbreak? I ask. Jason smiles slightly. If he's this fickle now, he might do it again later when you're far more invested in the relationship. He says, I don't want to see that happen. So please, Anya, walk away from Zach. Let him push you away. He might not be worth all the pining you're doing for him. I turn my hand over and squeeze his fingers affectionately. I know, deep down, he's only trying to look out for me and keep me safe. I love him for it. But this is the first time I will ever disregard his advice.
Chapter 27. Zach. I split off from Anya because being around her and her son was making me weak. That was the conclusion that I eventually came to. So why is it so much harder to work without Anya standing by my side? I don't understand it. I rub my eyes, exhausted. All week, It's felt like I've been going nowhere fast. When I sit down to concentrate on my work, I work for hours and yet feel like I've accomplished nothing the entire time. When Anya was helping me, it felt like we were able to do so much more, and I simply don't understand how that's possible. Anya's very presence was so distracting that I would often come out of my thoughts to find myself watching her. Keeping her away from the investigation and out of my line of vision is definitely the best thing to do. Isn't it? I just don't know anymore. The words on the page before me swim in front of my eyes, and I drop it back onto my desk in complete frustration. I'm getting nowhere with all of this. It's completely ridiculous. I found nothing, and now the FBI are slowly closing in. Though, in all honesty, I'm surprised that I haven't been arrested yet. Wellington has clear documentation that proves I could be involved in shady business, yet the FBI is acting as though they're still looking for their proof. I know I need to call down to Wellington to ask her what's going on, but I can't bring myself to hear what she's going to say. I shake my head, irritated at myself. Since when did I become too scared to face one of my employees? Scowling, I snatch up my phone and dial the number for the finance department. "Hello?" a man asks. I almost feel sorry for the guy. I'm pretty certain it's the same man that picked up the phone the last time I called. "Get me Wellington," I say harshly, not in the mood to beat around the bush. There's a sharp intake of breath and then a clatter. I feel a little guilty for causing it, and then angry at myself for feeling guilty. These stupid, sympathetic feelings for the people around me are exactly what I'm running away from. I can't run this company with an iron fist if I get all emotional. Finally, the phone is picked up again. "Is there something you need, sir?" Wellington asks coolly. "Other than to scare my staff?" I snort, unable to help the odd humor I feel at the insult. I can almost hear Wellington blink in shock when she hears the sound. "No," I say. Well, the amusement has at least taken the edge off my anger. "The files with the odd transactions. Where are they?" "Safe," Wellington says calmly. "Do you want them?" I feel oddly like I'm being tested, and I have no idea what the right answer is. "No," I say. Wellington hums slightly. "I see," she says. Am I imagining it, or is her tone just a little warmer? "What can I do for you, sir?" "I want to know why you haven't given them over to the FBI yet," I say. "Is that all?" Wellington asks, her voice dry. "I don't feel like it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." She hangs up on me. Normally, that would infuriate me, but a tiny light of hope has sparked inside me as I understand what she is trying to tell me. Not everyone in this company believes I'm guilty, and it seems like Wellington believes in my innocence enough that she's willing to cover for me. I feel oddly touched. I don't know what I did to earn that loyalty, but I swear if I ever get out of this mess, I'll never do anything to make her or anyone else who believes in me regret it. The warm feelings carry me to my desk and through an entire stack of paperwork, right up until the moment that Smith and Forbes walk through my door. The small smile that had started to curl up at my lips immediately fades. They both have very serious looks on their faces, though Forbes is scowling at me, his eyes narrowed in dislike. "Gentlemen," I say, with a nod to them both as I fold my hands over the desk, trying to maintain some semblance of poise and control. "What can I do for the two of you?"
"Just a check-in," Smith assures me with a weary sigh. "So far, we haven't found anything, which has been frustrating."
"I can imagine," I say simply, as though I'm not surrounded by the product of weeks of fruitless research myself. What's your plan from here?
Keep searching, Smith says. That's difficult with everyone here, though.
I can give you a key to come in after hours, I offer.
That would be...
Smith starts, brightening.
No, Forbes says bluntly. We have our orders, Smith. But there are better ways of going about it, Smith argues. This isn't the time. The people are the problem,
Forbes snaps back. I'm starting to get a very bad feeling about what they're talking about.
Fine,
Smith says, turning back to me with a reluctant expression.
Look, if we still can't find anything, we're going to need to look deeper. And to do that, we'll need to remove just about everyone from this building.
I go cold. Temporarily shutting down? I ask, needing to hear the words out loud.
Or permanently, depending on your sentence for aiding and abetting,
Forbes snorts.
That's enough,
Smith snaps, and Forbes falls silent.
Yes, it would be just a temporary arrangement, and you would be free to continue operation as soon as we're done. We'll make it as quick as possible. A business like yours depends on its reputation, and I have no wish to destroy everything you've worked for. Speak for yourself,
I think I hear Forbes mutter. That's appreciated, I say to Smith, pointedly ignoring the taller man leaning against the wall. He scowls back at me. Just let me know if I can help in any way. I've been doing a lot of research myself.
We'll let you know,
Smith says with a nod.
For fuck's sake,
Forbes suddenly snaps, straightening.
Let's cut the bullshit, Smith. Stop edging around what we're actually here for. I've told you that I don't share your views,
Smith says, sounding exasperated.
I don't care,
Forbes huffs. He turns to glare at me.
Smith here might be convinced that you're a goody two-shoes who's trying to drag this company's ruined name from the mud, but I think differently. And I'm not the only one. No one in your company trusts you in the slightest. My bosses are edging towards the possibility that you committed the crime. The only thing we need is evidence, and then we can put you away.
Not every employee, I remind myself, thinking of the conversation I just had with Wellington. I straighten my spine. Believe what you want, I say, my voice flat. I maintain that I am innocent, and that if you don't turn your attention to my father soon, you will lose him once he's finished playing his game.
I'm sure the big fish will come speeding back when he notices that you're in danger of taking the fall for his actions,
Smith sneers. I stare at him. I can't help it. I can't believe what just came out of his mouth. My father is likely the one who's orchestrated all of this, I say, waving my hand at the two of them. He'd leave me to burn in a volcano if he thought it would profit him in any way, even if it didn't at this point. No, don't expect my father to help any of us. He'll do everything in his power to cause trouble.
We actually did speak to him last week,
Smith says, musing.
He's not the most pleasant man.
He slants a sharp look at me.
You believe he's framing you?
I know he's framing me, I say, calming. It seems Smith really is in my court. I hear Forbes snort in disbelief, but I ignore him. It's now 2 against 1. I took this company from my father because he was running it into the ground, and I was starting to suspect that he was involved in something shady. So I overthrew him, and he wasn't happy about it.
I can't imagine he would be, Smith mused. Are any employees in this company still connected to him?
Most of them are. But only 3 of his top staff stayed when I took over, and I'm not really sure why they stayed. Ethan Green, Robin Fewer, and Samson Bridge. I've been keeping an eye on them.
We'll take a look at it,
Smith promises.
Will we? Forbes mutters. These are just the words of a delusional madman trying to save his own skin. It is our duty to follow all leads, no matter how insignificant they may seem, Smith says firmly. What's the point? Forbes snaps. We know he did it.
Excuse me?
For a moment, I'm confused where the fourth voice is coming from, since it's only the 2 FBI agents and myself in the room. Then I look at the door and see Anya standing there. She's framed by the threshold, the sun shining behind her. She looks almost ethereal. She's holding a pile of paperwork for me to sign, and I try not to look too hard at the last pile she gave me, which ended up getting abandoned on the floor beside me. Anya? I ask.
I have the files you requested,
Anya says formally, striding forward to hand me the files. She makes sure her fingers don't brush against mine for even an instant, and it makes me feel oddly bereft.
Please let me know if you need anything.
She says it tiredly, more than able to predict my answer. I never ask her for anything these days. I will, I say, not really meaning it, and she knows it. Anya nods sharply, as though she understood the words I wasn't saying, and turns on her heel. I expect her to stride out, but then she purposefully faces the FBI agents. Every line of her body is taut, and there's a glare forming on her face.
You ought to be careful what you say, she says fiercely to Forbes. I don't care what you think of him. Zach has my full confidence. Now, please leave.
Forbes splutters, but Smith grabs his arm and drags him off, throwing an apologetic smile at us as he goes. Anya's arms are crossed, and she cuts a powerful figure in her pressed business suit. I can't stop staring at her. And that's when it hits me. The truth slots into my mind so easily, as though it's simply been waiting all this time for me to recognize that it's there. I sit back in my chair, not sure what to do or think about this sudden, odd revelation. Yet I know it's right. There's no other explanation for everything I've been feeling lately, and everything I know she's feeling too. My desire just to make her smile should have made me realize what was wrong long ago. I really am such an idiot, I decide, as I close my eyes briefly. A really big idiot. How else can I explain the fact that it's taken me up until today, watching her as she stands up to the FBI for me and even sends them packing, to realize that I'm in love with Anya Russell? I close my eyes. Well, fuck.
Chapter 28. Anya. I watched the 2 FBI agents leave the room, infuriated. How dare they come in here and believe they can just fling accusations around like that? I turned to face Zach, still steaming. What was all that about? I demand. Zach's expression contorts into a grimace, and he sighs. The company may have to close so the FBI can do a more thorough investigation, he says slowly. From there, it will be very difficult to open again, especially with the clients we will inevitably lose and the tar on our name. I gape at him. They can't do that, I exclaim. They can, Zach says. He sounds tired. If they have reason to believe that this company may have been a base for money laundering, human trafficking, and drug smuggling, which it was, if what little I've gathered about my father's dealings is right. But this is your company, I protest. It doesn't seem right that everything we've worked for might come to naught. No, Zach says. There's an odd quality to his voice as he looks out the window, his eyes distant. In the end, it still belongs to my father. He spent the last few weeks proving that to me, making me run around after evidence he's already destroyed, and then trying to frame me for his crimes. There's something so sad about the expression on his face right now that my heart clenches for him, because he's not wrong. Vincent has run circles around Zach the last few weeks, leaving just enough of a trail to force his son to follow it, and then trapping him in an inescapable prison. All to prove that in the end, Zach couldn't get the better of him, no matter how hard he's tried. But there has to be something we can do. We've tried too hard to figure this out for all our efforts to fall like this. I barely even know Vincent, and I already hate him with every fiber of my being. I won't let that man win. Before I can say anything more, however, there's a knock on the door. Both Zach and I look up, startled at the sudden interruption. "Is this a bad time?" Gracia Wellington asks. Didn't Zach say something about Gracia bringing some files to him? He believes Gracia is on our side in this, though I'm not sure why this woman, who always seems to butt heads with Zach, is going out of her way to help us. "Hello, Gracia," I say cautiously.
"Come in," Zach says tiredly.
"I ran into those agents on the way in," Gracia says, striding into the office. She stands beside me, and I'm oddly conscious of just how much taller and broader she is than me. "They asked me when I can get my figures to them." "You haven't given them in yet?" I ask, incredulously. "You do realize that you could get in trouble for withholding information if you aren't careful." "Perhaps," Gracia says simply. "But there's something fishy going on in this company. I enjoy my job, and I don't want to see the company go down." She hauls a stack of files onto the desk. "Some of these have been doctored, by the look of it," she says. "I don't know by who. Others are showing figures that simply don't add up. But they're just numbers to me. I'll leave these for you to figure out what they mean."
"Thank you, Wellington,"
Zach says with a tiny quirk of his lips. Gracia eyes him with a disapproving frown, likely taking in the tired line of his shoulders. "Chin up," she says firmly. "You haven't lost yet. Good luck with the files." "Thank you, Gracia," I say sincerely. She glances at me. There's something considering in her gaze for a moment before it softens. "I'll leave it in your hands, then," she says. There's an oddly knowing expression on her face as she turns to leave. Does she know that Zach and I have been in an on-again, off-again relationship? I shake my head as she walks through the door. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is that Gracia may have just given us the means to finally solve this mystery. "Look," I say, thrilled, patting the pile of files. "Let's go through these now, Zach. There has to be something here." But Zach doesn't look as happy as I thought he would.
"It isn't going to matter,"
he says. There's a defeated note in his voice that makes my hackles rise. He isn't allowed to sound like this.
"My father knows what he's doing. He'll have hidden the information, and then, like I said, he'll come down on us like a bag of bricks for daring to try."
"Then we just need to hit back twice as hard," I say fiercely. To me, it's simple. If Vincent wants to cause us trouble, then we cause trouble right back. We have possible proof now. We can use it.
"Are you serious?"
Zach asks incredulously, and I blink at him, somehow not expecting that answer at all.
"Do you have any idea what my father will do to us if he figures out that we're coming for him? Tying me up in legal battles while I try to prove my innocence, causing me to lose the company that I took from him. That's tame for him. There's so much worse that he could do to me, and everyone who helps me."
"Are you that frightened of him?" I ask with a frown. I've never known Zach to be frightened of anything. But then Zach looks up at me, his eyes dark.
"Yes," he confesses, "because I know what he can do and how powerful he is. He will make our lives a living hell the moment he senses that we're close, and we won't just get off with a few court appearances. At best, we'll end up in jail. At the worst..."
His mouth twists, and I don't think I need him to tell me what the worst-case scenario is. Far from scaring me, however, it just makes me angrier. So everyone just lets Vincent get away with everything because they're scared of him? No wonder the man has run rampant for so long. If you won't do something, I'll come up with my own plan, I snap. I feel a little betrayed, because I had really expected Zach to have my back. Where's the powerful man who didn't care about what anyone thought? Or was that just a facade he was hiding behind? I'll take him down, one way or another. I turn, and things happen in very quick succession. Zach stands so fast that he kicks his chair over as he lurches toward me. Caught by the sound, I turn, and before either of us can react, Zach's arms wind around me in a tight embrace. We both freeze. This is the closest either of us has been to the other since Zach said we had to remain professional. I stand tensely, waiting for Zach to push me away and start treating me distantly again. Then, slowly, Zach's body relaxes. His arms settle more securely around me, his hold becoming comforting rather than constricting, his hands resting lightly on my shoulders. My forehead is touching his shoulder, and I stare at it, trying to focus on it rather than the very intense feelings that flood me upon realizing that Zach is holding me. You can't, Zach says after a moment. You don't understand what you're risking by going after him. You're going to end up getting yourself into trouble. This company doesn't matter. If it goes down, I can build another one. A company that he's never had his grubby paws all over. I can hear the reluctance in his voice. Zach doesn't want that. He wants this company. And suddenly, I understand why he's been so hard on his employees since day one. It isn't just because he's a hard taskmaster. It was all because he was desperate for this company to succeed, to show his father that he could achieve far more than he ever could, and to save this company from all the ill that Vincent did to it. Zach might talk about building another company, but he wants to save this one. I'm not entirely sure why, but I don't care. It's enough for me to know that he wants it, which means I need to help him fight to save it. No, I say. I pull back and his arms loosen. I don't accept that. We're going to save this company, Zach. Somehow. I won't let you lose everything you've built just because your father is an asshole. And what do you propose? Zach asks, raising an eyebrow. What's your great plan to find the information that we've spent weeks hunting down? I can go undercover, I declare proudly. I'm an employee, and no one knows yet that our relationship has changed, so I can start some discussions in the break room and see what people say. Absolutely not, Zach says flatly. He drops his arms completely and steps back, his spine rigid. I don't think you understand how much danger that will put you in if the wrong people get even the slightest bit suspicious. So far, no one has suspected you, but it will change if you deliberately put yourself in their path. But it won't matter if we get Vincent arrested, I protest. Zach growls and seizes me by the shoulders. We don't know for certain we can get him arrested, he snaps. What if he walks free? Then he knows who you are. Also, I know he has spies in the company. Without knowing who they are, you'd have to be careful of everyone, and that won't be easy. You're bound to slip up at some point. Are you saying I can't do it? I demand. Listen to me, he hisses. I'm telling you that it's impossible. Frustrated, I wriggle out of his hold. I don't understand his sudden reticence. Isn't this company important enough for him? Isn't it important to take down his father? He should be using all the resources he has, which includes me. Yet when I say this aloud, Zach just stares at me. A resource, he murmurs. Is that how you think I see you? I'm taken aback by the question. From the sound of his voice, he sounds a little hurt, which makes my heart drop. I didn't mean it like that. I try. No, I think you meant it exactly as you said it, Zach says. He rubs a tired hand down his face. I can promise you this, Anya. You're not a resource to be thrown away. Doing what you suggest will just put you in danger, so you aren't doing it. End of discussion. I open my mouth to argue some more, but then Zach's gray eyes bore into mine, and I snap my mouth shut. If you won't think of yourself, think of Ryan, he says, and I start. If they discover that you're helping me, they'll go after you. If they go after you, they'll discover that you have a son. From there, they might use him against you so that they can use you against me. Who is this they? I ask, grimacing at the mental picture. My father and his lackeys. Zach snorts. You think they'll stop at me? They're going to find anyone who might have helped me and ruin them, and Ryan will get caught up in it if you go down this path. The thought sends a chill down my spine. I would be willing to risk almost anything for Zach at this point, but not Ryan. It's so frustrating, though. I want to help so badly that I can feel it resonate through my body. But what am I meant to do? I can't get involved if it puts Ryan at risk, but I also can't leave Zach like this, alone and just waiting for everything he's fought for to come under fire and be taken away from him. It's not just that I love him. I like what Zach is trying to do, what he's done. He didn't just usurp his father from this company to prove a point. He saved it. He brought it back from the brink of darkness and made it into something we could be proud of. Yet now others are trying to drag his name through the mud, and it makes me so angry that I wish there was something that I could just punch to make it all disappear. But the world doesn't work like that, unfortunately. All we can do is weather the storm and hope to God that something turns in our favor eventually. There has to be something I can do, I say, but this time my protest is weak. Zach's argument about Ryan has knocked the wind from my sails. Then I brighten. I can help you research in here, like I was doing before. No, Zach says immediately. Why not? I ask, outraged. Because I won't risk it. I've never heard Zach shout like this before, but he does so now. I won't allow it. How dare he? Won't allow it, as if he has some sort of control over me and what I can say or do. You can't stop me, I snap. We'll do this faster if we do it together, and we'll be far more likely to succeed. Or more likely to put you in danger, Zach growls. Deep down, I know he's trying to protect me, but I can't really appreciate it because that's what I'm trying to do too. And if you keep arguing, I will fire you. There it is again, that stupid threat. Blind fury rises in me, and my arm sweeps out, almost without permission, sweeping all the carefully stacked files that Gracia had put there off Zach's desk. Fire me, then, I snarl, and see how far you get on your own. I face off against him, glaring him down. Zach, his shoulders tensing, opens his mouth to say something, and then the phone rings. Chapter 29. Anya. The sound of the phone startles us both. We pause, staring at the phone on the desk, equally confused looks on our faces as though we can't understand why it's suddenly ringing. Finally, Zach rouses himself enough to pick it up. Yes, he asks, expression tight. He listens for a moment, then something in his jaw relaxes marginally. Very well, he says. Send them to me when you can. Zach puts the phone down. A lot of the angry fire has burnt out of his eyes, and I feel myself relaxing slightly in response. Just the advertising department with the new poster, he says quietly. They'll be sending it up this afternoon, so we need to clean up in here. Together, the two of us look down at the files I've just spilled all over the floor. Already, I'm regretting my temper flare, but I'm too proud to bring myself to apologize right now. I'll pick them up, I say instead. I kneel down on the floor, not looking at him, and start gathering up folders and loose sheets of paper. To my surprise, however, Zach joins me on the ground. He doesn't say anything, though, and we work in silence, trying to figure out what goes where.
"It's not that I don't appreciate your help,"
Zach says suddenly, after a long moment. I glance over at him, but he's looking at the papers he's shuffling in his hands.
"Or that I don't need it. I really could benefit from it, especially from your fast reading skills. But you don't know my father. If you did, you wouldn't even think about getting involved in this. And since you don't know the dangers, I have to make sure you stay away from it. I
get it. I really do. I know Zach is trying to protect me, and it really is quite sweet of him. But on the other hand, that angers me. I've done well enough as a single mother on my own for the past 4 years without anyone's protection. I don't need him standing in, doing the big, strong alpha male thing. I can take care of myself, regardless of what he seems to think. I see Zach glance at me, no doubt seeing the tight expression on my face. Then he sighs.
"If my company was going to put you in danger," he says slowly, "I think I'd rather just give it up."
I almost drop the files I'm holding. "What?" I gasp. "This company is Zach's entire life. Are you serious?"
"I'm not going to do it," Zach huffs, looking embarrassed. "I still want this company to succeed. But if it came down between you or the company, you would win."
I don't know what to say to that. I don't understand where the sudden sentiment is coming from, and I'm absolutely stunned into silence. I could only have dreamt of Zach saying something like that. I never thought he would say it in reality. I look down at the papers in my hand, trying to clear my spinning head. There's something warm and comforting settling in my stomach, and I try my hardest to stop it, but I can't. Then I pause, taking in the words on the page I'm reading. "Zach," I say in a hushed voice.
"What?"
he asks, snappier than usual in his embarrassment. But I don't have time for his issues. I shove the report at him, my excitement growing. "Look!" It's a financial report from when Vincent was here at the company, hidden among some old accounting papers. Excitedly, I skim through the folders around me while Zach reads over the figures, his eyebrows climbing higher with every word. By the time Zach finishes reading the report, I've unearthed 3 more financial reports and a handful of old bills, all of them for resources we don't even sell at this company. After all, I'm pretty sure we don't sell vacuum cleaners.
"What the hell?"
Zach breathes. I shake my head in wonder. That about sums it up. I start to grin. This is what we're looking for, Zach. With this, you know what you're looking for. You can definitely find the evidence to put your father in jail and clear your name. It's incredibly exciting. We've been looking for these files for so long, and it's almost funny that they were here the entire time. Though I do feel a little bad for Zach, who must have kept passing over them.
"You're right,"
Zach says, running a hand down his face. His face is suddenly incredibly expressive in his shock.
"I can't believe you found this."
The excitement is growing on his face. It makes his face rounder, and his eyes crinkle pleasantly at the corners. Happiness, I discover as I stare, is an attractive emotion on Zach. I can't help it. I lean forward and press a kiss to his lips. Everything is happening so fast, and I'm so fucking grateful that something has turned up. Then I realize what I'm doing and pull back quickly. I can't afford to get fired, not right now when he needs me. I have to keep my distance. But before I can backpedal too far, Zach's hand catches my wrist.
"Don't,"
he says in a low voice.
"Anya, I love you, your mind, and everything about you."
I freeze, not sure if I heard him right. Then Zach freezes as if he said something he didn't mean to say. We just stare at each other. Then Zach surges forward and captures my lips in a fierce kiss. I respond eagerly, his words rebounding around and around my head, both shocking me and making me feel giddy. Zach loves me. He loves everything about me. He wants me. Zach pulls back, and I try to catch my breath. What was... I try to ask. No questions, Zach says. His gray eyes are intent on my face. I just want to feel you right now. I like that idea. I feel Zach's hands on my shoulders, steering me backward until the backs of my legs hit the seat of the couch. I fall back, my mind automatically jumping to one of the first times we ever had sex, as Zach hovers over me, standing between my legs, back when physical pleasure was all either of us wanted. But things are different now. The look in Zach's eyes is no less intense, but it is warmer now. On the other hand, my own feelings have changed spectacularly. Where before I only looked at Zach as someone who was good-looking but aloof, someone that I wouldn't even consider having a real relationship with, now I want to have him around for dinner and help him pursue his goals and see every side of him that he'll permit me to see. I love him. I don't know when or how it happened. It seems almost ridiculous considering how we started out and all the hurdles that are in our way. But I really do love him very much. I love his sarcasm and his scary sharp wit and his incredible focus. I love how well he treats my son and the genuine affection Ryan has for him in turn. And I love that beneath this prickly exterior, he has a heart of gold. And I love that I've gotten a second chance to be with him. Staying away from each other was never going to work. It's time we surrender to the inevitable and realize that somehow, some way, we were made for each other. You're beautiful, Zach murmurs, sending a thrill through me. He's never said anything like that before. He runs his hand softly through my hair, tugging it from its tight bun, his touch not as rough or needy as it has been every time before. Now he's touching me as though I'm something precious, and my eyes flutter closed at the sensation. It's so hard, every day, to stop myself from touching you. I can't concentrate when you're around. All I can think is how it feels to touch your skin and bring you to the brink. His touch is feather light as it skims down the side of my neck. I wriggle slightly, arching my neck back to give him better access to my throat. I both want him to keep touching me like this and want him to press harder, so that I know that this is real and not some wistful dream. Then one of Zach's hands grips my hip in a hard hold, and I gasp, not expecting the sudden roughness. I open my eyes and stare up at him. The corner of his lips is quirked up in a smirk, the look in his eyes mischievous. His expressions suddenly seem far more open to me. Or is it just that I've learned how to read him a lot better now, and I've spent so much time with him? Either way, I can see his desire, and it sets a fire within me that I can't ignore. I hook my ankle around his knees, dragging him forward towards me, and bury my hands in his shirt, wrinkling the expensive material. Off balance, Zach falls forward and he braces himself on the back of the couch, sweat beading on his brow. We're not even undressed yet, and we're both so ready, yearning for the electric touch that we can only seem to get from one another. Are you going to tease me today? I ask. I get that small smirk again. Maybe, he says. But today I feel bolder, on more equal footing. I know Zach's feelings now. He's said them so clearly that he could have shouted them to the world for how strongly I felt the message reverberate through me. My hand drifts, trailing down his chest and examining the brief creases in his shirt at the pressure from my fingers. He stills as I reach the hem of his pants, pausing for a moment to play with his belt before going lower until I'm skimming lightly over the growing hardness within his pants. I look up at him. His eyes are dark with lust, but he isn't stopping me. His hands clenched on the back of the couch with white knuckles. My fingers dance lightly across, feeling the way his cock grows slightly as the blood rushes downward and Zach's breathing becomes heavier as he waits. This time, I'm the one teasing him, and it thrills me to see just what effect I'm having on him right in this moment. And then my hand clenches, wrapping around his cock, applying just enough pressure so that he groans, his hips bucking forward into my hand to try and feel more. It's difficult to work around the tight material of his pants, but his cock is hardening further, straining against the seams, and his growing excitement makes my own body tremble, eager to see how much further I can push him before something finally breaks. "Fuck, Anya," Zach groans. His arms are twitching over me, and he's holding himself still through sheer force of will. But suddenly, I want to see him fall apart. I want to know what he looks like in the throes of passion. Normally, by this point, I'm too far gone to watch him, but now I want to see it. I release my grip, and Zach heaves a huge sigh, part relief and part frustration. Then he stills again as I slowly pull down his zipper. I look up at him through my lashes. "I'm going to suck you," I promise in a low voice. "I'm going to pull everything out of you, and then I'm going to make you hard again so you can fuck me." For a moment, I wonder if I've gone too far. At all other times, Zach has been completely in control. Then he jerks, hissing through his teeth. "Yes," he says, and his eyes are alight with fire. "Suck me, Anya, and then I'm going to fuck you so hard you'll feel it for weeks."
Chapter 30. Zach. I feel like a complete idiot. The words escaped me before I'd even realized it. Too caught up in the moment and my amazement at her absolutely brilliant mind to really care what I was saying. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Not because they weren't the truth, but because I wasn't ready to feel that vulnerable in front of her, especially when I still don't have a clear idea of her feelings for me. Still, the words escaped me, and now I'll have to deal with the consequences. For now, my confession of love hasn't seemed to have hurt anything between us, and Anya is still responding eagerly every time I touch her. So I shelve it for now, hoping that maybe I'll be able to avoid the conversation later. Though by now I know Anya well enough to know that she won't let this go. Anya's hand is moving on my pants now, and she drags the zipper down slowly, dragging my attention abruptly back to her.
"I'm going to suck you," she says,
her voice low and dark with promises.
"I'm going to pull everything out of you, and then I'm going to make you hard again so you can fuck me."
I jerk in her hand. Fuck yes! That sounds amazing. My body is so hot, though, that I might agree to anything so that her touch could soothe the burn. "Yes," I hiss. "Suck me, Anya, and then I'm going to fuck you so hard you'll feel it for weeks." I feel Anya shudder at my words, her hand trembling on my zipper, her eyes dark with lust, and her chest heaves with each breath. Then she drags my zipper down and pops the button open, almost breaking it off in her haste. My hips buck toward her, already anticipating what is coming next. I can just imagine how amazing this will feel, her lips wrapping around my cock and her tongue stroking my hard length. It makes me feel even harder just thinking about it. and I draw in a deep breath, struggling to control myself. No sense in making this easy for either one of us. I thought I would feel threatened or annoyed that Anya is making demands and taking some small charge of the situation, but the tone of her voice as she told me what she was going to do to me, strong and assured, was such an incredible turn-on that I couldn't speak for a few seconds. I love dominating Anya, but it seems I love it just as much when she shows her own force of will as well.
Already so eager, Zach?
Anya asks with a small smile, eyeing the way my cock bops excitedly in my boxers. She drags my pants down my legs, the soft material sliding against my already sensitive skin. And when they drop to the floor, I impatiently step out of them and kick them away, not caring how expensive they are. Anya palms my cock through my boxers, not applying enough pressure, and my hips buck uncontrollably, trying to get more friction. Frustratingly, she moves her hand with me, never allowing me more than that feather-light touch.
Fuck, Anya. Stop teasing me already, I pant.
Why? She asks with a grin. You teased me so much last time. Don't I get to return the favor this time?
Blindly, I reach out and grab her by the shoulders, and she pauses, looking up at me. There's no surprise in her expression, as though she fully expected me to react like this.
Next time, I'm going to pull you to the brink again and again and again without reprieve, until you're begging me for it, I promise her.
She grins and leans in, her breath whispering across my ear.
I look forward to it,
she says, and her hand clenches tightly around my cock. My eyes roll back for a moment, the suddenness of her movement catching me by surprise as a wave of lust crashes over me. But I'm not ready to orgasm yet. I rein it all in, my body trembling with need, and try to still my hips.
I thought, I say, breathing heavily, you said something about sucking me?
So I did,
she says, amused. She tugs my boxers down, and I step out of them as soon as they hit the floor, allowing my cock to finally spring free, hard and jutting tall. Anya runs her fingers down the length, almost as though she's patting it, and I squeeze my eyes shut. It's taking everything I have to not break right now. As such, I don't see when she leans in, only feel it when she removes her hand from my cock. Before I can open my eyes, I feel her breath on it, blowing gently on my hot skin. And it's the only warning I get before she wraps her lips tightly around the tip and sucks. I groan deeply. The sensation is amazing. Her mouth is warm and moist, her tongue rolling around the tip and lapping up the salty leakage that's gathering there as my cock strains to empty itself. My muscles are bunched up in my shoulders and back from the effort, and I feel Anya smile around my cock as she notices my struggle.
Fuck,
I gasp, my voice light and breathy. Anya bobs her head down slightly, taking more of my cock into her mouth, her lips moving slightly along the length as her tongue swirls around it, sucking lightly like my cock is a piece of candy as she does so. I already know that this isn't going to last long. The feeling of her lips wrapped around my cock, the walls of her mouth making it so overwhelmingly hot, is already dragging me under. There's absolutely no sense in fighting anymore, and I'm not certain I should keep doing so. I'm more than ready to just let go, especially when I know the pleasant torture of getting dragged back to hardness is waiting for me. Then Anya sucks in hard, and the point is moot. With a shout, I orgasm, my entire body shuddering with the force of it all. I throw my head back, barely aware of Anya lapping it all up, cleaning my cock as she does so. When I finally come down from the high, Anya is pulling back, a satisfied look on her face. She looks absolutely pleased with herself, still fully dressed, while I'm falling apart.
"Sure you're still up to fucking me?"
Anya says teasingly, and my cock twitches in interest.
Always,
I promise with a growl. My hand lowers, and I slowly tug on my own cock.
Undress. Now.
Anya's eyes widen, but there's an answering fire in her eyes as she pushes herself to her feet. I watch her carefully as I slip out of my shirt and she shimmies out of her skirt, giving her hips an extra wiggle as she does so, taking her panties with them. Then she pops the buttons on her blouse, revealing a lacy white bra underneath. The shirt falls, and then, with a quick unclipping of the clasp, the bra follows, leaving her stark naked. By now, I'm hard all over again. As such, I waste no time in leaning toward her, making her fall back down onto the couch as she pulls me back with her. I follow and swing my leg over hers, settling in between her thighs, straddling her.
I'm going to fuck you now,
I say. She grins and wraps her legs around my waist.
"Sounds good,"
she purrs. The sound shoots straight to my groin. I line up against her entrance, unable to wait any longer, and slide the tip of my cock into her, making her gasp. Then, no longer able to hold back in any way, I push into her and thrust down straight to the hilt. Anya cries out, throwing her head back against the pillows. Her legs clench around me, and her hips buck to meet mine.
"Move,"
she cries. No wasting time, then. That's okay with me. I pull out, slowly teasing her entrance with the tip of my cock, and then sheathe myself back inside, burying myself deep before pulling back out again. Anya's hips jerk down to meet mine, her heels digging into my back, but I can't bring myself to care. My second wind has hit, and everything feels more intense than before. Anya's hands clasp my shoulders desperately, searching for an angle as our hips move in sync with one another. This is definitely it for me, I decide, as I push in deeper and deeper, watching the way her expression lights up in the throes of passion. I never want to see anyone else like this. Anya and all her wonderful reactions are mine, in whatever capacity. It doesn't take long for my orgasm to build up again, my body already oversensitive from last time. Anya's fingers are clenching me tightly enough to leave marks, which means she too is close. I thrust once, twice, and 3 more times before it crashes over me a second time, far more intense than the first. Anya is jabbering something, and her hip movements have stopped. But all I can do is choke on a cry and brace myself over Anya, trying not to fall on her. My heart is racing, and I groan, trying to catch my breath. Finally, though, my body settles down. I pull my limp cock from Anya and collapse down beside her. We slump there, trying to catch our breaths. My entire body is still trembling from the aftershocks. Somehow, sex with Anya has been so much better now that our feelings are out in the open. If I'd known that before, I would have stopped deluding myself weeks ago. I look over at her. Anya's head is tilted back against the lounge as she stares up at the roof. But she looks content, and that makes me feel warm. It tells me, more clearly than anything else, that this is where the both of us are meant to be, sitting peacefully with one another's arms, basking in each other's presence. After a long moment, Anya lifts her head. She catches my eye and gives me a tired smile.
"How do you feel?"
she asks. I take stock. I think she might be asking if I feel any regret. After all, it wasn't that long ago that I told her I'd fire her if we ended up having sex again, and I don't normally go back on my word. This time, though, I think I'll make an exception. Good, I say, and her smile broadens. Really good.
You don't feel like firing me, then?
She asks, with a teasing note in her voice. It surprises a laugh out of me, which makes a soft look appear in Anya's eyes. Not at all, I tell her. You're staying with me forever. We stare at each other, the weight of those words settling between us. I've just told Anya that I want her to stay with me for the rest of our lives. She hums and slides her hand into mine.
Forever sounds good, she says.
My heart is so full right now. Anya hadn't replied before, nor did I expect her to when I cut off any chance of response so suddenly. But in this moment, I can see the love she looks at me with. I lean over and cup her face gently in my hands, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. I love you, I say. I'm not embarrassed to say it this time. How could I possibly be embarrassed when I know how she feels? Anya smiles at me, reaching up to lay her hand against mine.
I love you too,
she says. Her smile broadens into a mischievous grin.
Now, let's go take down your father and get your company back.
In that moment, I know I'm lost. There will never be another woman for me like Anya. She completes me in ways that I can't fully comprehend. And I know I will end my days loving her. And that's exactly the way I want it.
Epilogue. Anya. The sound of shrieking children makes me wince slightly before I sit down on a park bench, setting a small wicker basket down beside me. Ryan looks up at me with large, pleading eyes. Go on, I say, rolling my eyes. Ryan cheers and takes off, running at top speed towards the children on the playground. I don't recognize them as any of his normal friends from daycare, but they all accept him into the fold easily, automatically including him in their game. That's the funny thing about children, I guess. Sometimes they don't really care who it is as long as there's someone to join in and make the game even better. I smile softly as I watch my son tumble down the plastic slide. It's hard to believe that he turned 5 just the other day. Where has the time gone? It seems like yesterday that he was proudly showing off his cars to Zach and assigning him a Ferrari. Now he's older, and he's still giving people different cars. Not that I care. He enjoys it, and it isn't a hobby that hurts anyone anyway, so why not allow him to have his fun? I watch Ryan zip around the swing set and grin as I watch a young boy and girl, two alike not to be twins, shriek and dash away from him. It looks like the kids are playing some sort of highly convoluted game of tag that involves everyone in the playground and allows the kids to come in and out whenever they wish. I shake my head. No rhyme, reason, or order to any of it. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be a kid again, when everything seems so much simpler. But then I think better of it. There's not enough money in the world that could convince me to grow up again and go through high school again. I make a face at the memory and poke out my tongue. Something wrong? Asks an amused voice. I look up to grin at Zach. He's loosening his tie and undoing the first button on his shirt. He looks tired, and his briefcase looks full. Yeah, I say, just thinking weird stuff. How was your day? Zach sighs and sits down on the bench beside me so I'm not craning my neck to look up at him. Better, he admits. Still a lot to discuss, though. That bad, huh? I ask sympathetically. Over the last year, Zach has been trying his absolute best to rid Gilbert Holmes of his father's influence. After taking our evidence to the FBI and leaving it to them to sort it out, it wasn't long before we heard of Vincent Cooper's arrest. The biggest shock, however, was when Robin Fuhr and Samson Bridge were both arrested. It turns out that they had been heavily involved in Vincent's side company, and the evidence we gave the FBI was enough for them to capture the two employees as well. Ethan Green, however, quit not long after that. He had truly been on Vincent's side because he believed Zach was too young to successfully run a company on his own. His ultimate hope, however, was that Zach would eventually learn the ropes and take over properly. However, finding out that his old boss and his two friends were being arrested for drug smuggling and human trafficking had been hard. He tried for a week or two, then gave in his notice, unable to stay at Gilbert Homes any longer. Zach, understanding, had given Ethan a better reference than his work deserved, and phoned around until he found another home improvement company that would accept him. Ethan had been absolutely thrilled, of course. Of course, not everyone ended up in a worse position. Gracia Wellington was promoted to the manager of several departments, and she's ruling them with an iron fist, making sure no one steps out of line. Having her in management is also helping the overall attitude of the other employees, who are still confused about what exactly happened. They know and like Gracia, so seeing her at Zach's side has definitely been a blessing. I'm glad that Zach promoted Gracia. If it wasn't for her, things could have gotten much more complicated. That was the biggest news of the drama we've been faced with, but none of that really matters anyway. All those things were dealt with, and at this current moment, there's no other issue that can prevent the company from running as normal. As such, last week Zach officially opened Gilbert Homes to clients again. Naturally, in all the confusion, we lost a few potential customers, but several of them also flocked back the moment they discovered that our doors were open once more, and we gained several new clients as well. All in all, it seems to have worked out for the better, and Zach seems a lot happier. The company, which is flourishing under his direction, is now completely his, and there are no longer any nasty surprises hiding in the shadows. On top of that, he's been making a sincere effort to soften his attitude toward the other employees, to which they've responded with slowly growing respect for him and his experience. It's a slow process, and we're not there yet, but the company is finally functioning as it should, all of us together working to make a great team. Not bad, Zach says. He stretches out his legs. Some of the older guys on the council think they can run circles around me because I'm younger than them. I honestly think they only voted to oust my father because they thought they'd have an easier time demanding what they wanted from me. I slanted a suspicious glance at him. While Zach's attitude has vastly improved over the last year, his sharp tongue hasn't disappeared. What did you say to them? I ask. Zach coughs, looking both mildly embarrassed and very smug. I may have implied they're going senile, he says. I think this over. Honestly, that's tame, compared to the time you asked Paolo if he needed to go to a nursing home. I say dryly. Good job. Zach smirks at me. Honestly, I don't expect to change Zach. While it's nice that he's making the effort to get along with his employees, his sharp wit is part of him, and it was part of him when I fell in love with him. Sometimes it's hilarious to hear the things he says to others in his irritation, and I think Zach knows that it amuses me, despite my best attempts to pretend otherwise. It doesn't matter, he says dismissively. They'll still try and demand more things from me at the next meeting, especially on seeing our new success. At this point, the only thing I should be doing is replacing the whole damn council. Which you can't do because they had your back and helped you remove Vincent, regardless of their reasons. I say, parroting something he said to me a few weeks ago. I know, but you don't have to do what they ask. What's the worst they can do, quit? He snorts. I'd throw a party if they did. I smile and glance towards the children. Ryan is on the swings now, another young boy pushing him, shrieking with laughter. It's nice to see him out here enjoying himself. One thing I'm thankful for is that all the issues with the company and between Zach and me never once touched him. I was, of course, worried when Zach told me that Vincent would come for Ryan if he ever deduced my involvement. But thankfully it never got to that stage. I'm just happy to have a peaceful life right now. I have a wonderful son who is growing up far too fast, a steady job that I'm good at, and a wonderful boyfriend. There's very little more that I could ask for in this life.
By the way, Zach says suddenly, I have something for you.
I glance at him. It wouldn't be obvious to many other people, but he seems nervous. That's definitely an unusual emotion for him. Zach is so sure of everything he does. From his pocket, he pulls out a small silk bag, and I turn my full attention to him, curious. He fiddles with the ties for a moment before opening it and withdrawing something so small that he could hide it in his clenched hand.
I love you, Anya,
he says, looking up at me with serious eyes, and I feel the same thrill that I get every time I hear him say those words.
So very much. You've changed my life for the better. No matter where I go, I know you will always be with me, and I will always be with you. There's never going to be anyone else for me.
I feel my eyes water. Zach isn't huge on talking about his emotions, but I've never been concerned about it because I know how he feels about me. But when he does speak about it, it's always so beautiful and amazing. I love you too, I say. Zach quirks a smile at me.
It's only been a year, and there's still so much else to organize, he says. While I'm so absolutely certain of you and our future together, my company has to be sorted out before I can make any major moves. I don't want those issues to be hanging over us forever. I will get everything organized and perfect within the year, I swear.
It's okay, Zach, I say gently. I understand, and I'm happy to help in whatever way you want.
I know, Zach says, which is why I want to give you a promise.
He opens his hand. On his palm sits a simple gold band with tiny diamond hearts set in the metal. It sparkles in the sun, and I look up at him, stunned.
This is my promise to you, Zach says. You are my life, and I want to marry you. But I can't right now, not when there's still so much else taking up my attention. So this is my promise to you. As soon as the company is back to where it should be, as soon as I've sorted out everything that keeps dragging my attention away, I'll ask you to marry me, if you'll have me.
A tear spills down my cheek. And at that time, I say, wiping it away, you'll make me the happiest woman in the world. A promise ring. It's the sweetest gesture, and not one I expected, and it settles something within me, because I had noticed that Gilbert Holmes has been drawing Zach away more and more recently as he tries his best to bring it back to the standard it was at before, and fights the old guys on the council who want him to do things their way. Marriage has also been on my mind lately, despite how soon it is. But this is a promise from him to me. Our lives will be forever connected, and it will happen sooner rather than later. I love you, I say, sliding the ring onto my finger and leaning in to kiss him softly. And I'll be looking forward to that future with you. Zach kisses me back, sweet and gentle, and I'm content. It took a long time, but here in this park, with Ryan playing nearby and Zach sitting beside me, I'm finally where I'm meant to be. This concludes Boss Me Forever by Miley Maine, narrated by Sophia Willingham and Brandon Utah. Copyright 2020 by Miley Maine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Miley Maine, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.